sweeps this endgame, gets the liquidation on his help. It's so close to a move. And swaps out.
So that's another KO here.
And he's going to go ahead and scoop the game.
Does he find it? Escape rope. Switching card. There's the switching card.
There we go.
Attention Pokemon trainers, this is day 2 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships here in Lille, France. 175 players have registered and met up in France to battle it out so that one trainer can become the regional champion. We have seen 16 trainers advance from those 175 trainers to day 2 to go for glory and to take it all away. And we are here to watch everything about that tournament and of course to previously discuss it a little bit. So guys, Amanda, who is the trainer you think can take it all?
It's no surprise that we are in France and so many French battlers have made it to the top, right? So I am kind of like in Barcelona. I'm going to pick someone from the region to win it all, and I'm going to go with Sandudu. He's a top-level trainer. He top cut also in Torino, and I mean, I think he has what it takes to take it all today.
Sandudu, absolutely very strong trainer. I think that personally I'm going to go with Music Michael. He's a really strong trainer from the Netherlands, I think. And he is running a Shadow Charizard, and I said it multiple times on stream yesterday, it is about time that Shadow Charizard is going to win a tournament again. Abi, who's your favorite?
Well, it's a trainer that absolutely impressed me yesterday when he was playing on stream as well, and it's a 17-year-old, again, with these kid prodigies in Pokemon Go, right? He is Elon, and it's his first tournament. He's already made top cut. I'm super looking forward to see him progress throughout the tournament.
Yes, we only have seen him once on stream yesterday, and it was a really strong performance. Adelian, who's your pick?
I suppose one of us will have to pick Inadequance, of course. How can you not? The guy is he's been very consistent in a lot of the tournaments. He was one of the players to watch, and they don't call him Mr. Top Cut for nothing. So I think he has a very good chance, and I'm sure you're going to give us some very exciting battles, no matter what.
Yeah, I think you can call him Mr. Top Cut because he hasn't missed a top cut. Now that we're going for this tournament and this one is going to be finished after this day, what are other chances you can qualify for Honolulu, Hawaii, Adelian?
Sorry, say that again, sorry.
What are other chances you can have to qualify for Honolulu, Hawaii?
So the other chances to qualify, if I recall, so first we have LAIC, that's going to happen next month in November, and then after that, about a week or so after, we will have Gdansk here on the European regional circuit. After that point, we will then move 2 weeks later to Stuttgart in December, so that'll be very fun. And then going into the new year, the new calendar year that is, we will have Liverpool in January, followed by Dortmund in February, and then Utrecht is going to be in March. Now, got to mention EUIC in April, of course, because it will be in London, my home city, and I've got to represent. And then we relatively newly announced is going to be Stockholm in Sweden for May, and I can't wait to see more of that because I've never been to Stockholm. I think that'll be a great destination to check out. And then let's not forget NAIC, the third international of the circuit, that will be in New Orleans in June, so that's going to be absolutely amazing to go to. But then there's one step further, the ultimate goal, to go to Honolulu, Hawaii in August for the Pokemon World Championships.
Very well summed up, I agree. So, about Honolulu, Hawaii, as you know, every trainer wants to qualify for the World Championships. But how do you do it? In Pokemon Go, we now have a new feature, which is the championship points. We have integrated those into TCG and VG for a while now, but they're relatively new in Go. So if you don't know how those work, Abi will explain it for you.
Absolutely. So, as you guys all know, the easiest and the fastest way to qualify for the World Championship is to win a regional. But if you have consistent performances throughout the course of the championship circuit, you can earn championship points. And once you hit the 400 championship points that's needed for Europe, you can automatically qualify for the World Championships. And it is amazing to see there's a system where you can go to multiple regionals, you're awarded for your participation, and you're awarded for those good performances.
Yes, absolutely. So if you have lost your first round and you have lost your second round after that, so you're eliminated from the tournament, it does not mean that you're leaving the tournament empty-handed. You can still grab some points, which is why many trainers are also satisfied with a performance that did not leave them in the top cut, but they're still like, yes, I performed well, I'm going to go home with some more points that are going to accumulate and going to bring me to Honolulu, Hawaii. So let's talk a little bit about the metagame of the tournament. Yesterday, there was a strong showing of meta Pokemon again, also some spice. Amanda, what do you think?
I think yesterday's performance, if you guys missed it, there was a lot of good matches. Go back and make sure to watch it, but of course after this broadcast, because today is going to be all the winners. We're going to finally crown the champion of Lille. You're absolutely right, Leo. We saw a lot of what we call the meta staple picks, like the Metacham, the Lanterns, but we also saw some more interesting picks coming up. We have another Guzzlord who has yet again made it into day 2, and of course with so many competitors, this being the largest tournament so far in the 2024 season, that means we have 16 competitors that we're going to see play it out today.
Yes, talking about the 16 players, what about the usage of the Pokemon? I mean, we have seen some of the very consistent picks overall, Abi.
Yep, as Amanda pointed out, the Medicham, Lantern, and Lickitung are the 3 most used Pokemon and the 3 most Pokemon that's performed consistently. I would also like to bring attention to that Shadow Venusaur. It's made a huge comeback into this tournament, and again, you see Pokemon like Umbreon that's been very consistent across all tournaments. So the usage is not really super changed, but it's interesting to see that Guzzlord, as she said, Shadow Venusaur are just coming back, and that's amazing that the meta is evolving across each regional championship.
Yeah, Guzzlord is a Pokemon that I thought was like really polarizing in its matchups, but yesterday we saw that Triando actually went for it in unfavorable matchups and still came out ahead and won with the Guzzlord with 1 HP. That was fascinating and a true display of his skill. So now that we're talking about day 2, the top 16, we have multiple players in here. We have talked about Music Michael, Triando, Inadequance, Adelian. Who else do you think is going to be in there, or who do you know is going to be in there?
So I think, so we mentioned Elon already. Calzevius mentioned that there's a very young player that is going to surely make even more of a mark for himself at the moment. So there are I do think he stands out. We have also talked about Inadequance, talked about a few other great players there. I believe, so there's quite a few players who have also made it to the top cut for the first time in their sort of career in play Pokemon. And that in itself is impressive because it demonstrates that by repetition and if you keep trying, you too can improve and move to that top cut in due course with practice. It's the old adage of practice very much makes perfect. So some of these trainers, I'm excited to see how they cause a few, not problems, but of course a few wiggles, cause a few challenges, shall we say, for some of the more stalwarts that are used to the top cut, and say if they can bring out something a bit more spicy to surprise them.
Absolutely. Now a question to you guys at home. Who do you think is going to take down this tournament? What Pokemon are going to take down this tournament? What is your prediction for the top 6 Pokemon in this finals of Lille? So if you tweet something about this tournament, make sure to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, because we might end up getting you up on our screen and discussing your tweets, giving you a little shout out. So make also sure to follow all of our other social medias, YouTube, Twitch, you know, the drill. So I think that we are about to get ready for our first match of the day. So we're going to show you a little video and then we're going to immediately toss it to the casters. See you soon. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, at the caster's desk. My name is Leonard König, Koning Lionheart, and I'm sitting here with Count Xevious. Count Xevious, how are you doing?
I'm absolutely hyped for this day number 2. We have so many competitors. After all that games that we watch, so many close games that we watch in game number 1, day number 1. I'm looking forward to more intense and amazing battles to come.
Yes, we have so many great participants right here yesterday. True performances, true displays of skill of the players we have seen in Adequance with a Shadow Magnezone, which is a real off-meta pick that has been crushing his opponents. He said it in the interview as well against M.E. Weedle. It was absolutely fantastic. So I'm looking forward to see some of that because we are going to see Inadequance in the winner's bracket.
Yes, Inadequance with that Shadow Magnezone redefining the meta again.
Yeah.
He did it with Dunsparce. He did it with that Jumpluff usage in that tournament as well. So here comes the Shadow Magnezone. It's going to take people by the storm.
Yeah, Shadow Magnezone is known for being really frail, but it is so hard hitting. With the addition of Volt Switch, it is going to deal a lot more damage and is going to gain more energy as well. And if you gain a lot of energy and you press Wild Charge on a Shadow Magnezone, whatever it's going to hit, it is going to hurt. We have seen this in his first match yesterday on stream that he used it against, I believe, Guzzlord.
Yes.
And it did about 60% with a resisted Wild Charge. And if that's not crazy, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I've never seen a Guzzlord lose that much HP with a resisted move. But with that in mind, we are going to take a look at the usage graphics for day number 2 to get a better idea of what's happening in the meta. You see Medicham being 100% there. Of course, that's the meta. That is the peak of counter user.
And not even in top 8. This is top 16, guys. We have an exceptionally big tournament, and this is a top 16 cut. So we have 16 Medicham in 16 teams. That is absolutely wild.
What will be interesting to see in the due course of the day is how many Medichams are running Dynamic Punch, how many Medichams are running Psychic as well. Of course, you see the Lantern afterwards, which kind of pushed Lickitung to the side. Usually it's Lickitung in number 2, but there's more Lanterns now. And then Lickitung, Serperior, Frostlass, Gligar, Alolan Sandslash, Mandibuzz, Venusaur, Umbreon, Swampert, and Registeel. Registeel, you know, from being one of the most used Pokemon, it's going pushed towards the fringe there in the last slot. But what I would like to again point out is that day 1 we had a lot more Umbreons in the top. Yeah, we've seen so much Umbreon, but now look at it, it's at 18.8%. What changed?
We have seen so many Umbreons get knocked out by dynamic punches of Medicham. This matchup is so much worse for the Umbreon if the dynamic punch is on the Medicham, of course, because it is super effective and not double resisted as with Psychic. What I also want to mention is that there is 43.8% of Frostlass in the tournament in the various teams. And yesterday we discussed a lot that Frostlass now has a bigger target on its back. But the thing is, if you're running a Dynamic Punch Medicham next to a Frostlass, you're covering the weaknesses quite well, because Registeel, Umbreon are also Pokemon that are threatening your Frostlass quite well. If you have the Dynamic Punch Medicham to back it up, it's not that bad.
Yep, it's again another very, very solid core. Medicham and Frostlass both cover their weaknesses almost perfectly, and you know, there are matchups where Medicham barely loses, and that's where Frostlass comes in. You get that energy advantage, you get that, you know, those fast moves ramping one after another, building that energy, and whatever comes after is in for a lot of damage.
Yeah, especially in the Medicham mirror match, because if you're running Dynamic Punch and your opponent is running Psychic, you always have a problem there. You know, you're always going to lose this, but you're going to get the other Medicham relatively low, and then Frostlass come in and farm down, because there is not a Psychic on the other Medicham. Oh, there is a Psychic, but you can shield that and then farm down. It is very strong.
Yes, and just looking at the usage as well, you see that the charge attacks from the Frostlass have nowhere to... There's no Pokemon that can resist both of its charge attacks. Umbreon, you can throw an Avalanche. Lickitung, you can throw an Avalanche. You have, let's say, something like a Alolan Sandslash where you can throw the Shadow Ball into. So it's just that good of a Pokemon. The flexibility, the Pokemon make into the meta and are most used just because of the fact that they have so much flexibility that you can do well with a little bit of energy to flip switch and do a lot of damage to the Pokemon that comes comes after.
I suppose the hardest counter that you can have for a Frostless is the Umbreon, because it still survives some avalanches relatively easy. But that still is also being checked by Dynamic Punch, Metagame in the back. So this is a very strong core for your team. So what we are going to look at next is again the bracket of the tournament, because we want to see what players have advanced today to what are the matchups going to be that we're going to see. And we're going to start with Elon versus Mini Benoir.
Yes, Elon versus Mini Benoir is going to be a very, very interesting matchup there. Both of them showed dominant performances in their qualification today too. Both of them going 2-0 as well. And both are French battlers, and they know each other, and they were talking to each other just before the battle, and they're hyped and looking forward to this match. I think they're even more hyped as us, which is very, very, very difficult to achieve.
That is absolutely true. Also, we have seen Mini Benoir flip the Shadow Alolan Sandslash lead against the Metagame, knocking out the Metagame with 2 drill runs of the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. So big style points there, also running the Powder Snow version. And then next off, we have Elefantflasche versus Triando, 2 very well-known trainers who are absolutely phenomenal as well. What a coincidence.
Yes, and that's exactly why they are in the winners round as well. I'm looking forward to Trip again doing that Guzzlord, kind of taking a playbook of what Bopper did in Sacramento and then pushing it forward into the Lille Regionals. And then we do have Inadequance going up against Secris. Inadequance, we've already talked about that Shadow Magnezone. Secris is a Swiss battler who's been here for a long time. He's been in the play Pokemon scene. He's also been in the PvP scene for a very, very long time, and that's going to be a very interesting battle to see.
Absolutely. For me, every battle in which I can see my friend Inadequance play is, of course, going to be interesting, but you should not underestimate Secris as well. Great abilities on all of those trainers. Gala Bolton versus Sandudu is also going to be really, really nice, because we have seen Sandudu on stream yesterday as well. I mean, we have seen all of those trainers already. And again, those performances were just impressive. Yeah,
Dudu really impressed everybody with his patience and discipline that he showed in that game, where he did not throw that Frenzy Plant onto that Gligar at Charge Attack priority. So it's all these trainers have amazing, amazing discipline, and they've learned across the duration of these play Pokemon circuits that, yes, all right, I know my win condition, I also understand my lose conditions. How can I leverage this knowledge to win that game? And that is exactly why they're here. You can do it too. All you have to do is participate, learn, and keep learning, and then you will get there.
Yeah, as you said, a lot of Pokemon Go's tactics is about the knowledge that you gain previous to the tournament, in maybe other tournaments as well. You know, you can see which matchup played out like what, how did I lose this one. You can search for your lose conditions that you had in the matches and try to avoid them in the next one. You can see how you pulled off some wins. You can see how you can work on that as well to improve, to gain better chances to have more win conditions. And all of that, all this previous knowledge that you gain is going to come in clutch in the next tournament.
Talking about lose conditions and how you can learn, here we also have the losers bracket, where you can use the knowledge you gained from coming down to the losers bracket to make sure that you win every other game and then go all the way to the losers final, and then potentially put yourself in contention to win the regional championship as well. So in the losers bracket, we have Colin going up against Amon. Colin is the reigning Lille champion. He's in the losers bracket, so he's still not out, and I'm looking forward to his run. You also have Dododu and Sankudiho. Dododu is a very new name in the play Pokemon circuit. It's also probably one of his first tournaments, so I am looking forward to his run as well.
Their names are a combination. If you add them together, it's Sandudu. So yes. I think this is a sign, guys. Should have changed my prediction in the beginning. Talking about my prediction in the beginning, the next match is Akleinchen versus Music Michael. And there we are finally going to see a Shadow Charizard, which is going to blast burn everything in its way.
Yeah, you and your love for Shadow Charizard never changes. Even if you talked about a Swampert triple-shotting a Shadow Charizard. We also have the last 2 players here, Le Suédois and Hikami, going up against each other. These both are French battlers as well, so it's going to be interesting to who comes out on top. It's a French regional, and I know that Amanda picked up a French battler, so I hope that we have a French regional champion.
Yes, we have seen multiple French players performing well on the home turf, so I suppose it's very interesting to see if they can convey that to their matches on day 2 as well and get their way into the finals, because it is a tough bracket. We have, especially from the Netherlands, a few very tough opponents. We have, of course, Mr. Topcut and Adequence in there as well. I know we are talking a lot about our co-caster from other events. However, he is one of the best trainers in Europe. Keep in mind, this guy made top 10 at Worlds.
Yes, he did make top 10 in Worlds, but there is one thing that is eluding Inadequance, and that is that title of the regional champion, and he really wants to get it. So he's going to do everything it takes to get that regional championship title under his pocket.
That is true, but do not underestimate any of the other players. As we said yesterday, there were so many great catches, so many great energy managements. It was truly fascinating to see. Every time I cast one of these tournaments, I'm just absolutely delighted to see how far these trainers can get, how far they push themselves in half of a second of time to decide something. They make the right call, they make the right decision, and therefore are advancing in the tournaments. It's fascinating.
Yes, talking about advancing in the tournaments, we have our first 2 competitors here. We have Mini Benoir going up against my prediction, Elon. Elon being an absolute prodigy again. I mean, Pokemon Go is littered with these child prodigies who are doing amazingly well, and his team has that Mandibuzz, which is also one of your caster prediction, Leo. What do you feel about the Mandibuzz going into Mini Benoir's team?
Okay, let me just check. So we are having the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and we know that Mini Benoir's Shadow Alolan Sandslash in fact is running Powder Snow, which makes the matchup so much easier for the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, because otherwise you would not even win it because of Shadow Claw dealing nil damage to the Mandibuzz. However, Foul Play is going to deal a lot in reverse. We are going to see the Azumarill, which is also kind of a decent wall against the Mandibuzz. You know, Snarls don't really do too much. The Dark Pulse is not hitting for super effective damage. You have to resort to an aerial ace spam, which is not really the best win condition if you're going to get hit with super effective Play Rouse, which is a really hard-hitting attack. The matchup is favored. You are really good against Swampert. There is no Earthquake bait, and a Hydro Cannon from a regular Swampert is not really dealing too much damage. So I think that the Mandibuzz, even though there are some matchups you don't want to see, is a good Pokemon. However, it is not at all a safe swap there.
Yeah, I think with Mini Benoir, he also has a Dragonite that's looming, and Shadow Dragonite has done a lot of work for Vodage in the past, but these 2 trainers have logged in, and as you said, it's a Mandibuzz lead, and it's into a Medicham. This is an amazing lead for Elon.
Yes, and again, you can see the strength of Medicham as well, because even though this is a fighting versus a flying type and a psychic versus a dark type as well, this matchup is not as bad. You have the normal effective counters, and you have the Ice Punch.
Yes, Ice Punch coming in, and this is super effective against that Mandibuzz. It does a good chunk of damage there on such a bulky Pokemon like Mandibuzz. But here comes Airlace. Airlace is going to be super effective against his Medicham. Medicham being the bulky Pokemon it is, it's not going to be enough to take it out. But look, it's still in the green.
Yes, and is perfect misalignment on the charge attack throws, meaning that you are throwing your charge attacks in the midst of the animation of the fast attack of your opponent. So you know, if you throw one Snarl as the Mandibuzz, your opponent is going to be in the middle of a counter, therefore you can guarantee that they are not swapping out. But you have to pay close attention, because they might swap out after the first counter. It's only 0.5 seconds to react.
Yeah, you are absolutely right there. That's a very good class on charge move timings as well. Here comes the next Airlace. Will Mini Benoir shield? If he shields, he can potentially try to force switch there. No, he does not shield. The Medicham is knocked out. Let's see what he comes in. He comes in with the Swampert for this huge farm down. Let's see if he gets to the Dark Pulse. Yes, he does. This is going to do a lot of damage for the Swampert.
Yes, luckily for Mini Benoir, this is not a Shadow Swampert, so it's going to take about 30%, I believe, maybe a little bit more. But you're going for a huge Mudshot down. This was, I believe, 7 Mudshots. You can now just go for a Hydro Cannon as well. I almost called it Hydro Blast, which is apparently the French name for the attack.
Yes, Hydro Cannon comes in, and this does a lot of damage. Of course, as you said before, Swampert does not take a lot of damage because it's not a Shadow, and it does not also do a lot more damage than it should because, again, it's not a Shadow. Here comes the next Hydro Cannon. Mini Benoir almost is at another Hydro Cannon here. This Swampert is doing so much work against this bulky Lickitung. Lickitung already in the red, and it still has not thrown a move, but here comes his Body Slam. If unshielded, it would take it out, but here is the shield.
Are we absolutely sure that this is going to take out? Because I think it could have even been close, but now we're going into the Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which has a favorable matchup against the Lantern. Even if you are not running the Shadow Claw, those drill runs still do take out if you throw 2.
Yes, here comes the first drill run, and Elon shielding it correctly there. This drill run would have done a lot of damage, as Leo said, but this Lantern looks in a commanding position right now. Here comes the first Surf. Surf would do a lot of damage to this Alolan Sandslash, which is also a Shadow variant, taking more damage. Excellently charged there, and he lets it go.
He lets it go, knowing very well that if you shield this, the next one is going to take out immediately, because those sparks do add up so much. We are throwing the first drill run. Elon is just very happy that this is just a Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Do we reach an Ice Punch? No, we don't even. This is a full farm down for the Lantern.
Yeah, full farm down for the Lantern here, and in comes his Surf. The Swampert is forced to shield here. This puts Elon in such a dominant position. All he has to do is to tap that Lickitung, and this game is over. He goes again for that Surf. Mini Benoir going for that back-to-back Hydro Cannon, and will he shield? No, he does not.
Oh, he keeps one shield for the Lickitung. Do we have enough energy on the Lickitung to reach a Body Slam? Because yes, we immediately reach the Body Slam, tapping it immediately, going for it, and it is going to absolutely knock out the Swampert because before it can throw its Hydro Cannon, winning Elon the game.
1-0 to Elon, and what a way to start day number 2. Amazing gameplay there. Mini Benoir tried everything in his power to kind of come back from that unfavorable, let's say neutral-ish lead, but Elon giving no space for him, no errors made, and perfect gameplay.
And there you can see one of the downsides of the Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash, even though the matchup is still favorable because you connect 2 drill runs. You have seen it, the Lantern was really low, and if you had Shadow Claws, it would have dealt enough damage, I think. So it would have completely changed the entire outcome of the game.
Yeah, but as I said, you need to build your teams based on the weaknesses and what you want to cover. That's exactly what Mini Benoir did. We saw that Alolan Sandslash do a lot of work for him in the game yesterday. So it didn't work out now, but I think he knows what his team works, so he's going to try and make those valuable changes. Leo, if it were you, what do you think you would do?
In
Mini Benoir's place.
Okay, so I think that the Shadow Dragonite is always there for a good win condition. Your opponent did not bring the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and the Shadow Dragonite is actually relatively safe against everything else. If you have shields and this is a Shadow Claw Sandslash, then you can also win that matchup if you get like a superpower in, or if you bait a little bit with the Dragon Claws. If you have some energy advantage, you're also going to deal relatively a lot of damage with the Dragon Breaths as well, so I think that there is a win condition in this Dragonite.
Yeah, I think I was thinking about that as well when I first saw the team sheet, that Dragonite's only check is Sandslash, but Elon went for the strategy where you put 3 Pokemon that are kind of neutral against the Dragonite. Let's see if we will see the Dragonite.
There it
is. We do, and it's up against the Medicham. Amazing call by you, Leo.
Yep, that is true. Thank you very much. So we are going to see the Dragon Breath. The counters are resisted. As you can see, the Dragonair is so frail. These counters still do a lot of damage. We're going to throw the Dragon Claw first. Do we see a switch out and a try to catch the Ice Punch at some point?
Yes, that is usually the strategy that people employ in these matchups, and that does a lot of damage. 1 counter, 2 counter, 3 counter. No, does not go for the 4th counter. Throws that Ice Punch. Mini Benoir pulls up that shield. He wants this Medicham out of the way.
Now the big important question is, do you reach the KO before the second Ice Punch is reached? Yes, the farm down of the Dragonair. We are down 1 shield on Mini Benoir's side, but this Dragonair is loaded with energy, and we know how dangerous this can be. Charging up to almost 2 Dragon Claws and throwing the first one immediately.
Yes, Dragonite has a lot of energy here. First Dragon Claw comes in, but Lantern is such a bulky Pokemon that it can take this comfortably. And here comes another. Oh my. This is going to do so much work against this Lantern, but he pulls up a shield. But will this be a farm down for the Lantern? That will put the Lantern in a commanding position in the matches to come.
Yeah, but I mean, it is going to try and farm this one down for sure, but it's still going to be a lot of Dragon Breath damage. This is only a few counters or some mud shots as well. We're immediately switching out into the Lickitung, and there is a chance to switch into the Dynamic Punch Medicham.
This is not where your Lickitung wants to be. The Medicham is looking like it's in the driver's seat. It's enjoying what's happening here. Lickitung going for this first Body Slam. Body Slam does neutral damage to the Medicham slow. It is slowly going to chunk this Medicham. Let's see what Mini Benoir does. Does he throw one more counter?
The question is, oh, he goes immediately for the dynamic punch. This could have also been an ice punch bait to guarantee that you're reaching the second dynamic punch. Even though, oh, we are no shielding this on Elon's side. There is now Lantern against the world. We are not reaching the body slam. The counter comes through.
The counter comes through, and this Lantern does not have a lot of HP, and it's going to try and farm down, but I think Elon knows this game is over. Counter down for the Medicham. Amazing way to bring back this game number 1 for Mini Benoir.
Oh, the work that Shadow Dragonair did in this matchup was truly incredible. Elon will now have to adapt to this because this was a threat that he wasn't ready to deal with.
Yep, it's something that you said, right? You need to align that Shadow Alolan Sandslash on the Dragonair. Mini Benoir recognizing it, and Elon did try to go for the exact same strategy, bring 3 Pokemon that are kind of okay against this Shadow Dragonite, but he elected to go for the Medicham this time around. Last time, game number 1, he picked the Lickitung, he picked the Lantern, and he also picked the Mandibuzz. 3 Pokemon that can do quite well against the Shadow Dragonite.
I actually like the Mandibuzz matchup against the Shadow Dragonite just because it is so incredibly bulky. A reason why Umbreon is not the best against Shadow Dragonite is that if a superpower is connected, it is going to deal a lot of damage, and in some scenarios this can completely flip the matchup. However, Mandibuzz is part flying type, so it is just neutral, so it's not going to deal the most amount of damage, and after you use superpower, because it is so powerful and costs not a lot of energy, you are going to be debuffed in attack and defense.
Yeah, well, it's a super powerful superpower by Dragonite. Well, coming from a Shadow Dragonite, it does a lot of damage. I think there's very few Pokemon that can win charge attack priority from a Shadow Dragonite in the Great League. These 2 trainers are absolutely focused. Now, it is what I said. Both of these trainers need to kind of take away the pressure and consider this as a best of ones, because it's 1 win away from both of these trainers to progressing into the next round, and it is going to be insane. Let's see what Elon does. Elon looks like he does not, he's really thinking what he wants to play, but he needs to try and find a way to work around that Shadow Dragonite threat. Let's see how he does it. Will he go for this game 1 strategy where he brings the Lantern, Lickitung, and Mandibuzz, or will he try to play that Shadow Alolan Sandslash?
I think the question both trainers now have in their heads is, where do I put my Shadow Alolan Sandslash? Where does he put his Shadow Alolan Sandslash? And where is the Medicham? And we're going to see right now, the game is just about to start, and we're going to see a Mandibuzz lead against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
This is not what you want to see as Elon. He went for trying to get that Dragonite onto the Mandibuzz, but unfortunately for him, it is met by that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, swapping into the Lickitung. He knows that this Medicham has that dynamic punch, but goes for the body slam just before the Medicham reaches the dynamic punch. Mini Benoir knows that this is not enough to KO the Medicham, so he opts for no shielding this.
Yes, in the midst of the animation of the counter as well, we are going to go up to almost 2 ice punches, which means 1.5 dynamic punch immediately shielded. Do you think that this body slam that is just about to come out is going to be shielded by Mini Benoir?
He has to shield if he needs to preserve the switch here, and that is exactly what Elon is going for. Let's see what he does. He shields this. Potentially, Elon is going for a 2 shielded farm down on the Medicham. The body slam comes in, shielded by Mini Benoir. Let's see how these players go for it. Will he go for another dynamic punch? Yes, he does, and it's shielded again by Elon.
This is looking like a flipped switch, and this could potentially be really bad because there is the Shadow Alolan Sandslash on the side of Mini Benoir, and Elon can now freely decide to align the Medicham onto it.
Yes, Medicham does not need shields to beat the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but of course there is that Swampert looming. Swampert with energy advantage is going to do a lot of work against Elon's team, but goes for that Power Whip. Power Whip does a lot of damage, and look at these licks. It's adding up slowly and steadily. The Alolan Sandslash is already almost at half HP.
Oh, and we're going to go into the Swampert now. Do you think that throwing a Drill Run before the before the Medicham is going into the Swampert matchup would have been the play?
It might have been, but I think this is not a bad place for Elon to be in. He has that Medicham, and this half HP on the Medicham is more than enough to counter down that Alolan Sandslash, but here comes a dynamic punch. Will Mini Benoir shield? Yes, he goes for the shield. We will probably see a very quick swap into that Mandibuzz by Elon, and that's exactly what he does here.
Absolutely perfect call by you, Abi, and now we're going to see some snarls adding up. The Dark Pulse is almost ready, but we're going to go for a Hydro Cannon first. It is not going to deal about half, so 2 Hydro Cannons will definitely not take it out.
You need 3 Hydro Cannons, or actually more than 3 Hydro Cannons to take out the Swampert, but Elon is doing exactly what he needs to do. He's taking a lot of energy onto this Mandibuzz, potentially wanting to throw just 1 move on the Swampert and then farm it down. Let's see if that's going to work out for him. He goes there for the Dark Pulse again, with this in enough to take out this Swampert.
I think it might be close to not taking out, so we're going to see another Hydro Cannon connect, but it doesn't matter for Elon because he has played this matchup out. The Swampert is off the table now. It's no longer an option for Mini Benoir. He just has Shadow Alolan Sandslash against the world, and we know that if the world is Metagame, this is a problem for him.
Yes, but this Alolan Sandslash almost has 2 Ice Punches loaded. The Mandibuzz is potentially in 2 Ice Punch range. Can he snipe it? Yes. Oh, he goes for the snipe and he gets the snipe. Oh my, that's going to be so costly. It proved an amazing play, waiting for his switch clock and absolutely taking that Sandslash down.
Yes, snuck in a counter right there, going for the win. I think a Drill Run would have maybe even KO'd. It was really close because this Metagame was just under half HP, and a Shadow Drill Run can deal like 40 to 45% to a Metagame. This could have been a heartbeat win for Mini Benoir, but it wasn't. The counter came through.
Yeah, it was not a heartbeat win. Unfortunately, it was a heartbreak for Mini Benoir. What an amazing snipe there. Elon understanding that 1 counter is all he needs to win that, and he immediately goes for the Medicham the moment that switch timer was up. Very, very good gameplay by Elon. And as I said, I am happy that I picked Elon as my player to watch.
Yeah, very well played. He ended up in a very bad matchup in the beginning. It was the Mandibuzz against the Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash. This is again one of the matchups that is going to be much better for you if you run it.
Yeah, and I think Mandibuzz with energy can deal with Alolan Sandslash. That's exactly what he showed there. He tried to take his time, get as much energy onto the Mandibuzz as possible, showing that, yes, okay, I definitely need to throw a move at this Alolan Sandslash so that I can win this game. Getting enough energy, making sure that Swampert was not able to KO the Mandibuzz, but amazing gameplay. He orchestrated that to perfection.
Yes, this was planned from the very beginning. You could see when the game started, he had the bad lead. Elon shook his head. He went, no, this is not what I wanted to see with the Mandibuzz. But then he just ended up winning it. And Mini Benoir, in the end, he just won the one game that he brought the Shadow Dragon Knight. So I think maybe this Pokemon, he will have to bring it a lot more in the losers bracket, in which he will eventually drop after he lost this round. So if you guys are ever interested in playing a tournament like this, then you should definitely know how to handle a best of 3 scenario, and because of that we're going to show you a little video.
Alright trainers, I'm Will Dunphy, and today I'm going to teach you how to win your first match at a Pokemon Go Championship Series event. Let's get started. In the Championship Series, Pokemon Go trainers compete in a Show 6 Bring 3 format. Both trainers begin by analyzing their opponent's team of 6 Pokemon and selecting their 3 best Pokemon for battle. However, Pokemon selections and playstyle adjustments made between battles are equally as important. Let's uncover the mysteries behind the team selection screen and give you the tools to win at your next championship event. There are 2 sides to team reading in Pokemon Go PvP. First, understanding your team's strengths and weaknesses. Second, identifying your opponent's team's strengths and weaknesses. The key is to maximize your team's capabilities while preventing your opponent from doing the same. First, identify which of your Pokemon has the most positive matchups against your opponent's team of 6. Then, choose 2 other Pokemon that cover its weaknesses. Next, choose a macro strategy that fits your team. Finally, envision your win conditions. Will your opponent bring 1 key Pokemon to every game? Can one of your Pokemon defeat your opponent's team with a shield advantage? Typing matchups, shield scenarios, switch advantage, and energy management all play a role. To see these principles in action, let's review Tonton Batuz versus Nezabethan at the 2023 European International Championships. In Game 1, Nezabethan identifies that his Galarian Stunfisk can defeat Tonton Batuz's Shadow Alolan Ninetales, Registeel, Shadow Dragonair, and Shadow Charizard. He also brings Swampert because Tonton Batuz doesn't have a Grass-type Pokemon. Nezabethan doesn't bring either of his Flying-type Pokemon because of his opponent's Shadow Alolan Ninetales and Registeel. Nezabethan leads Metagame because it's his trio's best response to an opposing Metagame, and Ice Punch provides coverage for Shadow Dragonair. Tonton Batuz doesn't expect Nezabethan's Flying-type Pokemon, so he comfortably leads his own Metagame. Shadow Dragonair is his safe switch because it can defeat most Pokemon in the 2-shield scenario. Finally, Registeel is a great answer to Altaria, Noctowl, and Lantern. Tonton Batuz's ABC-style lineup prefers switch advantage, while Nezabethan is playing an ABB-style double ground team. Nezabethan wins Game 1 due to 3 key factors: weakening Tonton Batuz's Metagame, protecting his Galarian Stunfisk,
It happened! Oh my goodness, what a swap! And I said it earlier, it could come down to a sacrificial swap. That was absolutely beautiful, saving all of the energy on Galarian Stunfisk.
and aligning his Galarian Stunfisk versus Tonton Batuz's Shadow Dragonair. For Game 2, Tonton Batuz benches his Shadow Charizard in response to the Shadow Swampert and Galarian Stunfisk from Game 1. Nezabethan selects the same team, while Tonton Batuz chooses the more flexible team of Shadow Dragonair, Metacham, and Lickitung. Tonton Batuz leads Shadow Dragonair and uses a Protect Shield to KO Nezabethan's Metacham and control switch advantage. He aligns his Metacham against Galarian Stunfisk and uses his Lickitung to absorb Shadow Swampert's energy. Tonton Batuz's adjustments win him Game 2. In Game 3, Tonton Batuz repeated his Game 2 lineup, while Nezabethan selected a team of Altaria, Metacham, and Galarian Stunfisk. Tonton Batuz takes a Protect Shield early, then switches to his Lickitung to lure out Nezabethan's Metacham. Tonton Batuz makes a spectacular catch!
To catch the charge move on a site. Well, it doesn't matter what it is. They're going to go ahead and let it go through on the Dragonairs. This is going to be taking it out.
Yeah, expending.
But the true skill is his recognition that the Galarian Stunfisk would be Nezabethan's third Pokemon. Tonton Batuz wins Game 3. In this series, Tonton Batuz neutralized Nezabethan's Shadow Swampert, while Nezabethan overcorrected for Shadow Charizard and was unable to contain his opponent's Shadow Dragonair. Nezabethan's best answer to Shadow Dragonair was his Galarian Stunfisk, so Tonton Batuz was able to consistently predict it. Neither trainer had a Ghost-type Pokemon, making Metacham a safe choice for both competitors. Tonton Batuz's team of 6 pressured Nezabethan to keep his Altaria and Noctowl on the bench until it was too late in the series. Throughout a best-of-3 series, making predictions and adjustments are key. Pay special attention to player tendencies like overcharging, switch timing, shield deployment, and Pokemon usage. Some trainers choose their team of 3 Pokemon conservatively, while others like to take more risk. The most elite trainers do 3 things very well. First, build a team of 6 Pokemon that is well balanced and versatile. Second, change their Pokemon selection and macro strategy from game to game to avoid becoming too predictable. And third, influence which Pokemon and strategies their opponent chooses throughout the series. Well, that's all from me. Best of luck in your future matches, and I'll see you next time.
I really love how this video displays the strength of some Shadow Pokemon in combination on a team. Shadow Dragonair and Shadow Charizard are really strong aggressive Pokemon. Shadow Dragonair is neutral to good against most matchup. Often wins 2 shield scenarios, sometimes loses 0 shield scenarios, most of them actually against, for example, Metagame, you won't take an Ice Punch. But then you also have the Shadow Charizard on the team, which is sometimes in a polarizing matchup, and your opponent really has to plan for both accordingly. So every time you bring both of these Pokemon to a Show 6 tournament, your opponent will have to prepare for one of them specifically. And if they prepared for the wrong one, then you might as well just have a really big advantage. So, Abi, what's your favorite core to use, except for Medicham Lickitung?
My favorite core used to be Abomasnow with Double Ghost. That was something that was popular a long time ago, but unfortunately it's not viable anymore due to the resurgence of XL Pokemon, etc., and so on. But that is what the game is. So, game evolves, and with that, players evolve, and with that, competition gets better. But we are going to go on a short break, but we will be back with you very shortly.
we get here? So far from home. How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. We keep on moving into the night. We see our future in the morning light. With every challenge, we forge our path, 'cause it's the legend's way, and there's no looking back. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. Look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. We keep on moving into the night. We see our future in the morning light. With every challenge, we forge our path, 'cause it's the legend's way, and there's no looking back. did we get here? So far from home on the untread path, but we're not alone. We got each other, so we got a lot. And now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. We keep on moving into the night. We see our future in the morning light. With every challenge, we forge our path, 'cause it's the legend's way, and there's no looking back. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. 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 We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. How did we get here? So far from home on the untread path, but we're not alone. We got each other, so we got a lot. And now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. We keep on moving into the night. We see our future in the morning light. With every challenge, we forge our path, 'cause it's the legend's way, and there's no looking back. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. 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 We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. How did we get here? So far from home on the untread path, but we're not alone. We got each other, so we got a lot. night, we see our future. In the morning light, with every challenge, we forge our path, 'cause it's the legend's way. And there's no looking back. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. 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 We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. We keep on moving into the night. We see our future in the morning light. With every challenge, we forge our path, 'cause it's the legend's way. And there's no looking back. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still Look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. We keep on moving into the night. We see our future in the morning light. With every challenge, we forge our path, 'cause it's the legend's way. And there's no looking back. Oh, look how did we get here? So far from home on the untread path, but we're not alone. We got each other, so we got a lot. And now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won.
Look how far we've come. What's up, guys? We are back and about to start the next round of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is going to be round number 2 of the winners bracket. We have Elephant and Flash going up against Triando, both rocking 2 Pokemon that are not used a lot. One with the Carbink and another with the Guzzlord.
Yes, and those Pokemon, they don't really have a neutral matchup, right? I think fairy type attacks are the worst nightmare of a Guzzlord, so you don't really want to align it against that. And honestly, I'm still hearing the song in my head.
Yes.
Quite literally, actually.
Yes, it's an amazing song. I think it's going to be stuck in my head through the whole day and actually for a few weeks. We have Triando on the right, and we have Elephant and Flash on the left. Looking at their teams, as I said, one is rocking the Carbink, the other one is rocking the Guzzlord. 2 Pokemon, polar opposites of each other. But for Triando, it's going to be a little bit more difficult because he will have to try and align that Registeel onto that Carbink. Let's see how he does it, but both players know exactly how to use their Pokemon and where to put them.
Yep, that is true. To be honest, the Carbink is rather good against 3 of Triando's Pokemon. I mean, the Alolan Ninetales, the Shadow, or the Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
Alolan
Ninetales might have, okay, then it won't have Scorching Sands, okay. But the net matchups are kind of bad against Registeel. Medicham is neutral, you have to throw a Moonblast. In shielded scenarios, this is going to become really difficult. Gligar also has Dig, which is a really strong attack against Carbink, and Lantern is strong as well.
Yes, you're right, but I think that Carbink has that fast move pressure that can go into these Pokemon, except maybe the Medicham. Medicham, of course, Moonblast does super effective damage. So it's going to be a very, very strong Pokemon from Elephant and Flash's side. And another Pokemon that I think stands out is that Shadow Venusaur. Shadow Venusaur's only real bad matchup there is that Guzzlord, but it can still hit that Guzzlord with those Sludge Bombs. From a Shadow Venusaur, a Sludge Bomb is going to hurt that Guzzlord a lot. Even the Registeel Venusaur does not take a lot of damage from the charge moves because, well, you know, you have the Charge Attack Zap Cannon, which is resisted. You have the Charge Attack Focus Blast, which is also resisted by that Venusaur.
You take about half health from Zap Cannon or a Focus Blast, and considering that Registeel needs a rather long time to get to those, you can get some Frenzy Plants off.
Yes, and Frenzy Plants are amazing move.
Yes.
So if you guys want Frenzy Plant on your Venusaurs, you need to come up to community meetups, you need to come to the events, and you trade with other trainers.
Yes, you can use a Elite Charge TM, or you can talk to players who've been in the game for much longer and they have some Venusaurs with the Community Day attack in their storage. And now we're going to go into game 1, and this is a really good lead for Elephant Flash, the Swampert onto the Lantern.
Yep, this is a great lead for Elephant and Flash's Swamp, but we see that his Swampert is not running that Earthquake. It is running the move Sludge Wave. And does Triando know this? If he does, he can use this matchup knowledge to his advantage, but these trainers have not faced each other yet so far.
And also, I gotta say, Elephant Flasher has not shown this attack yesterday on stream. He deliberately chose to not run the Swampert, so this attack is not visible right here. What do you think? Which matchup is this for?
I'm not entirely sure, but we will find out and when we talk to him afterwards. But here comes another Hydro Cannon, which is shielded by Triando's Medicham. Medicham is putting all that work in with the counters, but it does have Psychic, and this Psychic is going to do a lot of damage into Elephant and Flash's Medicham.
Yep, that is true. And Elephant Flasher is, of course, running the Medicham with the Dynamic.
And he gets the defense fall on top of it. This is amazing for Triando. This is best case scenario. Let's see if he goes for the Ice Punch and wins Charge Attack priority. That is going to be crucial. Let's see what Elephant and Flasher does. Does he shield his move?
Now that the defense is dropped, this is very close to knocking out, but not quite. We're still going to probably get 2 Ice Punches off, which is, on the other hand, then good for Elephant Flasher, who is running that Sludge Wave
Swampert. And I think this is rather for matchups like Superior if you have a little bit of an energy advantage.
Yep, you are absolutely right. And here comes the next Ice Punch. Ice Punch is going to take out Triptando's Medicham. Let's see which Pokemon he comes in. Will it be the Lantern? Because the Lantern, if it comes in, it's going to be met by that Shadow Venusaur from Elephant and Flash's side. In comes that Gligar for that aggressive wing attack down. Yep. This forces Elephant and Flash to bring that Swampert in.
Yes, and now we are going to reach a Hydro Cannon relatively soon. We are trying to go for a catch on the Hydro Cannon to have the win condition of sweeping with Gligar shielding one Hydro Cannon. But now we have the biggest problem that you could ever have with a Lantern. You're going to face a Shadow Venusaur with shield advantage.
Yes, it's a Shadow Venusaur with 2 shields. Unfortunately for Triptando's Lantern, nothing it throws at that Venusaur is going to do a lot of damage. But let's see how these two players decide to play it out. Charging a lot of energy, Elephant and Flash are going for this Frenzy Plant. Frenzy Plant will knock out that Lantern. No shields being put up by Triptando. He's putting all his money in that Gligar's basket.
Yes, and that Gligar is going to deal very much damage with its wing attacks. However, we are going to take the first Frenzy Plant. We are going to see how much damage it does, about 65%, which is a kind of accurate guess.
Will he be able to wing attack down? No, that is barely not enough. Let's see, did that Swampert go in with energy? If it did not, then this is going to come down to the wire. In comes the Swampert, and it has that Hydro Cannon loaded. It does win charge attack priority, and the Gligar is off the skies. What a game. Triptando had a very, very, let's say, neutral lead going into that Medicham matchup and tries to pull this game from the clutches of defeat. Unfortunately, Elephant and Flash have played to perfection.
What an uphill battle for Triptando there with the alignment of the Lantern, but it was very close. If the Shadow Venusaur just had a little bit less HP, it wouldn't have gotten to that Frenzy Plant. There wasn't a shield to be used for Triptando there, and then he could have easily gone for a double aerial ace, which would have definitely been enough for the Swampert.
Yes, it was so close. I think one more spark would have done it. And Elephant and Flash recognizing that, all right, I need this HP on this Venusaur to make sure I can get 2 moves on the Gligar. So throwing that Frenzy Plant as soon as he reaches 100 energy, not wasting any time taking that extra damage that he does not have to. This game went really well for Elephant and Flash, but maybe at some point Triptando realizes that the Swampert might not have had the Sludge Wave, but Elephant and Flash still has not revealed that it has Sludge Wave, so it is up to Trip to make that conclusion. Let's see if he does.
That is true. However, Trip does not have a Pokemon that would suffer from an Earthquake. Rather, the Hydro Cannon is a Pokemon. Only Lantern, of course, is a matchup in which you want to Earthquake instead of Hydro Cannon, even though 2 Sludge Waves are still very strong. But what I'm seeing right now is that there is a Mudkip plushie on Triptando's side. I know that he is in love with the Mudkip, but he lost to a Swampert.
Yes, unfortunately, sometimes things you love come to bite you back. Here comes the Medicham into Swampert again. Here we go. Let's see how these two players decide to play it out. This is going to be a very interesting matchup here. Medicham doing a lot of damage with those counters, but Swampert will do a lot of damage with those Hydro Cannons. He goes all the way to a Psychic and throws the Ice Punch. Does Elephant and Flash know that this is coming?
We are going to see that after this Hydro Cannon connects to the Medicham. Of course, you are not going to shield that. Triptando will have to play for alignment in this match. This is going to be a shield from the Swampert. This is very good for Triptando. However, the Guzzlord in the back does not want to face any of the Pokemon that Elephant Flash also brought with him.
Yes, this Medicham needs to put up a lot of work here. Here comes another Hydro Cannon. Triptando shields this, potentially wanting to throw that Psychic on to this Swampert to get it out of the ground. But shows some patience there and tries to catch, but the Psychic will go into the Frostlass. This might be just enough damage to chip the Frostlass into Dragon Tail range. Let's see what he does, and he comes in with that Guzzlord. Guzzlord showing its appearance once again in day 2 of another regional.
And that is really important now, because he can avoid that Guzzlord versus Carbink matchup, and especially the Frostless versus Gligar matchup as well.
Yes, this is going to be super interesting. Let's see if he can get this full farm down, and one more away. He knows Triptando on top of his counting game throws just before the Frostlass gets to another move, saving a lot of HP on this Guzzlord.
Yeah, that's true, but how good is this HP going to be there? Because the Carbink matchup is really tough, and you can only go for Brutal Swings, which is an amazing charge attack. However, not against a Fairy type.
Yes, and a bulky Fairy type like Carbink, these charge attacks does not do a lot of damage. But to be honest, I'm a bit surprised it did that much damage. Let's see how they decide to play out this matchup. If you're an Elephant and Flasher at this point of time, you want to fully farm down this Guzzlord, and that is exactly what he's committing to. Here comes another Brutal Swing. Let's see if Trip wants to save this Guzzlord for the late game. Yes, he does, and goes immediately into this Gligar. Gligar does not have any Protect Shields. These Rock Slides are going to do a lot of damage because they do have the same type attack bonus.
That is true, and not that much of a damage for a strong attack like Rock Slide, but we know that Carbink is just very strong on the defensive side rather than on the offensive side. There is one big problem for Triptana, and that is the shield advantage on Elephant Flash's side. Now this is going to be nullified. However, this dig is also not going to connect to the Carbink.
Yes, let's see what he does. Goes into that Swampert. Swampert will reach this move just before Gligar can do any damage to this Swampert. Swampert's Hydro Cannon will potentially take this Gligar out, and it's a one-hit KO. Here, let's see what these two trainers bring. Triptando will potentially want to bring in his Guzzlord, but if he does bring in the Guzzlord, then it would put him in a place where it would be again farm down. But the Medicham, unfortunately, not able to counter down the Swampert, and this Hydro Cannon will be enough to take out Medicham. And considering it's a Carbink at the back, I think Triptando knows the game is done and dusted. The Carbink with that much HP can easily take out this Guzzlord, and going for the Moonblast. Moonblast KOs this Guzzlord, sending Elephant and Flash further into this tournament.
It's always those really close games for Triptando in Game 1 as well. He could have won if he was able to farm down the Shadow Venusaur before it reached the next attack. In this case, it was the Swampert, even though it would still have been an uphill battle for him right there. But Elephant Flasher with a very convincing 2-0 victory right there, even though we thought for a moment, hey, he can't avoid the Frostless versus Gligar and Carbink versus Guzzlord. However, the Carbink in the back was just so strong. It was neutral against everything. It had the shield advantage. It was a fantastic performance by the little Fairy Rock type.
Yes, it took a lot of courage to bring in the Guzzlord there, knowing that the Carbink is looming, and Elephant and Flasher played it to perfection, making sure it had that shield, and a Carbink with a shield advantage into Triptando's team would have been very difficult to overcome, because he does not have a very solid answer to the Carbink. You will need 2 moves from all his Pokemon to take out that Carbink, and if the Carbink has a shield, there is no way that you would be able to take it out. Very well played by Elephant and Flasher, recognizing his win condition, playing for it, saving that shield for that Carbink at the back, and taking himself one step closer to that regional championship title.
You're absolutely correct with this, Arby, but let's think for a second. Is there like a matchup that can't be won by Carbink? I think that the Registeel, even though it is not running Flash Cannon, will be really difficult to knock out with Rock Throws and Moonblast.
Yes, but considering that Elephant and Flasher showed Medicham and also the Swampert, it would take, again, a lot more courage to bring that Registeel into this matchup. And again, you kind of play into this, let's say, polarizing match scenario where you want that Registeel only to be aligned with that Carbink, but if you fail to do so, you lose that game that very instance of time. Triptando went for, let's say, a more conservative approach in bringing 3 Pokemon that can deal with Carbink, except that Guzzlord. But unfortunately for him, the Guzzlord got matched up against that Carbink again in this game, and that is very unfortunate. But he did everything he could. He pulled the game number 1 very close, but Elephant and Flasher gave no room. Perfect gameplay there.
To be fair, also the Guzzlord did not look too good into Elephant Flash's team, right? Because there was, first of all, Carbink, there was a Frostless, which is a bit of an iffy matchup because you're taking super effective damage from these Powder Snows. Avalanche is going to deal a hell of a lot of damage, and Medicham is going to counter you down. So there were not too many applications for the Guzzlord.
But if you looked at the applications, I think Medicham with Guzzlord with energy advantage, honestly, in the one shield is not that bad of a matchup. You also have Pokemon that the Guzzlord absolutely shuts down his team. For example, the Swampert. Swampert does not do a lot of damage to the Guzzlord. Yes, even if you connect an Earthquake, Guzzlord is so bulky that it's going to survive it and still win that matchup. So,
or a Sludge Bomb.
Or a Sludge Wave in this instance. But I think that's what Trip was going for. He wanted that Swampert onto the Guzzlord, but unfortunately he could not get it.
Yep, that that is very unfortunate for him, but very well played by Elefantflasche. He knew that the Guzzlord was coming in, so he went with Medicham and Frostless, and especially, what was the other one? Carbink. Carbink, absolutely crazy Pokemon right there.
Yes, Leo, I don't understand how you could forget the Carbink.
Yeah, it was absolute MVP.
It was the MVP of this game. That said, Triando now goes to the losers bracket, where he will potentially have a chance to make a huge run and still set up a redemption match against Elephant and Flash if Elephant and Flash does well as well. So I am really, really looking forward to these redemption matches. I think these are some of the favorite things for me. When players lose against one, you go down, you battle your way out and say, all right, I'm back here, you need to play me and I'm going to beat you this time. And that is the attitude you will need to win and succeed in these regionals.
Grand finals, come at me, we're gonna reset this whole thing. So guys, talking about resets, we are going to restart the stream really quick and then we're going to be right back for you guys. We have some technical difficulties, it's a live production, what can you do? We're back after a short restart of the stream.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Lille Regional Championship. A high top cut, wouldn't you say, Adelian?
Oh, yeah.
We are getting ready to kick back into the action. We are in the winners group still, so these trainers have not lost a single match so far in the tournament. We saw 2 of them already in the pairings this morning. What are your thoughts on the games that we've already seen?
I was riveted. I was sat watching the stream myself with a lot of the other players and the other competitors that come here, and there's just a lot of real energy about the place, and I can't get enough of it. It's so fun to watch a stream with your friends. So yeah, can't get enough of it.
Yeah, I've been also really enjoying it. Those last matchups, I think Triando made it incredibly close considering he had that Guzzlord locked on the carbink. It's not the matchup that you're hoping to see if you are indeed the Guzzlord.
Yeah, absolutely. I respect Spice so much.
Me too.
Yeah, big time. And so it's fun to see something different, and Triando going so far with Guzzlord is certainly to be respected there. But of course, it's not just about that. I want to see some amazing gameplay. I want to see some more exotic catches. I want to see some of those delayed tactics of, like, you know, when you wait a turn. And
exactly.
So I love it. I struggle to do that, so I want to learn.
Hey, we're in the same boat there, Adelian. Sometimes it's like I feel like I want to wait 1 turn, which is, of course, just a half a second, and then I turned out waiting like 4 turns because I was like, no, they're supposed to do something. I know that the really advanced players are trying to catch, and then meanwhile, they're just completely farming me down.
Yep, I'm familiar with that story. So yeah, we have more of the top 16 to come. We're just getting players set up and ready for the stream. But in the meantime, having seen, are you surprised with some of the results so far for these first few matches?
I mean, well, I was really impressed with Elon. As we know from earlier, he's a French trainer, and this is the very first tournament that he's participated in. And a lot of times, I mean, we've saw it with like I keep bringing it up as well, Pato Man in Liverpool. Sometimes these younger trainers who have just started playing Go Battle League and getting a name for themselves in that have decided that they want to come and also try out this Show 6 Pick 3 format, and they're doing incredibly well.
Yes, absolutely. So I've said this before, age is definitely not a restrictor, and I think all players, those of you watching at home, should consider, you know what, I'll give it a try. It'll be fun. At a minimum, get to hang out with a bunch of my friends, and you can see some of the viewers here chatting away, waiting for the next battles to come up. You can see HK say, oh, you see Lurgan Rocket giving a cheeky wave there. You can see Aero Bubble and Jay and a few other players there. Anyone you spot, Amanda?
Oh yeah, we see Elephant Flasher, who just won the last round, and Tu Yen, who actually has been doing really well as well. We interviewed her back in Barcelona. Oh, look at this. Yeah, Elon as well, the person who just won the very first matchup of the day, kicking off this tournament in an incredible fashion. I tell you what, and speaking of incredible fashion, we have a matchup next against Inadequance. We talked about spicy picks with the Guzzlord as well. He is running that Shadow Magnezone, something that we have not seen really in any of the tournaments so far.
I really respect it. I feel Inadequance, he always likes to bring something a little bit more unusual, a little bit different, but still is able to be so consistent in a lot of his tournaments that he does, competing, reaching the top cut in many occasions. And then we're up against Secrets as well, who is running a more traditional and meta team, but does have that Shadow Venusaur, which we have seen be so dominant in many battles in day 1. So I'm excited to see how much impact that Shadow Venusaur can do. Have you ever played around with the Shadow Venusaur versus Shadow Magnezone matchup? I
have not played that particular matchup. I do know that even though Wild Charge is resisted on a lot of things, we even saw yesterday in the matchup that Inadequance had against Amon, Guzzlord versus a Shadow Magnezone, I still think that Wild Charge did about 70% to the Guzzlord, which was pretty amazing for resisted damage.
Yes, absolutely. So bear in mind, folks, for those watching in Pokemon Go, rather than having immunities, which is a concept you see in the video games, you have double resistances as well. So this means moves like Earthquake will do excuse me, they'll do resisted damage to a flying type Pokemon, or in this case here with the Shadow Magnezone and Shadow Venusaur, you have the resistances are still there, but because of the Shadow benefits or drawbacks, perhaps, depending on which way you look at it.
It's a little bit of both, I would say.
Yeah, you get a bit of extra damage, even if the move is resisted, and so you a hit onto a Guzzlord from a Shadow Magnet Zone can be quite problematic, despite the resistance that Dragon offers to electric-type attacks.
Yes, what Adelian was talking about with is it a benefit or is it not? Shadow Pokemon do 20% more damage than the regular variant. However, that also means they are taking 20% more damage. So some Pokemon with a little bit of more bulk, a little bit more defense to it, they tend to be great Shadow Pokemon because they're hitting harder, and it doesn't seem to matter as much if they are taking it. However, some of the more frail Pokemon, like that Magnezone that we see, it definitely is going to come into play.
Yes, absolutely. So you have to consider when you are weighing up whether to use a Shadow Pokemon or not, whether it secures you any extra wins. Inadequance has
speaking of extra wins, look at this Mr. Top Cut here, cool as a cucumber, and this is all of his accolades. Not even all of his accolades, I would say, Adelian, because he has won so many, not even won so many tournaments, but he has been Top Cut in so many tournaments. We have from the 2023 season on. We were talking with him. He said this is where it began. Lille last year is where he began his Top Cut performances, and the man Top Cut every single tournament he participated in since then.
Yes, and he is adding to that tally today, going into this Top Cut in the winner's bracket as well, against a very strong player in Circus. I really like that Torchic plushie, I must admit, who has a top 16 achievement in Turin, which was the last special event in the previous Play Pokemon season. So that was just before NAIC, if memory serves.
And Secrets was one of the trainers that yesterday, again, that was in the winner's bracket alongside Inadequance. We didn't get a chance to see him on stream, so I'm really excited to see his performances today. Secrets is a player from Switzerland, but he also has French roots because I remember playing against him when he was playing on a French team. He's running, like you said before, that Shadow Venusaur, which seemed to be climbing up in the picks of the people who have made it to Top Cut Day 2 instead of that Superior.
Yes, absolutely, and it does bring an interesting debate as to whether your grass type of choice will be Superior or indeed the Shadow Venusaur. I don't think we've seen any conventional Venusaur. It's always had to be a Shadow. I believe that gives some extra knockout capabilities to the Shadow Venusaur that a standard would not be able to secure. Very interesting thing about Shadow Venusaur, actually, and especially as we've seen a lot of Frostlass, there is a very interesting matchup dynamic between Frostlass and Shadow Venusaur, which I'm a fan of, and advanced players can utilize that. You would think Frostlass wins against Venusaur,
right?
doesn't it?
Being an ice type, Frostlass does win. However, it does make it incredibly close. Both players will need to use a shield in that scenario because an Avalanche would knock out that Shadow Venusaur. But also, surprisingly, that Frostlass does not want to take a Frenzy Plant and not be able to get it for the Vine Whips after. The Venusaur really has a fighting chance in that matchup.
Yes, absolutely. And again, this is a demonstration of, yes, type matchups and type advantages are a key aspect to Pokemon, not just Pokemon Go, but in the video games and trading card games as well. But it's not just all about that. Stats, the firepower that Frenzy Plant has, for example, and indeed certain other moves, is significant as well. And you have to weigh all of those up and have a gauge for how much damage Pokemon will do to each other. As you can see, more of the fans sitting at the front here, waving at the camera. Brilliant stuff.
Oh yeah, we even see, oh look at this, Abby is in the crowd as well, hanging out, watching it. Oh my goodness, this is what I love about it as well. You talk about it very often, Adelian, is the community aspect of Pokemon Go. Because it is a mobile game, it encourages you to go out, it encourages you to find Pokemon in the crowd, and also in that you meet new players along the way.
Well, I just found it very amusing, one of the players there blowing kisses at the camera, beautiful stuff. And oh yeah, calling as well apparently, it's all on offer. So yeah, we can see some fantastic place. So we see Andrus right in the middle of the camera at the moment. A few waves from you see Freaka in the middle there dressed. And then I see a trainer there holding a Pikachu plushie. You can't go wrong with a Pikachu plushie, right?
No, you cannot indeed go wrong with the Pikachu plushie. Speaking of plushies, Martin Inadequance has a lot on his side as well. That Pelipper really rounding out, seems to be the mascot of him lately, running it not only in this tournament, but also showcasing it on stage. And also, like you talked about earlier, that Torchic and the Mudkip.
Pelipper was one of the Pokemon that I made a prediction would do well in the current Open Great League meta. I was hoping to see a few more Pelipper up into the top 16. 16, but I am very glad that at least one has made it thanks to Inadequence, and what a pilot for that Pokemon. This Inadequence as a trainer, really, really so fantastic. If I had confidence in someone to work Pelipper to the best of its ability, it would have to be that brilliant man on the left there. So excited to see if that comes out. I do think he has to be very mindful of Citrus's Lantern, of course, but to be honest, against the rest of the team, the Pelipper isn't too bad. What do you reckon?
I agree, and you're talking about people who can pilot Pelipper. Ooh, say that 5 times fast. Pelipper into position. I would say that we also have to bring up our Zweilous, who won the Barcelona Regional Championship with Pelipper on his team as well.
Yeah, that makes yes, he did very, very well there. Had the Shadow Alolan Sound Slash, the Pelipper. I think the Superior was his grass type of choice.
I think it was also a Shadow Venusaur, I believe.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. I stand corrected. My apologies. So yeah, the Shadow Venusaur, again, demonstrating that it seems top players seem to be picking the Shadow Venusaur a lot of the time, despite the fact that it does get outpaced to the more dangerous move, shall we say, a dangerous attack of Sludge Bomb, which would, of course, do a huge amount of damage to a Superior, whereas Superior is launching the Aerial Ace. I think there's a trade-off here. What would you go for? Would you go for, do you like Aerial Ace because it's quicker but does a bit less damage, or do you want the Sludge Bomb, which takes a bit longer but really does hit hard?
You know, I think for the first tournament, I had picked a Shadow Venusaur to be the more grass of choice, and it turned out to be Superior. This tournament, I picked Superior, and it seemed to be Venusaur, so I guess if you're following along, just pick the opposite of what I'm picking. That's what's going to be what is in the tournament. I think both definitely have their merits, right? The Venusaur, the reason why it's being chosen often is because what we were discussing earlier, that shadow benefit, being able to hit harder with the Community Day attack. Frenzy Plant is very effective against a lot of the meta. Even if it's neutral damage, you see how much it can really do because of that extra shadow bonus. Meanwhile, Superior has a bit more of that bulk to it, and like you said, able to get to those charge attacks very quickly. It's a bit of a trade-off, and I think I said Superior does better against the grasses in total. Again, that's why I picked it for this tournament, but these top players proving me wrong time after time again.
So based on that notion, we're going to be all picking Shadow Magnezone at the next tournament.
Maybe that's going to be it.
A lot of thoughts go into building your team, and I also feel that whenever you build a team of 6 in Open Great League, there's always going to be something that your team is a little bit weak to, or as we would say, a little bit soft against. In your view, is that okay, or is there a perfect world where we can have no weaknesses or not?
I think it's a sort of a calculated risk, right? So if you are playing a tournament and you have 6 Pokemon, you also have to think, what are the chances that my competitor, the person I'm playing against, is going to bring that one specific Pokemon that my team doesn't fare well against? Usually a lot of the times, and especially if you see our top 12 usage graphic and a lot of these, people are tending to pick overall similar Pokemon. That's right when we see something, what we call spicy or a little bit off meta. It's really interesting because the Pokemon trainer has perhaps found something to break these metas, to break these cores.
Yes.
What are the chances that you're running across that player is the real question.
Yes, there is a probability and measurement to be had. There's always, and also though, I do think if you do have a weakness that you've identified, you can make your opponent a bit more predictable. For example, if your team is quite weak to Pelipper, for example, if we're taking Inadequence's team as an example, but you can then safely assume that he's probably going to bring Pelipper quite a bit, either in the lead, be it in the lead or as a safe swap. It will come in, so it makes your actions a little bit more consistent as well. Maybe you might think, you know what, I can bring my Lantern, or maybe I can bring my Superior. Not the perfect matchup against Pelipper, but still one that there is play.
Definitely.
And it can eliminate Pelipper as a threat to your backline Pokemon once the Superior has caused enough damage to it. So there is tactical play to be had if you almost force your opponent to play a certain way.
Yeah, that's true. It's a lot of the game is played in your head as well, right?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I think a phrase was said that half the battle is before the battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Also, before the battle, we have some social posts that we're going to share with you guys for what has been going on throughout this tournament so far. We have a Twitter post from Elephant Flashes saying, he swept my group at Lille Regionals and made it to day 2. Good games and see you tomorrow for sure. Carbink to the top. So we can also see his match history here as well. He did incredibly, incredibly well. His match history is the one at the top, getting 4 wins to become in the winner's bracket of today's tournament. We just saw him before this face-off against Triando, who, if you're a fan of Trip just like we are, don't worry, he's still in the tournament. He is now fighting his way through that loser's bracket.
Yes, so excellent work from Elephant Flash, adding another win there compared to the graphic. So we'll see how far he gets carrying Carbink to the top, and whether indeed Carbink will end up in the top. I think that'll be the first time Carbink does make it there. Oh, and here we are, another tweet from Dockley Pogo. So apologies if I mispronounced that, hopefully I have not. Having a great time watching my friends, and he's tagged Triando, Inadequates and Pokegains, and hoping for their success in the Play Pokemon Lille Regionals. Unfortunately, Pokegains hasn't been able to make top cut despite being a fantastic player in his own right, but Dockley will be very happy to see that two of the trainers that he has tagged are currently in the top 16. Inadequate's just about to play imminently, and then Triando trying to fight his way through the losers bracket, as Amanda's referred to earlier.
And Pokegains did an incredibly well for his first tournament. I believe he made it until the very last round, but he almost was able to make it into this top 16, losing in the first day in that very last. So, I mean, incredible performances for a first-time tournament. Also, like we were talking about earlier, first-time tournaments, we had our French battlers in the very beginning, first tournament there. Oh, man, I just love this. This is the largest Pokemon Go tournament that we've had so far in the 2024 play season, and really players are coming out for it.
Yes, absolutely. I was asking a couple of the local trainers, or indeed people I was watching the stream with behind the stage. I was asking, why Lille? Why have people traveled to Lille? And I think as a destination, certainly for a large chunk of Europe, it is relatively convenient to get to. You have it's within reach with quite a few countries, one would say. So I think that's what helps to bring the numbers. And then when you have bigger numbers anyway, you have an even bigger community feel. People recognize, oh, my friend's going, I think I'll go. It's only going to take me, maybe a quick an hour flight or something if you're myself traveling from the UK, or maybe there's trains that connect quite conveniently to Lille from Belgium or elsewhere, or Germany. So many options to travel from.
Yes, and like you said earlier, it's like, oh, if my friends are going, maybe I will go too. I think Lille, especially, we saw someone on screen earlier, Sepa, has done an amazing job building up the community here in this area. There was a lot of nice little social events, getting to know other players, and that also encourages people to come back. I think that brings people together. Last night, people were showing each other the Pokemon that they used in the tournament. They were showing what do you think the people are going to play against tomorrow. Speaking of the Pokemon that are in the tournament, we have a graphic of the top 12 usage that we're just going to bring right back up for you, so you can see the most popular Pokemon in the tournament. Adelian, anything really standing out to you here?
I'm just going to undertake. There's one Pokemon that you cannot do without. No surprises to many of the seasoned battlers here. But for those of you watching at home, looking to get an idea of where to start off with, you have to get a Medicham, I reckon. It has to stand out. You can have success with other counter users. I think some people have run Deoxys in certain top cuts in the past, but I think certainly for Lille, Medicham is definitely king or queen. And then, of course, you have Lantern, Lickitung, and, of course, Serperior that has the ability to go toe-to-toe with any of the top 3 Pokemon as well. So those 4 Pokemon at a minimum, and then after that, you can start taking a pick. Do I want to go with a Frostlass? Do I want to go with an Alolan Sandslash to get that ice coverage? In terms of a flyer, do I go Gligar or Mandibuzz? Or you can drop Serperior and try out that Shadow Venusaur, and we know how dominant that has been, hasn't it?
Speaking of flyers and that Mandibuzz, I believe Seacrest has a Mandibuzz on his team. And we are going to get back into the battles with Inadequates and Seacrest very shortly. We apologize for the wait, but I mean, we're just really drawing it out, guys. Right? We want to make sure that you are all primed and ready for these heavy-hitting matchups.
Yes, it's going to be 2 Clash of Titans here. Seacrest has, I have known Seacrest in the grassroots tournament formats for quite a while, and he has had success there. And of course, Inadequates here, we needn't say all that much. People know how successful successful he's been. So both of these trainers know how to play. They know exactly what they know exactly how to play their Pokemon to the best of their ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it to the top cut. Let's be honest. And now it's simply a matter of who can go and edge that little bit closer to victory. It will be a real it'll be a really entertaining thing to see. Speaking of entertaining, look at all the beautiful faces waiting to see the next tournament here. A few very cute hand gestures there. And thanks for the wave. And it just goes to show how many people have come in relatively early in the day to tune in to Pokemon Go and find out. Oh, there's Logan with the lovely Halloween jumper. I'm a big fan of that. And then you can just see so many fans that are so keen to see what becomes of this top 16. Where are we up to, and who is eventually going to be? How have that coveted title of Lille Regional Champion.
Yeah, so again, this is a top 16 cut because there was so many competitors on the tournament. We are only able to show from the winner side so far, but let me go ahead and briefly fill all of you in on who has been winning from the losers rounds. We had Lisuedo beat Hikami, so it's still in the tournament. Music Michael ended up beating Ekline Chen, so still in the tournament as well. Dodudu lost to San Hudigo, so Triando will play that person next, and Colin 6 beat Eamon, Colin 6 being our last regional champion of Lille, and he will be playing against, it looks like he had already beat Mini Benoir. San Hudigo just beat Triando as well, so they will be playing a little bit later. Meanwhile, on the stage, we have two battlers still in the winners tournament, making very nice eye contact while they are getting ready to battle. This is Inadequance on the left-hand side and Secrets on the right.
They are exchanging their battle codes, so you can use, for those of you that haven't exchanged battle codes before, you can go on to the battle section in Pokemon Go, and you will come up with a QR code. That QR code can be scanned by another trainer, and that can be used to start a Pokemon Go battle. So when I was younger and I played the original Pokemon Red, Blue, or indeed Yellow, you would often come across situations where you would walk and come into the eyes of another trainer within the game, and you would lock eyes, and if you locked eyes, that means you had to battle.
Oh boy.
So in Pokemon Go, it's a teeny bit different, but you both are playing, you both have Pokemon Go accounts. I'm sure you will have certain Pokemon, be it in Great, Ultra, or Master League, that you go, you know what, it might be worth giving a shot. Let's just have a little fun battle and see who can outwit each other. It's a fun little test of wit and skill. So maybe it's something you can do with your local communities as well. You say, hey, do you fancy having a practice battle? I just want to try it out and see how it goes if you haven't had a play around already. It's a good bit of fun, I think.
I completely agree with that, Adelian. Since we've had these teams up on the screen for a little bit, I'm sure everyone, including chat, has had a chance to analyze. What are your thoughts? Is there anything that's really jumping out to you on either of the sides? I mean, personally, we've talked a lot about that Shadow Magnezone. I think it definitely has a lot of play on Inadequance's side. But if I'm looking, I also think that the Umbreon has a decent amount of play against Secrets as well. What do you think from Secrets' side would be good against Inadequance?
So I'm thinking if Secrets' Lickitung can avoid Inadequance's Umbreon, then it's a relatively safe bet against quite a few Pokemon. So what Secrets can do, you can either use Lickitung to try and align it against something like the Frostlass, for example, or he wants to try and use the Lickitung to go up against, for example, the Serperior and have a matchup that's relatively even, but then does allow the Serperior to be eliminated out of the matchup in the mid-game, meaning a Pokemon that is then quite weak to Serperior can be utilized by Secrets in the end game, safe in the knowledge that the Serperior has been eliminated. That's one example. Lickitung can also be used against other Pokemon in a similar fashion. So that might be a way to go about it, and these are the sort of thoughts that these trainers will be thinking. What do I want to do? What's my game plan? And what do I want the startup, the mid-game, and the end game to be against my opponent? And of course, it will also be reading a very friendly fist bump there. I got to respect that. I love the camaraderie, don't I?
Yeah, same. Another thing that you kind of briefly briefly touch on. We'll talk about it afterwards because we are getting right into these battles between Inadequates and Secrets. We are in the winner's bracket right now. Secrets leading in that Lickitung, like you talked about, Adelian, against the Umbreon. Not the greatest lead for Secrets. We'll have to see how these two trainers play it out.
Absolutely. So the Inadequates as well are going to be more than happy to stay in with Umbreon here. And it seems like Secrets is choosing to do the same, because if you look at the back line, there's not actually anything that is a hard answer to the Umbreon. But then Mandibuzz is relatively even, and Lunton would be too. So Inadequate's going, you know what, I'm happy with this. I'll throw the first foul play and try and start chipping away at this Lickitung. And then at the perfect timing by Secrets to launch the body slam just before Inadequates is able to throw a second foul play off onto the Umbreon. So now we'll have to see if Inadequates decides to farm up a bit more, choosing, nope, I'm just going to throw this straight away. I'm more than happy just to get the damage out ASAP.
The big thing about the Lickitung against Umbreon matchup is that Lick does a lot of damage to Ghost-type Pokemon, but the Dark-type Pokemon, as you can see as those Licks are going, it is not very effective. Secrets at another body slam here. Meanwhile, Umbreon still in the green, and Inadequates comfortably deciding that he will tank this charge attack as well.
Yes, absolutely. And Umbreon, I think, is a perfect example of how you can be successful, not necessarily doing a huge amount of damage in one fell swoop, but just using your bulk to outbulk even opponents such as Lickitung, which are known for their bulking themselves. So this is one advantage, trying to get a catch here onto the Mandibuzz, but Inadequates reacting wisely to that and brings in the Frostlass against this. So this is a relatively even matchup, would you say?
Wow, and if you look at the attack set here on Secrets, this is a Shadow Ball Mandibuzz, which is not common. Often you will see an Aerial Ace and a Dark Pulse or Foul Play. Wow, a Shadow Ball. He has not been on screen yet. That was a really good shield by Inadequates.
Yes, absolutely. Inadequates would have been kicking himself if a Shadow Ball got landed on his Frostlass, especially when he is in a matchup where, oh wow, the Avalanche actually gets tanked by the Mandibuzz. That's very interesting. Mandibuzz's bulk is very impressive considering the damage Frostlass does.
And Inadequates does not want to waste any time with this either. He doesn't want to be able to get to another charge attack, going ahead and throwing off that Avalanche right away, getting that Mandibuzz out of the sky, and in comes Secrets' Lantern against the Frostlass.
A beautiful shiny Lantern while Ratted, and now rushing to the charge move, but not before Inadequates is able to launch a Shadow Ball at this Lantern to try and chip away at it. But Secrets goes, you know what, I want to keep my Lantern nice and healthy. I'm going to throw in a shield at this point. Now farming up a little bit more. Is he going to be able to throw at the perfect timing by Secrets, getting the Surf off at the perfect time just to take out this Frostlass before it can reach another charge attack?
Yeah, but if you're Inadequates, you are probably smiling a little bit here, because in comes Lantern's worst nightmare. You can see it on Secrets' face as well. They're laughing about it. Lantern does not have much play against this grass-type Pokemon, now throwing the Frenzy Plant, and I think if you're Secrets, you choose to let that Lantern go.
Yes, at this point, unfortunately, even if you were to shield, that just allows Serperior to get up to another Frenzy Plant here, and I think Lickitung just does not have enough to take out the Serperior. So this is where the Vine Whips do take out the Lickitung, and that is game 1 to Inadequates, asserting his dominance exceptionally early indeed. I think that was a really good game, and he knew exactly where to place that Serperior in the end.
And wow, what a call as well. Of course, a Frostlass not having a lot of bulk to it in the Great League does not want to be taking a Foul Play or a Dark Pulse either, but revealing that it is a Shadow Ball Mandibuzz early on in this changes a lot of things, I think, for Inadequates there, because obviously the Dark Pulse is something that is really good against some Pokemon that we've seen lately in the meta. I'm very curious as to why Secrets has had this Shadow Ball on the Mandibuzz.
I wonder if I'm just thinking out loud here almost, I wonder if there's a benefit to having Shadow Ball to deal with Medicham to a much greater extent than Aerial Ace, because Aerial Ace, even though it is super effective damage on Medicham, it doesn't have as much firepower still as Shadow Ball.
That's true, but because it is also not same type of tech bonus from a Mandibuzz, it's not hitting as heavy as say it would be from a Frostlass.
Yeah.
Secrets, though, I'm not doubting him or his playstyle at all. As you can see, he was in the Triando top 16, which means he knows definitely what he's doing. He has got a game plan ready to go against Inadequates here.
Yes, absolutely. I'm confident that Secrets will have the ability to adapt, to reconsider and go, okay, that is what Inadequates did. I noticed he kept his Serperior in the back, so let's see what he does in game 2 as we go in with the Shadow Magnezone coming in against the Frostlass. This is going to be very assertive from Inadequates straight away. Let's see who switches out. No one decides to switch out. They're going in, trying to switch into the Venusaur. We talked about this earlier. Venusaur is actually able to resist all of Shadow Magnezone's moves, but they're both Shadow attacks, and this is going to be a Wild Charge on the Shadow Venusaur.
See how much is going to hit as this Shadow Wild Charge connects in. Wow, puts Venusaur already already into the red, and in comes the Frostlass to almost farm it down.
Yes, this was a good move to get the Frostlass in to get some get the farm down, but not before Sycris is able to convince Inadequance you want to use a shield. No shield, and Frostlass is actually just about able to tank and just about able to get that farm down as well. So now there's a choice with Sycris. Do I put in my own Frostlass? Do I put in the Medicham? The Medicham is going to really struggle against the Ghost type, but Frostlass is so low that it may not really matter. So they're rushing to a charge attack here, and Inadequance is able to get that Shadow Ball off. Surely this gets a shield, and indeed it does.
Yeah, being able to get that off is a big, big thing for Inadequance, as it strips Sycris down to one shield, and now the Magnezone comes back in. This Shadow Ball will be doing heavy damage. Inadequance knows it as he properly shields that up, and now I think we're about to see the power of the Magnezone come into play. What do you think of that, Adelian?
Yes, absolutely, but I think the Medicham is now going to come in, and now Magnezone deciding to throw the Wild Charge onto the Medicham here. How much damage will this do? Medicham is reasonably bulky, but it is not super bulky, and still 60% damage onto that is incredible damage.
Again, we're playing this game of how much damage will a Wild Charge do. We have seen it twice now, this Ice Punch coming through. It is a super effective move against this Grass type, but as we talked about before, Superior has a lot of bulk, able to tank that, and now already up past an Aerial Ace. I think he's going to throw right before the Ice Punch goes through. Incredible counting by Inadequance here, letting off this Aerial Ace.
Perfect timing there, and the Aerial Ace will definitely KO at this range. This is just to ensure Medicham cannot get another Ice Punch off, and now you have the Superior up against the Frostlass. This is not great for the Superior, but there is plenty of energy on Superior now, so Inadequance choosing to throw the Frenzy Plant, but something doesn't happen there, and he isn't able to throw it off, and now Magnezone does come back in to try and take out the Frostlass, but this Avalanche is going to come in. It does have to go shielded, and now it's a race to see who can get that next charge attack. Will Magnezone be able to get the move? And there comes another Volt Switch, and here's the next Avalanche coming in. This is definitely going to eliminate the Shadow Magnezone, surely.
This will be enough definitely to take it out. You can see from Inadequance's face that he's not quite happy about how this went. I think we might end up seeing a little bit of a talk or a dispute, as we saw him click the button, but perhaps it just did not register in time.
Yes, so there might be that Inadequance has a word with the judges for a review. So we'll see. But yes, we thought that was very close, and maybe had that Frenzy Plant been launched, I wonder if that would change the outcome of the game. But both these trainers played very well, and I must admit it was very exciting to see how dangerous that Shadow Magnezone was. It was very strong.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think we were playing that game. How much does a Wild Charge do? Well, we indeed saw it, but now this is also information that Sycris has in his pocket for the later matchups. Now he knows, okay, that brings even my Venusaur down to the red. That brings my Medicham down to the yellow. Maybe I don't want to be tanking these Wild Charges anymore from this Shadow Magnezone.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm now looking at Sycris' team, and now that we have been able to see how much damage Shadow Magnezone does to a Shadow Venusaur, I'm looking at it, there's not really anything that can handle a Wild Charge all that well. So Sycris is really reliant on those shields. I think probably the best answer to withstand a Wild Charge, if you didn't want a shield, was Lickitung.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, Adelian, and I think this was the big point for Adelian, or not, you are Adelian, or Inadequance.
I am.
On the screen, is he benched the Magnezone that first game because he realized how strong it was against Sycris' team, and instead we went with what we talked about before, that Umbreon, the bulk of the Umbreon doing well against a lot of Sycris' team. I think Inadequance had a really good game plan for both Game 1 and Game 2. Sycris, in the meantime, has really been playing very well as well, able to get a ton of energy on his Frostlass, which really proved instrumental in that end game.
Yes, absolutely. So we need to now, there is currently a review taking place to see how the matchup continued, but in the meantime it does give the two trainers time to consider, okay, what would my Game 3 be? How do I want to adapt? If either it goes to a Game 3, or if it is indeed a rematch of Game 2, they will still have to play another match regardless. So a real skill, I think, is mentally keeping your discipline.
Right.
So keeping your sort of not center of gravity, that's not quite what I was going, but yeah, keeping yourself centered, as generally speaking. You can see Aries coming in with news on the review. But in the meantime, yes, they're going to think, right, how do I change this? If I'm Inadequance, do I stick with the Shadow Magnezone because it was so successful, wasn't it?
I do believe that he will stick with that Shadow Magnezone, but we'll have to see for sure. We have been informed that it is indeed going to be a rematch. As as you saw with the rest of us, if you just tuned in, Inadequance tried to click on a charge attack. It did not register, and because of that, Secrets was able to completely powder snow down the Venusaur to be able to get a lot of energy to throw in the back to the Magnezone. So because of this, it has been reviewed and decided that there will be a rematch on this game number 2. So this, again, will be game number 2 that is starting out the next time these two players play.
Yes, so here we are. We can see the scores have been updated now, and so we will be able to see what the tactical play is. Is there going to be any changes? Because even though the game is being rematched, there is no need to play the same team or the same style. So it's like the old battle never happened.
It's like it's been poofed out of existence.
but the one benefit you do get, though, is that you can still garner technical information or guidance on the sort of patterns and play style of your opponent. That is committed to memory. So whether one trainer can utilize that better than the other, better to take advantage of against the other trainer, that is the tricky skill, I feel.
That's exactly right. And like we talked about earlier, now Secrets knows how much damage a Wild Charge does to at least 2 Pokemon.
Yep.
Maybe this next game is a fact-finding adventure to see how much it does to other Pokemon as well. I think like you said, none of the Pokemon on Secrets' team really wants to take that. Even though that Lickitung has a lot of bulk, it definitely would at least bring that down to the yellow as well, I have to imagine.
Yeah, oh, absolutely indeed. So I'm just thinking now, if I'm Secrets, what do I want to do? I think I personally would save my shields for the Magnezone and then bring bulky Pokemon that don't need shields.
Sure.
And then just have an answer to the Magnezone that I can shield up if I do come across it and get the right alignment. That would be my way of doing it. What would you do if you would do anything different?
I can tell you what I'll do, but I would much rather see it from the man himself as we jump right into the battles here, leading the Frostlass into the Magnezone. And again, like we talked about, does it want to take a Wild Charge? I think not. We'll have to see as these players start and staying in the matchup.
Yes, so earlier in the previous match, there was a relatively quick swap to the Venusaur, and now Frostlass is launching the Shadow Ball onto the Magnezone. Inadequate's immediately shielding. This Magnezone can't really tank any real significant damage from any charge attacks, so there is another attempt to get some extra Volt Switch, and then the Mirror Shot comes through onto the Frostlass. At this range, I wonder if this would KO, because Ice is weak to Steel.
Yeah, this is 100% super effective, barely hanging on to the Frostlass, but just getting one more Volt Switch through on that Magnezone with a perfect amount of energy for Inadequance. I think he's very happy about the way that played out.
Yes, absolutely. And what we'll notice is actually it was a good thing for Inadequance that the Frostlass wasn't KO straight away. Now it's an instant swap.
Wow!
Instant swap into the Frostlass and the Venusaur. We have seen this matchup before. We have talked about it. We've talked about just how important it is to have that energy advantage. And so an immediate shield onto the Venusaur here, but Venusaur is having to play catch up against this Frostlass.
This is an incredible alignment here. The Frenzy Plant almost at another one here. If Inadequance doesn't shield that, it will go down, even though, like we talked about, Ice is better against Grass and Grass against Ice. The hitting pressure of that Frenzy Plant would be enough to knock it out. That Avalanche is reached right before the Frenzy Plant. Does Secrets want to go 2 shields down?
Yes, I think I personally, if I was Secrets, I may choose not to do so, choosing no shielding at this point, and now this Frostlass is therefore open to be trying to counter down with the Medicham. You don't see that often, but it's possible because it's only a single resist. Avalanche being launched by Frostlass onto the Medicham here, which is immediately shielded by Secrets. Maybe he thought it was a Shadow Ball.
Even if not, I think it's his last Pokemon. He doesn't want to take any risks. He wants to go ahead and save as much help on that Medicham as possible. Like you said, almost counting down.
And there's a catch! That's amazing!
Catch!
That is brilliant play there by Inadequance, just getting the Superior onto the Medicham there. It is taking super active damage, but we know Superior's bulk is incredible, and it's able to take that first Ice Punch, no problems at all. Will there be another one launched? And there is another Ice Punch launch here. This won't KO though, surely?
I don't think it will. We saw how much damage the first one did, meanwhile already up to an Aerial Ace, and we have to remember that Inadequance still has a Wild Charge stored on that Magnezone. So even if this doesn't knock out, he will win that charge attack priority as well. So I think the Inadequance has this game in the pocket.
Oh yes, absolutely. There's one more Fine Whip, another one, just letting the Medicham go down, and now Superior is able to win that one, and that is game for Inadequance as he moves further on in the winner's bracket. Congratulations to him, and a very, very jovial handshake from the two trainers there. Again, the respect they have for each other really, really coming through here.
Yeah, congratulations to both of those trainers. Secrets, again, since we are in the winner's bracket, will be knocked down to the losers, but he will still be in this tournament, as this is a double elimination tournament. This top cut of 16 players, we have players patiently waiting to play against him as well to see who will continue on, who will become the Lille Regional Champion of the 2024 season.
Yes, I cannot wait to see who. Well, we saw that graphic earlier of Zweilers with when he had won the Barcelona special event, and now I want to see who will be that next face in that graphic. Will it be Inadequates? Will it be with some of the many other trainers? We know that the defending Lille Regional Champion Colin Six is around in the top 16. We'll be curious to see how well he is doing as well. Maybe we'll see more of him. The excitement continues here with the Pokemon Go Lille Regional Championships. That battle was riveting. I was enjoying that so much, so much.
What I liked before, but we were talking about, there are a lot of meta staple picks. As we saw that top 12 usage graphic, 100% of the teams that have made it to Dato, which means all 16 competitors have a Metagame on their team, but not all 16. In fact, only one person had that Shadow Magnezone, and that was Inadequates.
Yes, so you got to run something a little bit unusual, and what I think is very brave though is Shadow Magnezone is actually very, very weak to Metagame.
Yes.
So just because a Pokemon is weak to one of the most meta-staple Pokemon in Open Great League, this doesn't necessarily rule it out. We've seen, of course, the Shadow Magnezone we mentioned. We see the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which is perhaps even more popular than the Shadow Magnezone. So don't be fearful of Metagame. Rely on if you are playing this game, rely on the tactics and the foresight to know I can get the right alignment and avoid something, avoid Metagame with something that's weak to it, and put something like a Fairy type on against the Metagame and eliminate it that way. You can play that game. You just got to outsmart your opponents a little bit.
Yeah, I was talking with Lurgan Rocket, our first ever regional champion. I believe he won, was it Liverpool, the first
Yeah, that's right.
And he was saying that this tournament really wasn't his tournament, and he realized why. And it was because he was trying to play towards a specific meta and not playing the Pokemon that he feels comfortable with, the Pokemon that he knows. And sometimes this is the key as well. You don't need to follow what everyone else is doing. Maybe you're carving your own path, right? Our own road to victory, our own way to Honolulu. And he said, next time I think my opponents will be a little bit surprised, and they should be a little bit scared of what I'm going to bring.
Yes, absolutely. I remember in Liverpool, I think Lurgan Rocket had a Diggersby of all things, and we know Diggersby would have been very handy against against that Magnezone. To be fair, I don't think the Wild Charge would have done a lot to Diggersby. Diggersby, fantastic Pokemon, very bulky, is a normal and ground type, and does have Scorching Sands, which is a new move that was added to his move pool, wasn't it?
Yes, there was just a new attack added, and it is pretty good. We saw it actually Tomahawk used it in Barcelona, and with a Mantine core, and I thought that was a very interesting grouping as well. Of course, didn't bring it to this particular tournament. Ended up bringing something just as spicy as Kanto Ninetales. I want your opinion on it, because especially for the Magnezone, definitely doesn't want to see that either.
No. Yeah, absolutely not. So Kanto Ninetales had the benefit of getting Scorching Sands as an additional move as well. But there is a debate to be had, because I think Weather Ball is a staple charge attack that you need on Cantonian Ninetales. The reason being, you need something that is going to chip away and do a respectable amount of fire type damage in addition to your fast attacks that you're going to be churning out. Then there's a debate here. Do you go with additional coverage with Scorching Sands, which will allow you to have something against the rock-type Pokemon that you may see put up against you as a Kanto Ninetales? Or do you go with everything blazing and go, you know what, I want to go with the Overheat, one of the most powerful attacks in the game, in my opinion. It's up there with Blast Burn, I think.
It is up there. I will tell you why I'm going to go with Scorching Sands.
Okay.
And that's because Overheat, once you use it, it lowers your own attack. So it's something that, like you said, a lot of literal firepower, as it is a fire type of fast attack or a charge attack. But in my mind, like, I don't know if sometimes I like those debuffing moves as much. So I don't know. I think personally, I'm going with Scorching Sands, but I absolutely agree. Weather Ball is really almost necessary on it, especially because I think a lot of times Pokemon need what we call a spammy charge attack, something that they're able to reach quite quickly.
Yes, when you have Pokemon when you have your opponent's Pokemon relatively low on health, you don't need to go with a very hard-hitting move. You want something quick that doesn't expend a lot of energy, and it's where something like Weather Ball comes in quite handy. You know, you said about debuffing moves. We saw plenty of debuffing moves with Shadow Magnezone though, but this is where you have tactics like what some players call chip and dip. So you do some damage by chipping away at your opponent, use a Wild Charge which will chip more than just a little bit of damage, and then get out of there quickly to clear the debuffs that would otherwise come from using Wild Charge, which does lower your defense after you've used it.
I thought you were going to say as well that the debuffing moves of Gala Bolton, as he is running that Leaf Tornado on his Superior. We saw it one of the first times. That has a possibility. It is not a 100% guarantee to lower your opponent's attack, but we did see it on screen when he was playing, being able to Leaf Tornado the opponent's Lickitung immediately, almost causing those licks and those body slams to be doing less and less damage overall.
Yes, I remember that matchup. It was quite a fun one to look back on, and so I'm curious to see whether Gala Bolton will bring the Superior again. It does seem to have a reasonable matchup against quite a few Pokemon. The Lantern isn't too bad, the Medicham isn't too bad, and the Lickitung certainly not. But then does have to, without having aerial A's, it does have to fear that Shadow Venusaur on Sandudu's side.
Yes, I think if you're Sandudu, you're feeling pretty confident about that Shadow Venusaur. And also, if we watched play yesterday, really masterful plays overall with that Shadow Venusaur. Once again, proving my point that they're just picking opposite of what I'm picking Adelian, although Gala Bolton does have that Superior. So, I mean, I guess I'm right 50% of the time, at least during this matchup.
Yes, absolutely. So here we have Lickitung going into a Shadow Lowland Sandslash. We need to check out what the fast move is on Gala Bolton, and it is the I think it's the Powder Snow.
It is Powder Snow, yes. Indeed. And staying in, it looks like it's going up to a drill run and throwing that, going ahead and trying to at least get a shield or bring that Frostlass low on Sandudu's side. As we've seen many times in the past, Frostlass with an energy advantage is, you know, very, very big problem for a lot of teams.
Yes, absolutely. And now what's interesting is Gala Bolton choosing to stay in with Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and now he has to make a decision whether to shield. Is this a Shadow Ball or not? It is, and it was the right call to shield it, because that would have done a lot of damage to Gala Bolton's Alolan Sandslash. Now responding with an Ice Punch, when at this range, even though the move is resisted, that will certainly take out the Frostlass. So Sandudu goes, nope, I want to keep this Frostlass up around for a little bit longer. I'm going to throw another move, and so I want to shield as well. Here comes the second Shadow Ball, and Gala Bolton committing both shields early on in this matchup. Very cool.
Yeah, we have to see that this, again, like you said, is a Powder Snow. If it was a Shadow Claw, that Frostlass would have been down a long time ago, but the Powder Snows were resisted. But now Gala Bolton, 0 shields, but a lot of energy on that Alolan Sandslash. Sandudu, meanwhile, has a pretty good answer to that, and we've seen an immediate swap out into a Medicham mirror match.
Yes, you don't want to keep your Alolan Sandslash in against a Medicham, and so this is now a mirror match where both trainers are running Dynamic Punch as well, so they're going to be opting for Ice Punch as the preferred charge attack to use against both these trainers. So Medicham is now a bit of a race. Which one will have slightly better bulk and be able to withstand more of these Ice Punches? That is the question. But of course, we know Gala Bolton doesn't have any shields, whereas Sandudu does have the luxury of having one. So that could be a real advantage to ensure switch advantages reached by Sandudu.
Yeah, it's another Ice Punch going through from Sandudu's side, and meanwhile, like you said, no shields left on Gala Bolton's side. Taking this Ice Punch, there's a lot of energy on the field as well, though, as we can see Gala Bolton also at another Ice Punch. This will not be enough to knock it out. I think we're going to see a pretty aggressive counter down. We'll have to see who wins that charge attack priority if it comes to that.
Yes, indeed. And I wonder if they've been keeping count of each other and whether Sandudu recognizes that he needs to throw. Right, tries to make a catch here, and it's not successful. And actually, Gala Bolton recognizes that and launches the Dynamic Punch. Sandudu realizes, you know what? I reckon Gala Bolton's caught on to this. Shields the Dynamic Punch. I think it's the right call here, but that was a good attempt here. Now Gligar comes in instead.
Gligar in against the Lickitung. Lickitung does have a few licks advantage there already at a body slam. Meanwhile, the dig is going to be the more effective move. Neither one of these trainers have any shields left, so all of this damage will be coming straight through as an excellent throw is hit, and you can see Lickitung already down to the yellow.
Yes, but Lickitung does have exceptional bulk here and is able to withstand quite a lot of damage here, and now has 2 body slams ready to go, and this is going to cause a lot of problems for Gligar. Gligar is reasonably bulky, but nonetheless it will be chipped down a little bit more than Lickitung would than it would like, but not before it's able to get to another dig first. At this range, this is going to bring Lickitung really close to being KO'd.
Yeah, very close indeed, and you can see Sandudu hitting that Power Whip, which is the bigger hitting move. If you only are able to do one before it ends up going down, this would be it. Looks like he is going, Power Whip connects into the Gligar, still not quite enough to take it out.
And there's one more wing attack, and down goes that Lickitung, and now we have the Medicham, and it is trying to rush to the wing attacks, and They both take out at the same time, and that ends that matchup with Gala Bolton having 2 Pokemon left in the back, whereas Sandudu did not. So therefore, it is now 1-0 to Gala Bolton, I believe.
Yeah, very well played by this, and a very interesting strategy by Gala Bolton. A lot of times, players have a sort of an inclination that if your opponent switches out, you almost feel like, oh, I have to switch out too. I have to keep some sort of alignment. But as you saw by Gala Bolton's backline, none of those Pokemon really dealt with Frostlass that well. He said, you know what, I'm comfortable where I am at, and very interesting and aggressive playstyle of going 2 shields down very early on in the matchup.
Yes, you have to be very brave when going 2 shields down early on, because you have to rely on the fact that your Pokemon in the back are going to be able to have the bulk to withstand whatever is thrown. But of course, it did make a lot of sense, because one of Sandudu's strongest Pokemon when shields are down or shields are no longer in play is Frostlass, and if that's been eliminated early on, then that might not be too bad. You've got to be mindful, of course. The Shadow Venusaur is certainly very troublesome, shall we say, when there are no shields, but nonetheless, that wasn't there in this case. We can see some of the accolades that Gala Bolton has. He was actually in Malmo, which is his home regional, in May of this year. He reached top 8 there, so very successful. And Sandudu's been a staple in many Play Pokemon regionals there, and you can see his achievements reaching top 8 in Torino in June 2023, so not too long ago.
Yeah, incredible battlers, both of them. They both reached about the same amount of accolades. Gala Bolton, I have not seen very often. Like you said, only really saw in that Malmo regional tournament. I think that he has a very interesting playstyle, especially by looking at this. I really like what he's done here as well, because there is one Shadow Claw user already on the team, right, with that Purified Sableye. So I think because of that, he also said, there's no need for 2 necessarily, no need to double down, and that is one reason that he's using that Powder Snow, Alolan, Sand Slash. But because of this, the things that really take on that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash well are hard countered by that Sableye. That Frostlass, I mean, and also, let's see, like the Metagame, both of those things that do well against a Powder Snow, Alolan Sand Slash, do not want to be facing that Sableye.
Yes, absolutely, and that might be the reason why Sableye was brought in, because I'll be honest, we haven't seen a lot of Sableye, especially with the rise of Carbink, which is one of the few Pokemon that can maul all of Sableye's charge attacks. But maybe we'll see it here, maybe we won't. But let's get to the 3rd battle, and we see Alolan Sand Slash against Frostlass here, but this is the Powder Snow variant, as you rightly said, Amanda, so this will be a little bit more even, perhaps.
Yeah, but like I think it looks like he's running the same lineup as before with the Gligar and Metagame in the back. Neither one of these Pokemon want to take on the Frostlass either, so I don't think we will see a switch out from Gala Bolton. In fact, we might see him go 2 shields down like he did before, which could be a good indication to Sandudu what is in the back. Meanwhile, Sandudu just charging up a ton of energy, throwing this avalanche bait. Will Gala Bolton fall for it? Yes, he does!
Yes, I'm not surprised, especially if you are Gala Bolton and you want to ensure Frostlass isn't lined up against anything else. You will shield, even if it does mean a bait. Going into the Ice Punch straight away, which will draw a shield out surely from Sandudu, unless he's happy to let Frostlass go and take a shield advantage. No, deciding, yep, I will shield this. I want to get another shield off you, thank you very much. And throwing the Shadow Ball to ensure that second shield is used. And Gala Bolton going, yep, absolutely. I need to protect this Shadow Alolan Sand Slash at all costs.
At all costs, he did. What will it cost? We'll have to see as the Lickitung comes in. Now, before, if it was a Shadow Claw one, this would not be doing as much to the Lickitung. However, because it was Powder Snow, you saw there was some damage already taken on the Lickitung before this Metagame came in. Meanwhile, this Body Slam is going through, and we have to remember the Licks are not resisted on Metagame. In fact, they are doing super effective damage.
Yes, and this is why the matchup between Metagame and Lickitung is so even, but certainly having Dynamic Punch there is going to make things really problematic, as Sandudu now needs to make a key decision here. Is he going to shield this Dynamic Punch? Because this would KO at this range, surely. No shield, and down goes that Lickitung, and that is out. And now the debate is, what do I bring in? Do I bring in that Frostlass that I saved earlier, or do I bring in that Mandibuzz, which will have to choose to go with the Mandibuzz? This is the Snarl variant, and choosing to rush to that Aerial Ace, and will he be able to reach it in time? No, farming up even more, and now comes the Ice Punch from Metagame onto this Mandibuzz.
You can see the Sandudu not quite happy about how this turns out. He knows that it's the Powder Snow and Sand Slash in the back with still a decent amount of health. He cannot go ahead and throw these right away. He has to charge up a lot of energy before throwing this Aerial Ace. This, at this point, will be enough to take out the Metagame. He also has a very, very low health Frostlass in the back.
Yes, and so maybe he could utilize that Frostlass as what's the so-called third shield, where you can make a rather impressive catch. Tries to catch straight away, and it is a catch. I think that's brilliant play there from Sandudu, realizing that this is his way to play the game and deciding to catch. Then down goes that Frostlass, and now the Mandibuzz is a little bit safer here, but does have to try and take out the Shadow Alolan Sanchez ASAP, and does decide to do that, throwing in the foul play, or was it a Dark Pulse? One of the two.
It is indeed going to be that Dark Pulse, a little bit heavier hitting, but not quite enough to take it out. Meanwhile, Galaxica Bolton already at another Ice Punch, forcing the shield from Sandudu, who has still not seen Galaxica Bolton's third Pokemon.
Yeah, so relying on this Mandibuzz shielding out, and now they just swap into the Gligar, and now it's a race to see who can get those charge moves on. Dark Pulse coming in strong on this Gligar, but it will not be enough. They will need, Sandudu will need at least one more here, but Gligar looking strong, looking bulky, can take that no problems at all, racing to more moves, racing to another potential aerial ace, about to throw it. Is this enough to KO the Mandibuzz from here? Mandibuzz is bulky, but it's so low on health. Is this going to be enough?
Oh, it looks like it is not quite enough. It's still charging up a little bit more, but the Galaxica Bolton said, okay, that's fine. If one's not enough, this one should do it, as another aerial ace is thrown and about to connect with the Mandibuzz, and Galaxica Bolton has taken this decisively in a 2-0 sweep against Sandudu, staying in that winner's bracket.
Congratulations, Galaxica Bolton. You can see that. You can see him leaning back. It's the stress dripping out, coming out of his body at that point. Going, oh, very nice handshake there. I loved it. Again, always this, even at these high stakes tournaments, I love how the players always keep their amicability and their respect for one another. But that was such a decisive play, and also Galaxica Bolton did something similar again, keeping Shadow Alolan Sanchez in the lead and protecting it very early on. And unfortunately for Sandudu, he wasn't able to take advantage of the two shields advantage he had in order to recover from that. But I think that's I feel it's a high-risk strategy. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to pull off what Galaxica Bolton did, because like we discussed, none of those Pokemon did well against Frostlass.
Oh.
I mean, like, because it was a Powder Snow variant of that Alolan Sandslash, it really needed to go 2 shields down always, which I think was a good indication to Sandudu about what was going to be in the back, everything that was weak to Frostlass. However, at that point, after you already tank one charge attack of a Drill Run, forcing yourself to catch an Ice Punch, it puts him in a little bit on the back foot. But I think Sandudu played fantastic. If you are a fan of him, don't worry, still in the tournament. He's being knocked down to the loser bracket. Well, he will continue to play out against the other opponents who are still there. And that is the beauty of a double elimination tournament, where one loss, especially at this high stakes, okay, you've taken one loss in the top cut. It's an achievement to even get into top cut with such a stacked roster of trainers at the largest regionals to date for this season. So I feel if you do drop into the losers bracket, I personally would not, at this point, I personally would not feel too hard done by. Of course I want to win, that goes without saying, but I think it's okay, these things happen. I can have the odd loss, but I can recover, and we have seen some amazing comebacks on the grander stages of all coming from the losers bracket. That's absolutely true. I mean, we even saw it a little bit in Barcelona with 2 of the competitors getting knocked down to the losers bracket in round 2 and having, I believe, 8 and 9 wins in a row respectively, to be able to be not only in the day 2, but I think like 6th place as well. So that is an incredible, incredible run. Speaking of other incredible runs, Colin 6, we saw him a little bit yesterday. It was knocked down to the losers bracket. Not early on, I believe it was in the winners finals to see who would make it to day 2, and unfortunately we could not see it on screen, but it was a rematch of last year's Lille Regional Championship, as him and Tho Technical played against each other to see who would make it into that top 16 cut, and as you can see, it has been Colin 6 regaining his title there. He's still playing to see if he will be maintaining his role as the Lille Regional Champion. I don't know about you, but I think there will be something very poetic to see if Colin 6 is able to defend his title. That would be something really impressive. We have seen it in the same state with Sacramento, with Elite, but in the same city, that is something that I would be really excited to see if Colin can pull it off. But there are so many amazing trainers that he has to get through. It is an ask, it's a big ask, but I think to win any regional, it's always going to be a big ask, no matter how good you are. But therein lies the challenge and the fun of it. I completely agree with that. And speaking of winners and challenges, we're going to go to Leo, who is with Galaxica Bolton, to get a little interview with him and a little insight into how he played out those last matches.
Welcome back in the interview area for another winners interview, this time with Galaxica Bolton, who just advanced from the winners quarters. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you played versus Sandudu and you knew that you had this matchup yesterday coming into day 2. How did you prepare?
Except for watching his game and check what moves he had, I didn't prepare anything. Because if I prepare too much, I just know that I get into my own head and then I overthink stuff and then I often lose. So I had no clue what to run before I stepped on stage and got his team sheet.
All right, but that is rather interesting because, I mean, most of the players would try to come up with a strategy. How do you spontaneously approach a match like this? Because this was high stakes. There's a lot of pressure on the stage.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid the pressure. So I just do what I always do in regular tournaments. Usually I send the invite and then I check for my opponent's team and decide what to run then. So I rarely think more than 2 or 3 minutes before a game.
All right, fair enough. That is a refreshing approach. I'm trying to be like that, actually, because then you can be calm and collected for the rest of the day. So how did you prepare for the entire tournament? Because if you're going into games spontaneously, you must have a very good plan for your team in any scenario.
Yeah, I know my team very well, and I've prepared a lot of games against my fellow teammates. And I've built the team with the help of ace trainer Jan, who is a very good player from Sweden. So I was confident in my team, but specific matchup-wise, I was not prepared for my opponent now.
What kind of matchups were you afraid of? Was it maybe the Mandibus as well?
I was mostly afraid of the Shadow Venusaur, because as soon as it gets a little advantage, it will just destroy stuff. And I didn't dare to bring my Superior, which I otherwise love to bring, but since it double resists my grass moves and destroys me with the sludge bomb, I didn't dare to bring it, so that's why I brought Gligar and Alolan Sandslash both games.
Yeah, fair enough. Those check the Venusaur quite well. If there is not the big advantage you were talking about of a shield or a few Wine Whips. What was the MVP of your team so far in the tournament? I know this is a rather deep run now, so what was the best Pokemon that you brought?
None, really. I played all of them a lot, and they've all done well. So I don't have a favorite at the moment, at least. My favorite is Superior, but I can't say that it has been better than Medi or Sableye or anyone else.
All right, let's talk about the Sableye a little bit, because what is the role for Sableye on your team? Why did you put it into your composition? Because players were shifting away from it a little bit, and you used it quite well.
I wanted to run Dynamic Punch on Medicham, so I needed a harder counter to Medicham, which I think Sableye does well.
Fair enough, Sableye does exceptionally well against Medicham. So what do you think? Who's the toughest opponent you could face now when you're looking at the competition?
I don't know. I haven't really done my research yet, but I guess Inadequance in my next round will be tough.
Yeah, Inadequance is quite the tough battler. Thank you for the interview, Gala Bolton, and we're going right back to the casters.
Yes, good words from Gala Bolton there. I like how he was just like, I'm just going to see whatever opponent comes my way. He's learned that Inadequance will be his next opponent in the next round. So but I don't think he's phased. He's like, who are you most worried about? Saying, oh no, I'll play it. I'll play anyone. Best type of attitude. Don't be intimidated by anything. If you are that good to get to the top cut, then clearly you are as intimidating to other trainers as they are to you. It all cancels out, right?
That's right. If you want to be on that road to Worlds, to go to Honolulu to compete against the very best, you've got to play against the very best in any tournament capacity, right? And I think that Gala Bolton has done a really good job with it. Like you said, top cutting in Malmo, which was the only other tournament that he had competed in, and now an impressive run so far in the winner's side of this bracket in day 2 in Lille.
Yes, absolutely. So we are going to show you a little bit of a little fun video. This is going to be on the regional format for Pokemon Go, so that you can get a feel for how these regionals work. And so for those of you coming new into the stream, you can get a feel for how we work, do what we do.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a bring 6, pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Here we go again. What a beautiful city Lille is, right?
Yes, this is also the city where I first started my Pokemon Go casting career as well, and it's been a long, long run.
It's been very long, but I hope it was also very nice.
Yes, it was very long and very nice, and I really, really like this. But it's amazing to come to these tournaments and see people, see the cities. We always take some time to go visit these cities as well. And Lille, as you said, is very, very beautiful. It has one of the most beautiful palaces that I've seen as well.
Yep. Especially at night, there is lighting everywhere. Those old buildings, it is beautiful. What's also beautiful is our next matchup, of course, in the winners semifinals, which is going to be Elon versus Elefantflasche.
Exactly. These two trainers have shown a lot of masterclass. We've seen how dominant that Carbink is for Elephant and Flash, and it's making probably a case for Carbink to come back into the meta. It never had that, let's say, a tournament where it shined to the extent that, oh, all right, good, we can bring this. But now, slowly and steadily, it is creeping into this meta. We have Elon on the left and Elephant and Flash on the right. Elon is also running one of his favorite Pokemon, which is a Mandibuzz. He said he likes 2 Pokemon to use the most in PvP, and one is a Mandibuzz, and the other one is a Lickitung, both of which he's using.
Yep, and funnily enough, one of them is the answer to another. Mandibuzz I like a lot, because every time someone says swap the Lickitung, you can just bring the Mandibuzz in there and win that matchup, come out with a little bit of energy, and then get a Dark Pulse off and keep the alignment.
Yes, you are absolutely right. You see that the Frostlass looming for Elephant and Flash, it does not have a super solid check. It can have a bad matchup against that Alolan Sandslash and Lantern, but those Shadow Balls will do a lot of damage. Same goes for Venusaur there. The only hard answer that the Venusaur has here is the Mandibuzz and the Alolan Sandslash. So the play is going to be how to keep these strong Pokemons away from each other. Like the Carbink did a lot of work for Elephant and Flasha, but looking at Elon's team, you see that there's a Lantern, there's a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, there's a Lickitung, there's a Serperior. So you have to try and keep it away from these 4 Pokemon to try and use it, and that is going to be very, very difficult.
Yes, again, the Shadow Venusaur, it is going to be somewhat of a core breaker in the matchup. Also, a Mandibuzz will not want to take a Sludge Bomb, and as well, you don't want to take a Frenzy Plant as the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. We had a case in the last tournament in Barcelona where Zweilis actually told Tomahawk, even before the semifinals, because they played earlier as well, he told him, hey, if I land a Frenzy Plant, I can 2-shield from you down if you run Shadow Claw. And that was the reason why the first Frenzy Plant was shielded immediately by Tomahawk in their semifinals. Funnily enough, this changed the complete outcome of the game.
I think that was him baiting previously Tomahawk to make sure that he knows that the Tomahawk will make that move. That's a very big heads-up play by by the champion. But I really think that this matchup is going to be very, very difficult for these two trainers to kind of understand, as we are also trying to understand how to play it out as casters. You see that the Medicham also looks good. Medicham always looks good. Is there a matchup where Medicham does not look good?
In this particular game, actually no. Medicham is answered by Mandibuzz, and typically you win this as the Mandibuzz. However, Medicham still has some control. It can use shields. You have more fast attack pressure with those neutral counters, and the matchup is not that bad. You take some aerial aces, which really deal a lot of damage for an aerial ace, but it's nowhere near a 100% matchup.
All right, you are Absolutely correct. Let's see how these trainers go and lock in. Both of them locked in, and we see the Pokemon. We see Lantern into Shadow Venusaur. This is not the matchup that Elon wants to see. Let's see what he does. He goes immediately into his Lickitung. Venusaur staying in a little bit more, but it is met by another hard answer, which is that Mandibuzz.
Called it. That Mandibuzz. I'm really, honestly, I'm proud to see that it is having so many appearances in the top cut. And especially for those deep runs. This is winners semifinals, and we're seeing 2 Mandibuzz on the teams. Fantastic.
Yeah. It's kind of good that now day 2 you've been on point with your predictions, yeah? And you've always got them right, and you see that Mandibuzz locked into this Lickitung. Let's see how Elephant and Flasher plays out this matchup so that we can learn and understand how is the best way to maximize energy on the Mandibuzz while making sure you still win that matchup against the Lickitung.
That is true. Also, what you kind of want to note is that I think he went for a few Vine Whips with the Shadow Venusaur before switching out into the Mandibuzz, which is something you can do because you are winning this matchup. It does not depend on if 3 or 4 or 5 licks came in between. No, you can still win that matchup with a few Dark Pulses or maybe an Aerial Ace in the end.
Yep, the Mandibuzz is still so healthy, whereas the Lickitung is in the red. Will this Body Slam put the Mandibuzz in the red? I do not presume so. Let's see. No, not even close. Mandibuzz is really the Umbreon of the sky. Here comes the Mandibuzz and goes for another Dark Pulse. But unfortunately, Lickitung gets there 1 turn before.
So maybe 1 less Snarl would have been the play for Elephant Flusher. This is something that happens to me quite often, I must say. And now you can go for an Aerial Ace. Oh, you can also go for a Dark Pulse. I think Aerial Ace might have actually not KO'd there, so better safe than sorry in this case. Going for the Dark Pulse, knocking out the Lickitung, preserving the alignment, immediately throwing a Dark Pulse because you thought that was something else. I think Aerial Ace would have been better in this situation.
Yes, but in this case, you don't have a lot of HP on your Mandibuzz, so any damage counts. But here comes the opposing Mandibuzz. Big farm down. Will it be able to get it? No. Goes for, gets that Aerial Ace, Elephant and Flasher. This is going to do, well, to be honest, not a lot of damage, but any damage is good damage right now.
That is true, and it is really important damage because this does not look too good for the Medicham now, because yes, there were some Aerial Aces, but the Aerial Ace from Mandibuzz on Mandibuzz does significantly less damage than an Aerial Ace on a Medicham.
Yes, Aerial Ace is super effective damage onto this Medicham. Medicham throwing in those counters, but this Mandibuzz has so much energy that it's going to use on this Medicham. Here comes another Aerial Ace. Elephant and Flasher knows he needs to get this Mandibuzz out of the sky to try and win this matchup, to securing that switch.
Yep, and I think that you really need to get those Ice Punches in here. And of course, you can use shields on the Aerial Aces. This is really good for Elephant Flusher because he knows, hey, when I'm in this Venusaur versus Lantern matchup, I don't really need my shields.
Yes, so Elephant and Flasher is still in the commanding position. It will all come down to how much energy we can see in the end game. But look at this Mandibuzz, gets to another Aerial Ace. But we know that this is not enough. The bulk of that Medicham comes in clutch here. Let's see if Elon's Mandibuzz can farm down this Medicham, but unfortunately not. He goes immediately into that Lantern, but we know this Venusaur had energy. He's going to maximize his farm and potentially one-hit KO this Venusaur. Here comes the Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt is resisted by a Venusaur. It will do 30%, but I am looking forward to that Frenzy Plant coming in. Let's see when Elephant and Flasher throws. He goes for the Frenzy Plant. Will it KO?
I think that if it connects, if it is not shielded, it will definitely KO. And then, oh, we are going for a shield here, which is really interesting because now Elephant Flasher can, as you said, maximize the farm. Now throwing right before the Surf was hit by the Lantern. We're going to, for sure, see a huge knockout here on the side of Elephant Flasher. Rightly predicted, Abi. Very good. And now we're trying to farm up to a Sludge Bomb to throw it onto the Mandibuzz. I think, oh, we're going for the Sludge Bomb. The shield previously used on the Lantern is not there anymore to protect the Mandibuzz, and this is for sure going to be enough to knock out the Mandibuzz for game 1 for Elephant Flusher.
What a sweep there from such a dominant matchup for Venusaur into Lantern, and absolutely preserving his advantage throughout the whole game, making sure that at no point did he give Elon an inch into that game. Absolutely well played by Elephant and Flasher, but again, leads like Venusaur into Lantern are very, very difficult to overcome, but it's not like it cannot be done. We saw the Shadow Venusaur into Lantern being overturned in day number 1. So stay tuned, watch how these great battlers battle it out. We see Elephant and Flash's credentials here. Absolutely amazing battler. He Europe International top 8, Stuttgart Regionals top 8, and Malmo Regionals top 16. He's a seasoned veteran going up against Elon. Elon is new to this championship championship circuit. He is a very young battler and he's come so long.
Yes, and he's performing like crazy. I really liked the attempt to win the game that he made by farming down the other Mandibus, not throwing any aerial aces, rather taking the 10% from the aerial ace of his opponent, but going for snarls until he had 100 energy to compete against this Medicham. But ultimately it was too much for this Mandibus to overcome because the Lantern versus Venusaur matchup in the back was just so dominant for Elephant Flasher.
Yes, Elephant Flasher was proved to be the better battler here in this game, but let's see how these two battlers adapt. If I was Elon, I would try to make sure that bringing a Lantern, bringing your Lickitung is probably not the best thing that you can do here because of that looming Mandibus. Yeah. Unfortunately, his favorite Pokemon was responsible for his downfall, but he still has a game to go. Every game counts here. From now on, Elon is a best of 2, and as I said always, for Elephant and Flasher now is the best of 1.
Yep, that is true. Elephant Flasher just one game away from glory, one game away to make it into the winners finals, which is arguably one of the deepest runs you can have. So very, very close to this amazing achievement. And now we got to see, can Elon beat him? Because that was just a horror lead with a horror counter to the save switch. So this was basically the worst case scenario for Elon in this entire matchup.
Yes, you are absolutely right. Elon had a very, very bad matchup there, but I think he has the capability to adapt to be better in game number 2. He will probably try to switch it up, and it's up to Elephant and Flasher to kind of decide, all right, if I was Elon, well, would I try to switch it up or would I try to keep the same thing? Because yes, as you said, it's like a very, very, very detrimental matchup that Elon was in, and there was nothing he could do to try to come back, but he still was this close to coming back as well. So that shows the capability of a battler to understand, all right, this is my win con. I'm going to play to my win con, and I hope and force the other battler to try and make a mistake, but Elephant and Flasher did not make a mistake.
That is true. He made one crucial decision, and that was not throwing a Dark Pulse onto the Lickitung before it got its last body slam off. He tried to go for it when he was at about 100 energy, and the Lickitung was able to throw it before putting the Mandibus deep into the red. And I want to know, was this a decision that he deliberately made because he wanted it to get farmed down less by other Pokemon that couldn't possibly come in? Or was he trying to hope to come out of it with less energy, but a little bit of more HP? Because then I don't think that the other Mandibus could have farmed down as well.
Yes, I think it could be something that we will have to discuss with Elephant and Flasher as well.
Good point.
Potentially we might see him on a winner's interview, or potentially after we finish casting, we'll go have a chat with him. So a lot of these pro players, they do this in a lot of matchups, especially when they're playing GBL and stuff. There are times when you will end up with just having a stare down because the other player does not want the Pokemon to faint, so that the coming in Pokemon does not take a lot of energy. So it's like a to and fro where players know and understand their win con so deep that they know, all right, one counter in this matchup would put me in such a huge disadvantage, so I'm going to make sure that the opposing player does not get it. And that's where experience comes in, and the more you battle, the more you understand, the more you learn your matchup, and the more further you go into these regional championships.
And now I gotta say that timer is a really good thing in Pokemon Go, because otherwise, if you know that if I knock out this Pokemon with one more fast attack and my opponent gets to knock me out with one more counter and therefore has a huge advantage, you could just wait forever, both players accepting, hey, if I go for a fast attack, now I'm going to lose this matchup. And that's what we have the timer for, because then you know, hey, I'm at a little bit of health disadvantage on my other Pokemon. I have to go for the counter here and try to win it the other way.
You will see in a lot of these matchups where these trainers will kind of run down the switch clock all the way to 0 before switching in the Pokemon. That's just to make sure the timers are aligned so the other Pokemon, they still maintain their advantage and don't give those valuable 8 seconds to the other trainer to kind of get ramp up energy on this Pokemon.
That is true. Sometimes I just switch in immediately and then realize, oh, I can't switch out of this if they say swap their Medicham into my Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and then I'm going to take 6 counters, which is going to be horrible for me. So please pay attention to your timer.
Yes, just looking at the bracket right now, we are watching Elon going up against Elephant and Flasher. Elephant and Flasher right now is 1-0 up. Simultaneously, we will be watching Inadequance going up against Gala Bolton as well. Inadequance piloting that Shadow Magnezone to absolute perfection. Secrets did play Inadequance, but unfortunately had no real answer for that Shadow Magnezone. But here we go again into the losers bracket. We see that Sandudu has managed to beat the reigning Lille champion, Colin X, San Judigo, excuse me, has managed to beat the reigning Lille champion Colin 6X, and he's in the losers round 4. Are there any matchups that you want to follow? Because I know that one of your predictions is on there.
Yes, of course. Music Michael going in for a possible deep run, playing against Secrets right now. So I'm sorry. So I'm looking forward on how that might turn out. And Sandudu, of course, is still in competition against Le Sudois.
You went very good with that correct, the pronunciation, I would assume, but we will have to check with our French friends if that's the right way to say the name. It is a very complicated name to say.
Yeah, that is true, especially if you are not familiar at all with that language. I had it in school for 1 year when I was about 15, but when I was 15 I thought more about Pokemon while I was sitting in school and did not really listen, which is not always the best idea.
French is a beautiful language to learn.
It's true.
And I spent a lot of time trying to learn it, but we have to talk about the battlers here. Coming in your first tournament and going so far is already a great achievement, but I'm not entirely sure what this is happening. Maybe this is a fun battle where you see the Gligar go into another Pokemon, but Swablu comes in and takes it out. What a game there. That was very short-lived.
I have no idea what happened there. I just really like that we got to showcase this little bit of a troll battle. I think the judges are telling the players right now, hey, I know that was a battle that has finished, but this is not your tournament matchup. Elephant Flasher, you just did not win this matchup immediately.
Did Elephant Flasher win this? I thought Elon did.
Oh, really? I mean, it was a very close battle.
We'll have to try and rewatch it in slow motion to make sure we understand who won that matchup, because it will be critical as the day progresses.
Get all the judges, from the other tables just backstage to us, and we are all going to watch this together to make a very important decision.
Talking about the judges, they've been doing a great job so far, but here is the match. Both players are locked in. Let's see if it's a Swablu lead again.
I like the Bidoof, by the way. Okay, so we're going to see Mandibuzz versus Carbink, and Elon is upset about that because that is even worse than the Venusaur versus Lantern model.
Yes, but he goes in with the Lantern here. This is amazing because if Elephant and Flasher decides to bring in his Medicham, this could be a pivotal moment in the game. Elon going for that Surf, knowing that it's going to do super effective damage against that Carbink. Let's see what Elephant and Flasher does. He does not shield that and goes into the Medicham.
Yes, a few rock throws are going to chip down the Lantern. Lantern not coming out with a lot of energy in that matchup. So I think this is really advantageous for the Medicham. Well played by Elephant Flasher to obtain that switch advantage, or rather keep it.
Yes, he had, you call it the chip and dip strategy, where you chip the Pokemon a little bit to make sure the Pokemon that comes in has a more secure matchup against this Pokemon. That's exactly what Elephant and Flasher did. He goes for this Dynamic Punch. If unshielded, it will most definitely take out this Lantern. Elon does not want to keep his Lantern. He thinks that Mandibuzz could be the route for his victory.
But I think there is a little opening for Elon, because he can now use this Mandibuzz, not shielded at all, put 2 shields on the fantastic Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, and now try to get rid of the Medicham with a few Air Slashes without using any shields, and then not giving up too much energy for the Carbink.
Yes, as this is going to be really, really critical here. In comes the first aerial ace, and it's not doing enough damage to take out this Medicham. Elephant and Flasher goes again for this Ice Punch, and Elon knows at this point his Mandibuzz is inutilizable for him, especially against that Carbink. So what he's going to do is going to get this Mandibuzz as low as possible, throw this aerial ace, come out with a little bit of energy to see if there can be any playoff for this Mandibuzz in the end game, and put all his faith in that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. That's exactly what he does. Carbink comes in, an immediate swap in to the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but this one is running the Shadow Claw.
Yep, and that is not as good against the Mandibuzz as the Powder Snow would be. This is actually in even shields a kind of difficult matchup.
It is running a Powder Snow.
Oh, wow. Okay, then we are in for maybe a really good time for Elon, because this is going to be a Shadow boosted Drill Bomb, which is immediately shielded up by the Carbink. I don't know if in a zero shield scenario in the end, the Mandibuzz would win against the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but now it is getting rather low. We are at 0 shields right here. We are going to farm up a little bit more. At some point, the Carbink would have to switch out, I suppose.
Yes, but the Carbink still staying in. Maybe Elephant and Flasher wants to try and make a catch, but he does not get it. Elon waiting a turn there, showing absolute discipline and patience to throw that move to take out the Carbink. Now Elephant and Flasher's Alolan Sand Slash is going to be happy to see this Mandibuzz in the sky, because these Ice Punches are going to do so much damage.
Oh, this is really well played by Elon so far. He also has the Mandibus, his own Mandibus, in his back pocket there with a little bit of energy. Can he go for a catch? Waiting a turn for wow, and Elephant Flasher waits as well.
Both the players waiting a turn, but unfortunately for Elon, Elephant and Flasher has a little bit more patience, waits more, knowing that that is exactly Elon's win con. And look at this, the air lace is not doing enough damage, and Elephant and Flasher gets to another one to knock that Mandibus out. But will he get to a Dark Pulse?
I think that he is just one snarl away from victory right here, and we are already at a Dark Pulse. We are throwing it. There's no way that this Shadow Alolan Sandslash can withstand the power of the Dark Pulse of Mandibus, and the bird is going to win.
Yeah, Mandibus taking out that Alolan Sandslash and giving Elephant and Flasher the ticket to the winners final. He's now one step away, one step closer to claiming that regional champion title.
Yes, the Carbink versus Mandibus matchup in the beginning was so strong for Elephant Flash. Elon went for the Mandibus lead because he thought, hey, this Mandibus was so good against me. It has so many neutral matchups and it thrives in neutral matchups. Why don't I give it a go? And Elephant Flasher just read that. He went for the Carbink lead and it just served him so well. Elon, still really good performance coming back from this.
Elon demonstrating the concept of having that sacrificial swap, in the sense that he knew that his Mandibus had no play, so he decided to no-shield the Mandibus and putting everything on that Alolan Sandslash. It's another play that you can do when you kind of have a very detrimental lead. You know the Pokemon that you're going to use to come into the matchup again. You just let it go because you know against a Carbink, Mandibus has no play. So any HP on the Mandibus is not of great use to you towards the end game. What you would like to have is a shield advantage for that last Pokemon if you can predict your opponent's backline, which almost worked again for Elon. He played it to absolute perfection. He again did not make any mistakes, knew his win con, forced his opponent to try and make mistakes, but Elephant and Flasher showing he deserves to be in that winner final, making no mistake, waiting turns, absolutely being patient, and he is in that winner's final, and it's going to be an amazing game to watch.
One of the sometimes disadvantages, sometimes advantages of Mandibus is that Snarl is a 3-turn attack, a fast attack. So sometimes it is difficult to wait turns, you know? He knew that the Shadow Alolan Sandslash was going to try to catch when it stopped attacking after the first Powder Snow, and then he just also had to wait because it was kind of telegraphed already that there was a catch coming in, and he just knew it, he analyzed it, read it, then went for another Snarl.
Perfect gameplay, right?
Yes.
Perfect gameplay. At some point, we are going to put this... Yeah, Chef's Kiss. We're going to put it in a perfect play as well.
I think so.
Yeah, patient gameplay. I think we also saw another instance of patient gameplay yesterday as well when Sandudu punched his ticket to day number 2 by not throwing that Frenzy Plant onto the Gligar on charge attack priority, waiting a turn, not even waiting a turn. He just kept Wine Whipping, making sure that the Lickitung doesn't come in to catch the move, and that was amazing. Winning that game, it was a crucial game as well. It was game number 3 where the scores were tied 1-1. Sandudu knew, okay, this is my play. I have to do this to win the game, and that's what my opponent has to do.
Yes, exactly. That was phenomenal. I think we might hear something about that from the interview. So Adelion, take it away.
Hello trainers, I'm here with Elephant Flasher, who has just won his latest winners round bout. How are you feeling? Is the nervousness kicking in yet?
No, I have to say the most nervous I was yesterday morning.
All right.
And it's gotten better ever since.
Okay, good,
yeah,
good.
I have to say, now I'm feeling really good, really energized, and yeah, I'm hyped to play more battles.
Yeah, absolutely. You played brilliantly there. So I know a lot of people have asked you about tactics, and I know there's some of these things we want to sort of keep a bit quiet until we see more of Elephant Flasher. So I want to ask you a little bit about what got you into playing Pokemon Go PvP in the first place.
Oh, I think I've always been a kind of competitive person.
Okay.
I played the TCG in the past.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, sometimes got pretty fast, sometimes not.
Okay.
But yeah, I've played Pokemon Go since 2016 when it launched.
Yeah.
Like 2 days before launch. And I've played ever since. My daily streaks are still unbroken.
Oh, wow, and, that's dedication.
Yeah, I got into PvP immediately when it dropped.
Yeah.
And I played all the grassroots tournaments.
Yes.
And I got into it immediately, and some on and off phases, but I never fully stopped.
Yeah, sure. If so, for players that a lot of players will have been watching you on stream and have seen how well. A lot of players will have been watching you on stream and have seen how well you played, and they will look at you and go, "Oh, that guy, he seems to know how he's playing, how good he is." What advice would you give to new players to try and get into PvP? Because you started somewhere, and now look how good you are. What would you say to new players?
My tip would be to gather some experience, play the Go Better League.
Yeah.
It's not the same, not fully the same as these tournaments are, but you still get a good feeling for the game.
Yeah.
And it should motivate you if you are getting better and start to climb the ranks.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Now, a question for you then. For you, the dream, of course, is to win, surely.
Surely it is, yeah.
But what would it mean to perhaps you or your friends or family? Like, are there people that are backing you up here in this tournament that want you to win?
What would it mean for them?
Yeah, what do you mean for them as well, if you won for them?
I've attended quite a few of those tournaments already.
Okay.
Sometimes I've gotten decent runs, sometimes not. And after those many attempts, to finally get this far as I've come now is already a major success.
Yeah, sure.
And everything from now on is really a bonus.
Say again?
Everything from now on is really a bonus.
A bonus, right, okay, fair enough. So I am very excited to see how well you do, how far you go. So let's see how far Elephant Flasher can make it. Let's go back to the casters and see what magic Elephant Flasher puts out in the near future.
Phenomenal insights by Elephant Flasher.
Yes, he shows that experience is what gets you far in tournaments. He's already happy, but I'm sure at the bottom of his heart, he knows, I need to win this title. That's what competitors are. That's what competitors are made of, and that's how champions are born.
Funnily enough, you're saying that experience is what gets you that far, and I do totally agree. We have seen so many experienced players, but then we also have players like Elon, 17 years old, first play Pokemon tournament, completely wrecking everything in his way. Against Elephant Flasher, there was barely any play, though.
Yes, of course. I think skill is also an important thing, and that's, in a way, you build up to it, and that's exactly what Elon shows as well. He's come so far, he's still going to the losers bracket, and I think he still has what it takes to go further as well. We will see how he develops across the championship season, and that will be amazing to watch as well. But here we have Inadequance going up against Gala Bolton.
So in our interview, Gala Bolton said that Inadequance is maybe the toughest opponent to go up against, and I mean, he clearly is, if you're looking at the name, he's one of the favorites.
Yes, he is. I mean, we call him Mr. Day 2, right?
Yeah, Mr. Top Cut.
Mr. Top Cut, and that comes with a lot of weight as well. People, once you make a name for yourself in the championship circuit, players want to play you, but players also have to be wary of you, and that is an amazing advantage to have as well. And Gala Bolton playing that Serperior, we noticed earlier as well that he uses a Leaf Tornado Serperior, and when I asked him what was his favorite Pokemon, he said it's a Leaf Tornado Serperior. And he managed to build the whole team around it, and that was his goal apparently. He said, I wanted to play Leaf Tornado, so I'm going to build an whole team around it. That's why he went for that Sableye instead of another Ghost type.
I mean, nobody really expects it, right? And I think that this is a dangerous route to go, because normally you're saying, hey, Serperior is okay against Shadow Venusaur because you can connect one of these aerial aces. You're still not going to win the entire matchup, but if there is another Pokemon that has used some fast attacks on the Shadow Venusaur, then it can sometimes be enough. However, if you're running Leaf Tornado, you're completely taking away the ability to beat a Shadow Venusaur from Serperior. So the rest of your team has to be prepared, especially in this tournament, because Shadow Venusaur is everywhere.
Yes, exactly. As I said, throughout the tournament, it's all about coverage, and if you do not have coverage, then your Pokemon might get stuck into what we call as polarizing matchups. But looking at Inadequance's team, you know what we don't see there? The Shadow Venusaur. And that is going to be a huge advantage. You see that Pelipper, imagine landing that Leaf Tornado and debuffing its attack, then suddenly it puts the Serperior in a very, very good position. Same goes for Frostlass. Frenzy Plant already does so much damage to the Frostlass, but what Gala Bolton has to try and do is to stay away from Inadequance's Serperior, because it does have access to Aerial Ace.
Now let's discuss for a second the question everyone is asking right now. How good is Shadow Magnezone in this matchup? And I think it has quite some play.
Yes, it has a lot of play into this matchup. It can hold its own against Lantern, Medicham. Of course, Medicham does do a lot of damage with the counters, but we saw recently how much that Wild Charge did. It put a full HP Medicham all the way down to about 40% health. So that is not something that you can take lightly, because end game Shadow Magnezone is going to bring it. It's going to bring all the damage, and if you don't have shields, your Pokemon are going to be gone.
That is true, especially if Martijn manages to keep 2 of his Pokemon out on the field and the last one in secret, so there is always the threat of having a Magnezone. So you might be tempted to let some of the harder hitting charge attacks go that you would rather shield because you want to be protected from that Magnezone. But I mean, this Magnezone kind of reminds me of the Togedemaru that Nighttime Flasher used a lot in Play Pokemon tournaments.
Yes, Magnezone is, well, in a way, kind of similar function as well, but I think it comes with a lot more punch. And another thing that I would like to point out is Inadequance is also running Pelipper. We already have a special event champion in Europe who ran a Pelipper. Will Inadequance make history repeat itself for this Pokemon Pelipper? We've seen it do well this season a lot. So it seems to be a Pokemon that people are sleeping on because it's never been in the top usage so far.
That is true, and if it wins 2 events in a row, then people have to start considering it, maybe bring some counters. Hey, what about Lantern?
Well, Lantern does exist, but there's always been Pokemon that can counter you. When the era there was of Noxal, Trevenant, and Lantern, you had these 3 Pokemon that absolutely counter each other, but we still played it because they're so good into the other matchups. It will take a lot of skill and understanding of your matchups to be like, all right, I'm going to use these 3 Pokemon in this order so that I know that's what my opponent has to play, and this is what I will do to make sure the opponent misplays or makes a mistake, and then I will win the game. So it's again, game knowledge, insights, reading a team of 6, and that's exactly what you want.
We have seen that in Elon versus Elephant Flasher, because Elon really tried hard to force Elephant Flasher into those mistakes, but he just didn't give in and he just completed the task successfully. And I want to say that this is going to be a fantastic matchup right now. I think we're going to see the Shadow Magnezone every game. No, in one game we won't see it.
Yes, I think it's something that, well, as you said, it's something that we've seen Inadequance do. In game number 1 against Sikris, he did not bring that Shadow Magnezone. Sikris did prepare for the Shadow Magnezone, and then in game number 2, when Sikris was not prepared for it, Inadequance went in with that Shadow Magnezone and did so much damage to that Medicham, to that Frostlass, to whatever came in. It was absolutely amazing to watch. And that's exactly, he might do it the other way around. Bring the Shadow Magnezone game number 1 and not bring it game number 2. Or maybe bring it 1 and 2 and then not bring it in game number 3. It was all about adaptability. You do not have, I personally, when I play, I never try to decide anything after game number 1. Game number 1 for me is like a fact-finding mission, exactly as you try to do what you want, and then we adapt and then try to see what happens in the further games, and that's exactly how you want to play.
I personally like the status 10 approach.
Throw a dice.
Throw a dice every time you are unsure about a situation. It's like, do I bait now or do I not? And if you don't have like mathematical evidence that it makes much more sense to not bait here, because you're going to, if you're playing Shadow Charizard, for example, you're going to reach the next Blast Burn anyways before something else happens, then you roll a dice, and then you hope that you're going to find a nice charge attack right there.
All right, we have the players here on the hot seats. We have Inadequance on the left and Gala Bolton on the right. These players look absolutely focused. Gala Bolton ready to go, trying to understand how to play this. The judges give us the thumbs up. Let's see how these players have locked their teams in. Here we go.
Gala Bolton versus Inadequance, the second winner semifinals. Who is going to face Elephant Flasher in the winners finals? And now we're going to see Magnezone versus Lantern. A really good matchup here.
Yes, very good matchup for the Magnezone, but let's see how these 2 players decide to play it out, because yes, of course this is a good matchup, but Lantern is very, very bulky here. Going for the Surf immediately. Does Inadequance shield? No, he does not. He knows that the Magnezone can take this Surf and get to 2 Wild Charges maybe.
Oh, this is looking rather good. We are going to go actually for the 2 Wild Charges. This is fantastic management of the 4-turn charge attack.
Yeah, he knows this matchup. He's studied this matchup. He knows exactly how to use this Magnezone to its maximum. Goes immediately for the wild charge. Galaxico Bolton tried to make a call here and say, okay, maybe it's a mirror shot, but unfortunately that was going to be very, very costly. In comes the Serperior. Serperior can easily tank this wild charge. Yes, it's resisted, but let's see how much damage it does.
I was going to say, you're saying easily, but this is still 40%, but this just proves how strong Serperior is right here. And this is going to be an interesting matchup. We're going to see the Leaf Tornado. Is it going to work? This is a very hectic swiping right here. I like it. Leaf Tornado is going through the call. It is a bait, and Inadequence is just laughing it off.
Unfortunately, does not get the attack fall as well, but this puts Inadequence in such a amazing situation. Yeah. Frostlass with a lot of energy is a very good Pokemon to have against Sableye. But let's see, maybe Galaxico Bolton wants to go for that 2-shielded farm down. There comes the first shield. Will Frostlass get to another move? Yes, it does. Does Galaxico Bolton pull up another shield? Yes. Just like Frostlass, right? Sableye is an amazing Pokemon to have if you have an energy lead, and that's exactly what's going on. Let's see if that Serperior at the back for Inadequence can pull through with 2 shields remaining.
Yeah, that is true. It is, in fact, favored in the mirror match because it has the aerial ace against this Leaf Tornado, and now we are going to start easily shielding those foul plays because we know there is no aerial ace in the back for Galaxico Bolton, so you can just easily take those multiple foul plays. And honestly, the Powder Snows have been adding up on the Sableye, and we are shielding the return!
He goes for that return, but unfortunately, all that damage that could have been is gone into that block shield. Galaxico Bolton knows that this is done and dusted. He knows here comes that Frenzy Plant. Frenzy Plant will be enough to knock out the Sableye. And what's at the end game? The end game is going to be a Serperior versus another Serperior, but one of them do not have the coverage move, and that's going to be costly.
Yeah, he is sneaking in an aerial ace right here for the knockout, and Inadequence is going to be the one who wins game 1, getting very close to that winner's final.
Yes, 1 more win away for Inadequence and 2 more for Galaxico Bolton. I was going to say, you said sneaking in an aerial ace. I wanted to say slithering in an aerial ace. That would have made a little bit more punny approach.
Yeah, I understand that, but I made that joke in one of the videos that we pre-produced, so I didn't want to go to there.
All right, so both these players played a very, very good game there. Shielding, calling that Leaf Tornado was very crucial for Inadequence's win there. If he went for the Frenzy Plant, yes, of course, that might have been some play in the end game, but unfortunately for Galaxico Bolton, Inadequence was like, all right, if I shield this and it's a Leaf Tornado, I might lose. So I'm not going to. If it's a Frenzy Plant, he knew that he still had play into this matchup and into the backline as well. So he went for that. All right, I know what's going to happen, and absolute game knowledge by Inadequence.
If that was Status 10 in that position, I think that would have been a dice moment.
Yes, but it's always very risky to throw dice when it's such clutch moments as well. I think Stan uses dice to try and understand which 3 Pokemon to use. So if you're stuck in a situation where you know you have 3 Pokemon that it's going to be very good against your opponent and you really don't want to make up your mind, that's when dice come in. I personally never do it because then I would blame the dice. But otherwise, I think it's a good approach.
No, I like it as well. It takes a little bit of thoughts out of your head that you... I don't have that much capacity, you know, and I'm sometimes needed for counting, so I just use the dice to do every other decision, and then I can keep the numbers in my head. But that is a me problem, I suppose. So we're going to see a comeback from Galaxico Bolton maybe in this one. That was a big problem for him with the Magnezone.
Yes, the Magnezone did a lot of work as well, but again, if he opted to shield that, then potentially he could have tried to catch that move onto the Serperior, but Inadequence knew he could go double wild charge and win that matchup, and that's exactly what he did. But even if Galaxico Bolton has 2-shielded that Lantern, it would have been matched up against the Serperior, and that is not a matchup that you want to be in. So the game was won the moment Inadequence locked in that Magnezone into the Lantern. That was a very, very well played there by Inadequence. Let's see how Galaxico Bolton adapts to this, because will he bring the Medicham? Will he bring more Sableye? Will he bring the Alolan Sandslash? Because those are the 3 Pokemon that can fight back against this Magnezone.
Oh, and we are going to go into game 2 immediately. We're going to see the leads, which is going to be crucial again. Serperior versus, all right, a rather neutral matchup, which I think, I don't even know if Umbreon comes out on top because Frenzy Plant is such a strong attack.
Yes, and looking at the backline, Umbreon has to come back on top for Inadequence, and Serperior has to come back on top for Galaxico Bolton. He goes for the Leaf Tornado again, 2nd time in a row. Will he get the debuff that he so desperately wants?
Oh, he really wants to go for the...
And he gets it, and that's exactly why Inadequate switch. Let's see, he goes for the Frenzy Plant here. Frenzy Plant, will it be shielded? Inadequate, he has to make this call. Will he shield? He doesn't click on it, does not click on it, and that does a lot of damage there.
Yep, that indeed does a lot, and we are going to farm up a little bit. However, this is still going to be a really strong charged attack right there, and you kind of have to shield that, because I don't think that you can farm this down with the Sableye afterwards without investing another shield.
Yes, you are absolutely right there. And here comes the Serperior. Serperior going for another Leaf Tornado at this point. Inadequate knows, and he shields it. It's unfortunate, but he knows that he has to force another shield or get this Serperior out of the way. He's waiting for the switch and gets another debuff there, waiting for a turn, stopping the catch, and the Frostlass goes for another Avalanche, which is shielded again.
Yep, and we're going to see a not huge farm down, but we're going to see a Vine Whip down right here from the Superior against the Frostless. We are one shield down in the situation of Galaxica Bolton, which is not a scenario in which we want to be in against the Shadow Magnezone, but we don't see it on Inadequate's team right now.
Yes, I think Umbreon will come in here and immediately going into the Frenzy Plant, and Martin not shielding. Game 1, he absolutely had this amazing shield call, but now every time he tries to pull up a shield or not pull up a shield, it's the move that he does not want to shield.
That is true. Galaxica Bolton is just in his head in this game. We can see why he absolutely wanted to go for that Leaf Tornado, because it is just so good. It messes with your opponent's heads, and now we're going to see the situation.
That is not a matchup that you want to see. Sableye into the Medicham. Inadequate, no, shaking his head there, but this is still not over. Umbreon does have a lot of energy that it can throw at the Sableye, and also at that Alolan Sandslash at the back. Medicham going for that Ice Punch, and Inadequate still has that one shield. Let's see how he uses that to try and come back into this game.
Do you think that he is going to use it on the Medicham? Is that a possibility? Yes, he's going to stop the return from happening. I don't think a Foul Play would have knocked out, just barely not probably. So we're going to throw the Ice Punch in here. The Sableye is not at all energy dry. I think there's just...
But it is in a range where a Dynamic Punch will potentially take it out. Here comes a Dynamic Punch. Let's see, will this be a KO? Yes, it is. What an amazing gameplay by Inadequate. Absolutely knowing that the return was a win con, but here comes the Ice Punch. Ice Punch is enough to take out the Medicham, but can that Umbreon get to 2 foul plays?
I think we are very close to reaching 2 foul plays. There is no possibility for Galaxica Bolton to actually farm up a lot with the Sandslash, because the Medicham just deals so much damage with counters. The first foul play is going to connect. It's not going to knock out. Now we're going to see the raise. I think there's 2 more Snarls left. We are going there. Are we going to reach it? And the foul play was just reached after the Ice Punch.
It's a charge attack priority event here. Will this be enough? Will this be enough? Will this be enough? Here comes the Ice Punch. Will the Umbreon... Oh, what a knockout! Amazing gameplay by Galaxica Bolton. Amazing gameplay by Inadequate as well. Shielding that return, playing to every inch of the way, trying to make that match work. Absolutely amazing. I'm lost for words here.
Yeah, the problem for Umbreon in this scenario was that it actually needed 6 more turns to reach that second foul play, and the Sandslash also needed 6 more turns. So after 2 charge attacks from the fast attacks from the 3-turn attack Pokemon, it is going to be a charge attack priority tie, ever, always.
This is amazing. So we now have a 1-1 in the winners semifinals. The winner of this will go to the winners final, and that's already again so much closer to getting that the regionals title. But this is now a best of 1 for both parties, right?
That is true. And think of the points, by the way. The winner is going to secure some more of those
championship points.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Too much hype. I can't think anymore.
Yeah, that was an amazing game. It came down all to the wire, and I was also lost for words, so I don't fault you for that one. But now it's all up to adapting. We see Galaxica Bolton adapting to Inadequate's game number 1, making sure that the Shadow Magnezone had no play. It's exactly as I told you. He went for 3 Pokemon that did well against the Shadow Magnezone. He went for a Serperior, he went for the Alolan Sandslash, and he went for that Sableye. All these 3 Pokemon neutral matchups. So if Magnezone came into play, there was always a way out for Galaxica Bolton. So now it's Inadequate's turn to make adjustments and correct what he did game number 2 to see if he can outwit Galaxica Bolton.
That is true. You're trying to avoid certain matchups. But do you think that the Shadow Magnezone is a better closer than Shadow Venusaur?
depends, right? Shadow Venusaur, it will depend on the typing because Shadow Venusaur are better coverage. For example, if you are against a ground-type Pokemon, just a pure ground-type Pokemon as a Magnezone, you really don't have any play. But Venusaur, on the other hand, has access to that Sludge Bomb, which does a lot of damage, but also has access to that Frenzy Plant, which is an amazing move to have, plus the attack stat of Venusaur and the Shadow bonus. But we will talk about it later. We will see what these two battlers are going to choose. We see Sableye into a Serperior. This is a neutral matchup for both parties.
Yes, Serperior might have the upper hand because it is more bulky than the Sableye. However, Sableye is going to win charge attack priority, I think, and is going to connect the foul play first.
Yes, but Gala Bolton potentially wants to charge up to all the way to the return to try and force a shield on Inadequence's side, but him shielding first is a very, very good sign for Inadequence because now he can decide whether he wants to shield the move that's coming up next or not. Go straight for the return here. Will Inadequence shield? He's been absolutely amazing with the shield call in the last game. Let's see. He does not shield it, and that does so much damage to the Serperior.
Yes, but the Serperior is going to go for the next Frenzy Plant as well, and this might as well knock out. This is going to deal a lot of damage. I think not a KO?
It will not be a KO, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens. In comes the Umbreon, but Gala Bolton does have this Medicham, and we can see that the Medicham is rocking that Dynamic Punch. Before the era of Dynamic Punch, this would have been an amazing or a neutral matchup for the Umbreon, but now, unfortunately, it's all Medicham.
Especially since the Umbreon got 2 more Snarls in, I believe. We are quite ahead on energy. Now the Dynamic Punch is coming out first, and Inadequence is thinking, yes, I'm going to shield this. I'm going to put shields on my Umbreon.
Yes, that's interesting to see as well because he does have that Shadow Magnezone at the back. He needs shield for that Pokemon, but at this point there is no way he's going to shield any more the Umbreon because a shieldless Shadow Magnezone is not a Shadow Magnezone.
That is true. It is a Shadow. I'm knocked out already, and you could see a sad face while swiping for the last foul play of Inadequence. Now he's shaking his head. There is still play for you in this, but Gala Bolton is up so much by so much momentum. There is one more shield. It is not going to be used on the Umbreon. Do you come in with a Magnezone here and take 2 counters?
Well, I think that you have to try and get the energy advantage going into the Lantern, but this gives Inadequence more play. You can already see him try to be more focused because there is still a catch that can happen here and also a bait. Let's see what happens. Gala Bolton knows exactly when to throw these moves. Inadequence pulling up a shield. He has to make this call. Will the Sableye come in to snipe this Magnezone? Let's see what he does.
Oh, he's immediately going to throw the Wild Charge. The first one doesn't really matter. We have a shield right here. We can use that already, and now it is going to come down to a crucial catch or not. Are we going to? No, we are not going to catch this. The Wild Charge is going to connect. What is going to happen next?
Wild Charge is coming to connect, and what an amazing KO there. That's one of the few times you see a Lantern lose so much HP. Inadequence wants to click on that Seviper. Let's see if he does. In comes a Medicham. Medicham's counter are doing so much damage, but this is going to be... Oh, that is costly. Will both these Pokemon get simultaneously KO'd? Wow. There is a Seviper at the back. There is a Seviper with limited HP. Vine Whip will do enough damage to take out the Sableye.
Is going to take it out. Inadequence takes it down with the last Vine Whip. The Serperior was strong, was healthy enough to take this one Shadow Claw, avoiding the tie.
What a way to go to the winners finals. Am I right?
Yes, absolutely. This is epic, and now he's picking up his opponent. Gala Bolton is still not out. He still has a chance to win the entire tournament, but Martijn Inadequence makes it to the winners finals of the Pokemon Go Regional Championship Series in Lille.
Ooh, that was an amazing match. Game 2 and 3, absolute nail biters. I am lost for words.
Yeah, same. So we could bring back the second of silence, but let's just not.
Let's try not to do that. Yeah,
let's try to avoid that one. Okay, so what are we going to expect in the winners finals after this one? Because this was a nail biter, I gotta say.
I'm really looking forward to the winners finals because it's another battle of friends as well. Elephant and Flash and Inadequence are in a way in a lot of grassroots events. They play as a team as well, and they also know each other for a very, very long time. So I'm very sure that both these players have talked to each other while they're team building, practice with each other. So it's going to be super, super interesting to see how they will adapt because it's a best of 5. I am not a huge best of 5 player because I think that it's very difficult, but there are other players out there. Maybe you as a watcher is more excited to play a best of 5 because it gives you more time to adapt, but personally, not my thing.
I'm gonna say I have played one best of 5 in my entire life, and it was a friendly match versus an Adequins, and I won.
Ooh.
Because after I lost the first 2 games, I realized that he has no answer to my Mandibuzz, and then I had an advantage.
Yeah, Leonard is the new regional champion. All right, let's not go there. Thank you for that information, Leo. But we are looking. This game, I think, was the peak of what we saw in the last 2 days, and it shows these are 2 amazing battlers, 2 battlers who knew their Pokemon inside and out. Gala Bolton played I think he did not make a single mistake through the whole tournament, and that Medicham coming in 2 counters did so much damage to that Magnezone, but could not land 1 more counter to secure that matchup. Very, very well played there by both parties.
So what I also want to say is that 2 times in this matchup, and this shows where there is less experienced against Volt Switches or more experienced using Volt Switches, there was a charge attack coming off from Gala Bolton, while there was a full Volt Switch connecting to the Pokemon. And I think in the first game, we had the scenario where Lantern tried to throw at 6 Sparks because he thought this was going to be a charge attack priority event, because this is when you reach the wild charge as the Magnezone.
Yeah.
Did not happen.
Unfortunate. It's a call that you have to make.
Yeah.
As I said, these are high-stake games. 50-50 calls are going to be always part of this game, and you have to have, as I said, it's been the same thing. It's the same rhetoric, the discipline, the experience to come through. But again, the only way to get discipline and experience over the course of the time is attending many of these Play Pokemon Championship tournaments. And it's immense. It's a lot of pressure once you're on the main stage. It's a lot of pressure. People are looking at you, but slowly and steadily you will build resistance to this, and you can yourself become a champion.
That is true. Talking about someone who can become a champion that we have found in Adequins in the venue, and Adelian is ready to interview him.
I am on the edge of my seat after that battle. I don't know how you remained so calm, or did you?
I don't know if you saw the end of it, but I was not calm anymore.
That was so close. I'm very impressed with that. How are you feeling now? Has that tension eased out of your body yet from that battle?
Yeah, Gala Bolton, I've played against him in grassroots tournaments, and he's very good, so I know this was going to be challenging. Also, my team is not great against Superior, and then he even has Leaf Tornado, right? Which has like a 50% chance to debuff my attack.
Yeah,
luckily,
like that.
I called like all his baits, and he didn't. I don't think he debuffed me as well, or not any relevant debuffs at least. So, yeah, it's against Seekers. I knew I had a team comp advantage, but Gala Bolton, I knew it was going to be very difficult.
Yes, absolutely. So now you're not that far away, and if I recall, have you won a regional yet?
No.
I'm not saying that in a mean way, I promise. But this could all change now because you are in a very commanding position. Do you have a new sense of confidence that you perhaps didn't have at previous regionals?
No, I think that I always play the same way that I do, and I just, try to see it match per match, how I can read my opponent, how I do my strategies. So I don't feel better or worse per se. I must say it's nice to get into the winner's final from the winner's side. I had the same in Stuttgart, but then I lost twice in a row, and that can still happen. At this point, 3rd place, I think I'm top 3, right? So I'm already very happy with that.
Yes, so now we're going to be moving to best of 5 as well, and I feel a lot of trainers don't have a lot of experience with best of 5, but you do. So do you think that's going to give you a little bit of an advantage, that you can mind read your opponent just that little bit more?
I think one of my best things is that I can adapt well to my opponents.
Yeah.
So the more games I have, the more games I can do that, I guess. But it's hard to say. Obviously, my opponents are also very good, right? So I can't exactly say whether that's going to be better or worse for me. I do like that in 5 battles I have more attempts to, change to turn the tables, right? To, get to come back from 2 losses, right? Because usually in a best of 3, 2 losses and it's over.
Yes.
In best of 5, I do like that there's more opportunities to come back.
Yes, for sure, and we love to see it as well. We all talk about the fabled reverse sweep as well. So, question for you. Let's say you win it, okay? We can all be hopeful, right? You have a lot of fans who definitely want that. But Let's say you do win. Do you reckon other people are going to copy your team?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Do you reckon other people are going to copy or adapt your team and utilize Shadow Magnezone, or will you make Shadow Magnezone meta?
No, I don't think so. I think Magnezone it's very frail, right? So
yeah,
it's a little bit difficult to use at times. It's not like Dunsparce. I think Stuttgart Dunsparce, it's just more bulky. So, you know, you have, it's more, what's the correct word? Fail-proof. Like you have more, you can make a little mistake and Dunsparce can take it. Well, Magnezone cannot take anything. So no. I don't think it's going to be meta per se, but you know, it might get on people's radar. And I want to thank Arrow for that. He suggested the Magnezone pick. He inspired me with that.
Okay.
And yeah, it's been working very well.
Excellent, excellent. Speaking of Arrow and the fact that you shouted him out, is there anyone else that you want to give a little bit of a heads up to while you're here? I know there's a lot of people that are cheering you on when you won. Anybody from there that comes to mind?
There are too many people, specifically my friends and obviously my teammate Elephant Flash.
Yes.
Right. I believe he still has to play he's in winners final. I don't remember, but either way, like all my friends and specifically Toe Tactical, I've been giving him a very hard time about who's the best Dutch battler. And again, today it comes to show who is currently. But I do appreciate him a lot, and you know, I basically got to this point thanks to him. So I do want to say that as well.
Oh, for sure. Well, I'm sure he will appreciate those kind words. It's a pleasure always to have you here in Adequance. We're going to head back to the casters to take the next matches away in due course.
Thank you very much, Adelian. We are exhausted after this matchup. This was such a exciting game. This was nerve-wracking for me. And if you feel a little exhausted as well, you might as well take a little nap. And before you take a nap, of course, don't do this during the tournament while the tournament is running. Watch all of that. But after that, if you want to take a nap, maybe you want to look at Pokémon Sleep before.
Good night.
Good morning.
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 Well, trainers, I hope you had time to grab a cup of coffee or get all cuddled up because we are back and ready for action. We're going into the losers quarterfinals here with some very interesting matches. As we saw before, we were just showing the winner side of the bracket. A lot of the players have been playing, and unfortunately for some have been eliminated so far from the bracket. Fortunately, there can only be one reigning champion of Lille, right? So we're going to get right back into the action.
Oh yes, I am super excited. So the next matchup is going to be a rather interesting one, because normally we talk about, oh okay, if you make one loss, you're going to fall into the losers bracket, and that's fine, you can fight your way through. But here, everything is on the line, and that makes it all the more exciting, but all the more dramatic as well, because sadly, one of these trainers will be dropping out of the tournament after the match is concluded. Still though, at this point, no matter where, if you drop out any point from here on out, it's a really respectable achievement, because don't forget, all of these trainers are top 16 cut.
And a lot of championship points on the line, as well as we have to remember, since there was a higher level of competitors, a higher cut of day 2, which means more points to give around to many opponents. This one is also incredibly special because, as I said, we are in Lille, and these are 2 French battlers who are going to be battling it out, trying to keep the position here for the home country title.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to have there's a lot of French players that are very keen to see a French champion as well. We did have that about 2 years ago in 2022 with Dex, and now we can see a bracket of the graphic of the losers bracket, and we can see the 2 matches that are available on losers round 4. We have Elon versus, I'm going to struggle to pronounce this one. I'm a little bit worried now.
I believe it's Le Suédois.
Le Suédois.
But you know, I'm also struggling a little bit too, as the French is definitely not a native language of mine. But let's already go ahead and go back a little bit farther in the bracket and give some accolades to some trainers that we haven't really got to see on screen. The one that we're having difficulties pronouncing, Le Suédois, is someone that we have not seen yet on bracket at all, but managing to go completely through day 1, coming into the losers round 1, beating Hikami, who is another incredibly talented French battler who we saw yesterday, beating Sandoudou, another French battler. It's just a battle of the French people at that point, I believe. Going and beating Music Michael from the Netherlands to be in the position that he is in now.
Yes, and now the stakes really are high, because you are so close to those losers finals, and you might be able to make your way back and fight back into the grand finals, and the excitement, it only builds at this point. So we are going to get into the first couple of matches imminently when the trainers do get set up on the gamer's desk, would you say?
Yeah, let's call it a gamer's desk or a battle arena, because if you've seen the scenes of this, I love the setup of this season. It's absolutely gorgeous out there, and it really sets this tone when the players sit down and you see them really battling in this great background.
Yes, and I like as well, so this kind of gives me Pokemon Stadium vibes as well.
I like that.
Yes, from back in the good old days when, you know, I was young and carefree.
Oh, to be back in those days.
Oh yes, and I had my sweet Nintendo 64 and Pokemon Stadium, and you can just see that arena-esque vibe here as we have the 2 trainers already set up in the arena. We have our very kind Judge Aris keeping a close eye on matters as the 2 gentlemen get themselves set up. Don't forget, Elon, one of the youngest players in this tournament, has never been in a Play Pokemon tournament.
And actually, Adelian, sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there just for 1 second, because I believe that this actually is going to be the other losers quarterfinals bracket. We just saw Gala Bolton, who's on the left-hand side, who played against Inadequates, barely missing out by 1 HP on that Sableye against the Superior matchup, and he's playing against San Judigo on the right-hand side, a Spanish player who actually knocked out Colin 6, who was the previous Lille Regional Champion, hopefully making a name for himself in this tournament as well. Another person who we have not seen on screen.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, my apologies. I did know. Now looking at these 2 faces, yes, of course, you can see Gala Bolton. It's like he's leaning back. He's just thinking, contemplating. What do I go for? I think both of these 2 fine gentlemen, they're both the sort of the thinkers. They're like peaceful, quiet, and then very astute in their picks. So I'm excited to see. Do you reckon that Superior with Leaf Tornado makes another appearance against San Judigo? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. You probably need to. I probably need to get guidance on how to say his username better.
I believe it's San Judigo, but I of course could be wrong as well. Again, not a native language, but I believe it is. And I had a chance to talk with him a little bit earlier this morning, and I asked him how he was doing, if he was feeling good, and he said, hey, listen, this is the farthest I've ever made it in a tournament. Even if I get kicked out first first round, I'm incredibly happy. But look how much farther he's been able to make it. He was, again, on the lower end of the bracket, from the loser's bracket from day one, but he's made it through all the way to the point where he is now.
Now, that is beautiful to hear. And I have actually seen him many times in the grassroots format, and he's always been very passionate about Pokemon Go battling. And I'm glad to see that he is taking so much happiness and positivity to get so far. And perhaps if he's exceptionally talented, and a little bit of luck, may go that one step further. But Gala Bolton is a very, very strong wall to overcome. He is tough. He has really pushed Inadequates in the previous match right to the very edge. You saw how close those matches were. So this is not going to be easy at all. And the fans here are waiting with bated breath to see who will come out on top with these next battles.
I think we need to go a little bit into the spicy pick that I saw briefly on the San Diego side, and that was again, sorry about that. I think it was potentially the French players' team that we saw before, but now we do get to see the teams of each of these players running like what we saw a lot of. I would say. Wouldn't you say this is a pretty familiar team on our San Diego side with the Frostlass, Superior, Umbreon, Metachamp, Lantern, and Gligar?
Yes, and I think what's interesting is both of these trainers haven't actually brought the very typical Medicham Lickitung core. There's no Lickitungs on either side, which does mean that we're not going to see any of those Lickitung mirror matches. We won't see an Umbreon mirror match because Gala Bolton hasn't brought one. So I am personally expecting a very fast-paced game. I like that Sableye has been brought in on Gala Bolton's side because it's just so unusual compared to the rest of the meta, but it is going to struggle against that Umbreon.
That's what I was thinking, Adelian. I was exactly on the same page. While Gala Bolton has been using that Sableye to really counter the Medicham and Frostlass on the other side, now that there's an Umbreon in play, I wonder how much he will actually find utilization in that said Pokemon.
Yeah, so I wonder, like, the one way you could go about it perhaps is I think Medicham might be a necessity here to deal with the Umbreon, and we do know that the Medicham is running Dynamic Punch here, and then you pair that up with something that can handle the Frostlass, and so this is where the Sableye and maybe even have to push the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. We've seen Gala Bolton command that very, very well in a Frostlass matchup. Do we see that tactic of going 2 shields down very early on in order to assert that dominance and get that switch advantage early as well? Maybe that's the way to go for Gala Bolton. So many tactics and so little time to consider them all.
I know that these players have been waiting all day to see who will become the reigning champion. Do I have what it takes? These players have made it so far, but unfortunately, like you said earlier, Delian, this is the losers quarterfinals here, so whoever loses this will be down and out of the tournament, but the other one will be continuing on. They're not going home empty-handed, though, because there is a lot of tournament prizes on the line, as well as championship points. Here we go, getting right into the battles.
Oh, yeah. So we have Umbreon going in against Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but if I recall, this is the Powder Snow variant, which means that the Umbreon is going to be taking neutral damage as opposed to the Shadow Claws that you would otherwise see from the Community Day move. So here comes those Powder Snows coming in thick and fast, and now but trying to make a catch onto the Superior here. Catch is not successful, and now a reactionary swap into the Frostlass, but this is where the Leaf Tornadoes can start churning out. Is San Diego going to shield or not?
Looks like it's going instead for that heavy-hitting Frenzy Plant instead, and not quite enough to knock out the Frostlass because, again, this is not a Shadow version, and meanwhile San Diego just getting up a ton of energy. I think this is great in both aspects because the Lantern definitely wants to avoid the Superior, but that Gligar also wants to avoid the Frostlass.
Yes, absolutely, and now Gala Bolton can throw those Leaf Tornadoes and force a shield on the Frostlass here. This Leaf Tornado not doing high on damage, but might get that debuff, which will be very useful, and indeed the debuff is there! That's a big deal!
Taken indeed, and now this Avalanche will coming through. Gala Bolton once again using this double shield in the mid-game, letting that Avalanche not do as much damage, and I believe this Vine Whip will be enough to take out the Frostlass. Now the Superior is loaded with energy, but I have a feeling that Umbreon's coming back in.
Oh yes, and in fact San Diego is able to get the foul play off. I'm not sure if this is going to KO, and that won't be significant. Let's see how close it is. Not quite enough, and Leaf Tornado might be being thrown. No, going for the Frenzy Plant. No, Gala Bolton thinking, I want to do a bit more damage. I reckon reckon I'm not going to get a shield here. I want to hit that Umbreon where it hurts. It's going to really drop the health down into around 40%, and now Umbreon might be able to farm down. Maybe gets another. No, another Leaf Tornado. Incredible.
We'll have to see if he once again gets the attack debuff. Galaxy Bolton has had 100% of it on stage when I've been casting, at least, so maybe I'm his good luck charm. No, unfortunately not for him that time. Giving a little parting gift of that Leaf Tornado before going down, and now we have a fully loaded Umbreon, but not a lot of health left.
Yeah, so now it's a debate. Do you come in with the Shadow Alolan Santa, swapping into the Lantern to react to that? But bear in mind, the Drill Run here is going to do super effective damage, and so now a shield really needs to put in play, and it is good call here by the Lantern, and now the Drill Run does no damage, and I wonder whether you stay in throwing another Drill Run here to really chip away, and now there's no more shields. Lantern has to bulk this one out.
Lantern indeed has to bulk this out. The Thunderbolt will be the more effective move, being able to take out the Alolan Sandslash at this stage, but will he charge up a little bit of extra energy? Wow, trying to get a catch, and now this Surf will be connecting. This Surf is super effective against the Gligar.
Yes, and I wonder if that was foresight expected, because Digital was expecting a catch, whether he threw the Surf deliberately for that reason. But this, even at this stage, 2 Surfs might not be enough, but maybe now with the Spark chipping away at the health even more, this might be just about enough. So let's see how close it's going to be. Undercharging.
Wow, even a beautiful undercharge there. Wants to try to get a little bit more energy. Meanwhile, this super effective dig will definitely be enough to knock out the Lantern at that part. But again, talking about undercharges, Galaxy Bolton completely undercharging this as well. Still enough to take out this Lantern, as it is a super effective move. Umbreon, meanwhile, getting 100 energy.
And I think that was the key tactical decision here. You want to have as much energy as possible on your final Pokemon in order to throw this out, but Umbreon is able to get that energy, is able to launch out the Shadow Alolan Santa, just about survives. Is this going to be enough? Chose the Powder Snow, sorry, chose the Weather Ball, and this might be enough to KO. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Is there going to be a boom? Oh!
Indeed, it looks like it is going to be. Wow, winning Galaxy Bolton on charge attack priority.
That was so close. There was a moment where I was in my head, I was thinking, oh my god, is this going to happen? Is this going to be key? That is so close, considering how much energy did Umbreon have, because Umbreon would have definitely thrown another move afterwards if that hadn't KO'd. So that was so close. Excellent play from both trainers here.
And this is something that we talked about before as well, like players who really know the counts of the different Pokemon. They know that my opponent has this much energy, it takes this much to get to their charge attack, and throwing at that charge attack priority, because as we all know, Alolan Sandslash has a much higher attack than the Umbreon does. Being able to release that charge attack first, securing that game #1 for Galaxy Bolton, but in a very close round. If I was San Hudigo, I would not be too upset about how I played that out.
Yes, considering how close that was, yeah, very credible performance from both of these fabulous trainers. So it is 1-0. We just saw a few accolades there from both these trainers as well. And San Hudigo had it having success in Bilbao in previous seasons, going to top 8 if memory serves. So that was so that shows that he has had some credibility and has had experience with Top Cup before. But this is even tougher. This is a larger scale tournament, and going into top 16 and now even further, this still is really good for him, and I can see why he's so positive about getting so far already.
I cannot congratulate these players enough. It takes a lot of dedication, it takes a lot of determination to be able to get to the point where they are at. And Galaxy Bolton, I really liked what he did there as well. It's the same technique that he deployed in the previous matches that we were casting with him. He's going very standard, what we call ABB against a Frostlass. So he's using 2 Pokemon in the back that are weak to Frostlass, using one of them to draw it out. So then the Gligar, which we saw in this, was able to really roam free at the end.
Yes, and Gligar was able to cause quite a few problems, and there was an interesting element in that match where both trainers were trying to undercharge, and the tactic there, for those that were watching who were like, oh, why are these trainers not just going for it? The idea is you want to weaken your opponent's Pokemon enough and then be taken out, so that your follow-up Pokemon can then get some extra energy by farming the weakened Pokemon down from your opponent. So sometimes, in rare situations, it is beneficial to not completely wipe out your opponent, but it is rare.
It is rare. I think a lot of it's a calculated risk as well, because we've seen it many times when people have undercharged maybe just a little bit too much and then recognizing, oh no, I'm not going to be able to reach my next attack because I've still left that other Pokemon with too much energy, with too much health. What have I done? But I mean, in this sort of scenario, I think San Diego really played it out well. It was just an unfortunate thing for him that he lost the charge attack priority, but Umbreon is one of the more bulky Pokemon with a lot of defense, so because of that, it loses most of those charge attacks priority scenarios.
Yes, absolutely. So let's see what happens here. What does Umbreon feature? The Shadow Alolan Sanchez coming in. Ooh. This is going to be really good for Gala Bolton, but not great for San Diego. He's going to swap out immediately, surely.
Man, Gala Bolton has been using this lineup just so skillful. We even saw this last time. Coming in with the Frostlass, Gala Bolton will most likely go 2 shields down here because, again, those back Pokemon do not want to see the Frostlass in any sort of capacity. But San Diego, maybe learning a little bit of a lesson about that, has shielded up that first drill run.
Yes, I think this is sensible here, and now there is a race to get to the next move. This will be a Shadow Ball, which Gala Bolton is definitely going to shield. He does not want that Frostlass anywhere near the rest of his team. The shield goes, and the shield is used, and now it's again launching another drill run here, which would bring Frostlass really close into the red, but no shield on this occasion, and this might hurt quite a bit.
This will hurt quite a bit, but he will be able to reach that Shadow Ball because it is a Shadow, not a Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash, and forcing, yes, once again, that second shield from Gala Bolton. He knows how weak he is in that Frostlass in the back line, but he says, oh, they don't even care anymore because the Frostlass has now been put back into his ball and a ton of energy on the Sandslash.
Yes, and now I think surely San Diego brings in that Medicham, which will require a relatively quick switch from Gala Bolton, so reaction times are everything here. Instant switch into the Superior here, which I think is a very sensible play, and that Leaf Tornado can cause a few problems. Not quite as super effective as the Aerial Ace, though, is it?
I think that also if San Diego has realized his timer is up, he wants to get this super effective Ice Punch off as it connects to the Superior because there are no shields left on Gala Bolton's side. Meanwhile, Gala Bolton throwing that Frenzy Plant, the heavier hitting charge attack at the Medicham, which goes unshielded.
I think this is a very sensible play here. If you were to go Leaf Tornado, there's a good chance that it would go unshielded, and there's a potential Medicham can swap out afterwards. So going for a bit more damage, trying to get a catch here, and is kind of successful. And you can see Gala Bolton shaking his head, going, oh, that's not quite what I wanted to do. But let's see if that Leaf Tornado is able to get a debuff on there. Is there a debuff? There is a debuff!
It goes again. You can see him kind of smirking, shaking his head. Yes, meanwhile, San Diego is desperately shaking his head. No. Being able to reach the Frenzy Plant also because of this, because the wing attacks aren't doing as much. And again, I love the way that he swipes his bubbles.
Yes, I was just like mesmerized by that. So the Gligar takes a huge amount of damage here, but is able to get the Aerial Ace off the correct move here into the mirror matchup. But this Gligar on Gala Bolton's side is very, very healthy indeed. And the debuff is demonstrating that Aerial Ace really isn't a threat. That is barely any damage at all.
Yeah, with that Leaf Tornado being able to take out a little bit of the oomph from the Gligar, this Aerial Ace will not be doing as much damage indeed. Meanwhile, in the back, that Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash saying, I'm ready for my turn. Turns out I might not even need it because the Medicham does not want to be facing the Aerial Ace here, forcing San Diego most likely to use that last shield.
Yes, definitely. You do not want to take that Aerial Ace. So Medicham is all on Medicham now, and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You rarely see this Shadow Alolan Sandslash taking out a Medicham. Its hardest counter, demonstrating from Gala Bolton's side that dominance. I trust my Pokemon that much. I can use my Shadow Alolan Sandslash to take out a Medicham. How emphatic is that?
Gala Bolton staying alive in this competition. This is incredible, incredible plays. Once again, we are in the losers quarterfinals, and we have 2 more people who will be playing this to see who will also be in this tournament. Delian, I can tell you what, who would have thought a Superior with Leaf Tornado would be making it so far?
I would never in a million years have guessed that. If someone said, I'm thinking Superior with Leaf Tornado, I would have gone Aerial Ace is the way to go. There's no way Leaf Tornado can pull it off. But I am being proven wrong here. Gala Bolton really utilizing, and what I think utilizing Leaf Tornado, what I think is really impressive as well is his expertise to know when to go for the Frenzy Plant, when to read his opponent and go, you know what, I don't think he's going to fall for this bait. I'm going to punish that. I'm going to go with the hard-hitting Frenzy Plant there.
I have to be curious now. I mean, we've been joking around and doing these Master of Choices. I think this is maybe the next Master of Choice question. Are we going to be running Leaf Tornado from now on our superiors, or are we sticking with the conventional aerial ace? What are you going to take? We'll argue the positions maybe a little bit, and the chat can decide which they would like to do. Are you an aerial ace person, or are you going to be like, no, I like a little bit of this RNG?
I do like the RNG at all. I like the fact that it's unpredictable, and unpredictability does favor trainers that are looking to out-calculate their opponents, because you cannot predict for that. So Leaf Tornado is the way to go for me, I reckon. I'll give it a try with Leaf Tornado.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just stick with that typical aerial ace, because it has super effective damage against those grass types that are also coming in, like that Shadow Venusaur, super effective damage against the Metagame, and other things as well. So, guys, let us know. You guys are now the Masters of Choice. What are you picking? Are you going with the Leaf Tornado like Gala Bolton has been proving so successful in this tournament, or are you guys sticking with aerial ace?
Yes, you have that debate, have that talk, speak with your friends, try and compete, practice a few times, use both in GBL. There's currently I think it's the Ultra League and the Halloween Cup available in the Go Battle League, so plenty of different choices. I'm not sure if Superior actually qualifies in the Halloween Cup, but I'm sure it will come back in Open Great League or some other fun and unusual meta for you to try out both of those movesets with Superior. And I really enjoy the fact that one thing that often goes unnoticed is we always talk about the cost or the Stardust pricing of in battling, and how it can be quite expensive. The Metachams often need quite a bit of investment, but it's such a luxury to have Community Day Pokemon, and they don't cost a whole lot to build up, do they?
That's true, and also, if you are part of a community of people who are used to playing, or if you're relatively new to the game, chances are a lot of people already have one of these Pokemon that they will trade you as a spare Pokemon as well. So if you are in need of a Frenzy Plant, Shadow Venusaur, well, sorry, that one's going to be a little bit more difficult because you can't trade Shadows. A regular Venusaur, maybe a Swampert, maybe a Superior that you would like to have Frenzy Plant, go ahead and ask someone in your community if they happen to have an extra one that they'd be willing to trade to you for something else.
And as a bonus, it might even have Hydro Cannon on it as a special move. They might go, yeah, you know what, I've evolved a couple of my Swampert or a couple of my Superior, just because there was, just in case there ever was a situation where one of my friends needed it. And that is the benefit of a community, of playing Pokemon Go. It really allows you to make those bonds, and you can go and meet up with them and do the trades and go out for a coffee together. Hey, life's possibilities.
Go out for a coffee together, right, Adelian? We
Exactly.
were just drinking it on stage beforehand, getting ready, getting all cozy, readied up for these next matches. And I have to say, I've been really loving this tournament so far. There's so many competitors here. You can just feel the vibrancy in the air as everyone is waiting to see who will be the next person who will be taking home this championship title.
Yes, I'm very, very, very excited here. One thing that we do know, and I don't know if this was mentioned or already, but we do know that we're going to have a new Lille Regional Champion, but it's because, unfortunately for Colin Six, who has undoubtedly played fantastically, he did eventually, after a very tough run, did get knocked out of the tournament, so is alas, unfortunately, unable to defend his Lille title anymore. But where old goes, new will replace, and those new champions will be born, and they will set their own legacies on the greatest stage of them all at these Play Pokemon Regionals.
And we have to remember there are still 2 French battlers who are left in this tournament as well, so still plenty of opportunity to see if it will be one of those people. Gala Bolton is not from France. He is from Sweden, as he had said a little bit earlier. He had a training partner who helped build this team composition, which I think is also great. Being able to practice and scrimmage with your teammates, with your friends, maybe even get a little bit of coaching sometimes. Be like, I wonder how I would play out this specific matchup. Could you maybe test it against me and I will see? I know a lot of players have been doing that, especially people who have been trying to get ready for this Day 2 event.
Yes, and so I have got an idea. I reckon with a lot of trainers now watching at the moment, they're going to think, how can I learn more of the skills needed to compete at this top 16?
I would love to learn.
Yeah, we all do. You can never stop learning. And I think one of the key tactics to consider is timing your charge attacks at the best possible time. So to give some guidance, we're going to pop out another video, and we want you to have a look and see what you think.
Hello trainers, my name is AlphaPhi. Now that you've mastered the beginner and intermediate levels of charged attack timing, it's time to become a Pokemon Go champion through mastering some advanced techniques. Throwing a charged attack uses up 1 turn, and where that turn lands in the flow of battle determines its impact. The worst case scenario occurs if you activate a charged attack on the turn after your opponent's fast attack ends, and your opponent does not throw a charged attack themselves. One of two things can happen. If they choose to throw a fast attack, their fast attack will occur in one turn regardless of its original duration. This is commonly referred to as a sneak or a truncated fast attack. This results in your opponent dealing damage and gaining energy for free. The second thing that can happen is your opponent has the ability to switch out their Pokemon and catch the charged attack onto one of their other Pokemon. You can see how impactful this can be as the Earthquake being used by Shadow Gliscor goes from being super effective against the Galarian Stunfisk's Steel typing to double resisted by the Noctowl's Flying type. This sort of play can absolutely change the flow of battle by neutralizing vast quantities of your opponent's stored up energy. So, how do you prevent sneaks or catches from happening? To begin, let's look at matchups in which your opponent's Pokemon is using a one-turn duration fast attack. These matchups are unique because the fast attack duration is the same as the time as it takes to use a charged attack, and it is actually impossible to prevent a sneak or catch. The scenario is easier for you to play out as it's entirely on your opponent to predict when you are going to choose to activate your charged attack. Situations in which your opponent's Pokemon is using the same turn duration as your own fast attack are also unique. Typically, both fast attacks will be happening at the same time, meaning there is never a natural timing in which you can prevent a sneak or catch. However, you can create such a timing if you pause and wait for your opponent to start their fast attack. This tactic is frequently used at high levels of play to guarantee that a selected charged attack lands on its intended target. For instance, you can see this being utilized here in the 2023 Vancouver Regional Grand Finals by the champion Dilab.
All right, we're at the Earthquake, but we're going to be throwing this Hydro Cannon here now. This is still going to threaten a lot of HP. One of the most efficient charge moves, this Hydro Cannon, and very close to another one as well. Both of these Pokemon pace two moves at the exact same rate, and we do see a charge. I believe, did the Ninetales throw a move?
For all other situations, it is easiest to analyze by the duration of your own fast attack. In this video, we'll focus on 1 and 2 turn duration fast attacks. While utilizing 1 turn fast attacks, the objective is simple. Use 1 fewer fast attacks than your opponent's fast attack duration, and then throw your own charged attack. As an example, up against the 5 turn fast attack Incinerate, you want to use 4 1-turn fast attacks. Against a 2 turn fast attack such as Shadow Claw, you only use 1 1-turn fast attack before activating your own charged attack. Proper timing with a 2-turn fast attack can be a bit more tricky. Against 3-turn duration fast attacks, ideal timing follows the formula of 3x plus 1. After using 1 or 4 fast attacks, you have gone through a total of 2 or 8 turns respectively, which are 1 less than 3, and 9, which corresponds to 1 or 3 3-turn fast attacks. Against 4-turn duration fast attacks, ideal timing always lands after using an odd number of fast attacks. In this case, ideal timing always provides 1 additional free turn to your opponent. Against 5-turn duration fast attacks, ideal timing follows the formula of 5x plus 2. After using 2 or 7 fast attacks, you have gone through a total of 4 or 14 turns, which is 1 less than 5 or 15 turns, which corresponds to 1 or 3 5-turn fast attacks. Ultimately, the top battlers in Pokemon Go PvP are able to combine and optimize the beginner, intermediate, and advanced tactics of charged attack timing strategies in order to make the most of each and every battle. I hope you enjoyed this section of Quick Math with Big Phoebe, and I look forward to seeing how you are able to implement these tactics in your own play in order to become the very best.
I'll never tire of that backdrop of Leo, will you?
I won't. I thought you were going to say you would never tire of my dancing backstage before the camera actually turns live. Trust me, guys, you're missing out if you're not watching it.
I think you should totally do that on stream next time. That's probably going to be clipped as a meme at some point, I'm sure. But yes, no, that was a fantastic video from AlphaPhoebe, I believe, on fast move timing. Actually, I personally, just on watching that video alone, I learned something. It's good to reinforce those skills and remember, okay, if I'm using a 2-turn move versus an opponent's 3-turn move, when do I want to time that? So give him as minimal an advantage as possible whenever I throw a charge move. All of these things add to the complex nature of Pokemon Go PvP and make it a multifaceted sort of and technical game, and that adds to the challenge and makes it that little bit trickier in terms of how can I be the very best, ultimately.
I think also if you were someone who watched the video and was thinking, man, this maybe seems a little bit too over my head, take a deep breath and just practice with it as well. I think a lot of the times, sometimes if we get overwhelmed with information, we think, oh, this is too hard for me, I don't want to do it, but that's definitely not the case. I know for, I think it was the Yellow Ripper, a Portuguese player, he says, I don't even bother really counting with the charge attack timings. I just go off of a feel, and he made it to, I believe he was a top cut in Malmo as well, so you definitely have to play to your own skills and advantages. These are some ways that help improve you overall to get to the main stage, but it's by no means the only way that you can get there.
Yes, that's a very, very good suggestion here, because instinct does count for a lot, and I think at these top levels you do really have to not only just know your maths to an extent, but instinct does kick in as to sometimes you're not going to necessarily make a catch straight away. You're going to make a catch later on by just reading and sensing that sixth sense that your opponent's going to do something right at that very second.
But speaking of these opponents, let's get right into these matchups. This is something that I saw a little bit earlier on the Suédois side, where I saw that Toxapex. What are your thoughts on this, Adelian? This is not something we've seen very often in the tournament anymore.
Toxapex is a fantastic Pokemon. It's actually very popular in other games as well, and I was delighted to see it did make an immediate impact when it was introduced to Pokemon Go. The key thing about it is that the bulk that it has. It's sometimes on par with some of the more bulky Pokemon you see, like Lickitung, like Umbreon, and dare I say it, maybe even getting close to Carbink or Bastiodon even.
Potentially so. I do think it does indeed have a lot of that bulk. Because of this as well, he's most likely running a Poison Jab on it, and I would guess that the charge attacks would be Brine and Sludge Wave, but we'll have to see if it even comes into play, as it looks like it is maybe in this first game even.
Let's find out.
Nope, it is not.
Not in this case, and also Lantern is going to have a great time with Mandibuzz, an immediate swap out by Elon into the Lickitung, which is responded to by that Dynamic Punch Medicham. So Lickitung's not going to really enjoy this and does throw the Body Slam at the perfect time just before Dynamic Punch is reached by the Medicham. Elon demonstrating his fantastic counting skills here in order to make sure that his timing is perfect as we rush to another Body Slam, but not before. Oh, there's a bait attempt here, and will this be a Dynamic Punch?
Elon does in fact think that it is going to be a Dynamic Punch, shielding that up. It is just an Ice Punch bait, still at a lot of energy, be able to get to this other Body Slam before getting to another Ice Punch or Dynamic Punch on the Suédois side.
Yes, and I think that is crucial to get that Ice Punch bait off, and now Medicham can consider, do I go try and counter this down and then go for another Ice Punch? No, going for the Dynamic Punch here, which does go shielded by Elon again. 2 shields committed, and Lickitung might be able to now lick down and win switch advantage here potentially.
Looks like it is going to be able to do that indeed, and not only that, but come out with a full Body Slam or perhaps one more lick and a Power Whip to hit whatever is coming into the back. This was a great position for Elon to be in. He may be down 2 shields, but he's up in energy.
Yes, and now the Power Whip is going to be launched, and surely a shield at this point? No, maybe not. In this case, Lantern's bulk being utilized here to withstand that super effective move, but a huge amount of damage done.
Now it is Le Suédois' side to get a lot of energy. This Lantern is fully loaded, and in comes the Alolan Sandslash to deal with it.
Yes, and this is a bit problematic because the Alolan Sandslash is a very good Pokemon, but does not do very well when there's a drill, when there's no shields to protect it. And now this first surf is coming in, won't even reach the drill run as the second surf is most likely going to take out the Alolan Sandslash, surely.
Incredible timing by Les Suédois there. They're not quite able to take it out, so it looks like Elon will be able to get to that drill run, which is, again, like you talked about, super effective damage. But Les Suédois says, no, I know that this Alolan Sandslash is so low, I'm going to go ahead and shield this up, probably spark it down and just have energy for what is in the back.
Which is that Mandibuzz that he saw early on, and this is going to be problematic because Lantern does need to rush to that. And there's a beautiful catch there, incredible, absolutely sublime timing there as the Gligar takes this Dark Pulse, and now Gligar's going to have no problems at all dealing with this Mandibuzz, chipping away at it, even if just to soften it up that little bit further. So now it's a race. Both of these Pokemon are going to be using their flying type moves. Well, so Gligar certainly is, but the Dark Pulse might be an option here on Mandibuzz, but is it going to be enough to overcome this Gligar?
We have to remember that Mandibuzz is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Great League, so being able to throw this Dark Pulse will be doing a lot of damage. Meanwhile, even though these aerial aces will start adding up over time, as you can see, Mandibuzz is barely in the yellow, while Gligar is already down a little bit more in health. This another aerial ace is coming through. We also have to remember there is still a drill run loaded on that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back.
Yes, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash will likely win a Charge Attack priority event against everything on Les Suédois' backline. So now it's a race, and here comes another aerial ace onto the Mandibuzz here. Is that going to be enough to KO at this range? That is the key question.
I love this play by Elon. He wants no farm for this Lantern, but instead there is a snipe by this Lantern and able to get to the surf instead. And Les Suédois has taken game number 1 quite decisively.
What a incredible play. That snipe was key there to eliminate all that energy that had been built up on the Mandibuzz on Elon's side. That reaction time, it's all about reaction times here.
The reaction time is indeed all about reaction time. Lantern did a fantastic job there for Les Suédois, noticing that the Mandibuzz was so low health that if it just came in a little bit earlier, if it was able to catch Elon by surprise, that spark was enough to take it out, and all that energy negated on the Mandibuzz, not able to throw it at anything.
Yeah, so what does Elon do now? How does he adjust? That was a bit unfortunate with the reaction times there, because I think it's so hard when it's a 2-turn fast move like that, and you're having a swap out at the same time. You need to react in like literally 0.5 seconds. That's really hard to do for anyone.
We have to remember that each turn is only 0.5 seconds. That means these are split-second decisions. These are even less than split-second decisions, and even 1 second could be incredibly timely and costly in this sort of series.
Yes, absolutely. I did really like the catch that Les Suédois made on his Gligar. I really hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. But the catch that was made, I think that was very, very clever indeed, very well read, and that did help change the dynamics of this game in the end game. That key decision, sometimes all it takes is that one moment of magic to change the outcome, and that was brilliant to watch.
I love these games. It was like it's a complete back and forth, right? Sometimes you think that it's in Elon's favor, and sometimes you thought, oh no, it's really Les Suédois is in control. It really comes down to the wire, especially when you have people who are competing at this such high level, making such great plays. We're already into game number 2, leading that Metagame into a Metagame mirror, and we'll have to see what the movesets are for sure. I think we already was revealed earlier that they are indeed both on the Ice Punch and Dynamic Punch.
Yes, so this is going to be a game of who has the better bulk, whose Metacham is a little bit more healthy in terms of HP, in terms of defense and all of that. So Ice Punch coming in through first from Les Suédois' side to do a healthy amount of chip damage onto Elon's Metacham here. And now is there a response going for the Dynamic Punch? So this is a resisted move, but will do a little bit more because of the same type attack bonus, but it does go shielded.
Wow, a big shield up in the first round here. I wonder if they're thinking, I need to win this lead here since it's a mirror so I can line up whatever is in the back. Another Dynamic Punch is going through. Elon saying, I know that Ice Punches don't do quite as much, going for a little bit more power. As you can see, not very effective, but that Metacham is in the yellow.
Yes, and so we can now see an Ice Punch is being sent out from Les Suédois' side. This is a difference in style in how to play Metacham, going for the lower energy, and now there's an immediate swap into the Lickitung to try and get some damage, and that's responded to by the Mandibuzz, which Lickitung will not want to see.
It's a really funny, Elon had put on his little fact sheet about himself that he calls his Mandibuzz the Lickitung Finder because it does so well against the Lickitung, being able to resist those licks. The Mandibuzz coming in, I think Elon is in quite a comfortable position here, just gaining a ton of energy before releasing this first Dark Pulse.
Yes, and I think now that Dark Pulse is being released, we are seeing the rise of Mandibuzz with that buff to Aerial Ace. We can and the bulk that it already had. It is truly in a good competition spot instead of Umbreon. Another Dark Pulse, but not before the Body Slam gets launched first, which is going to do a respectable amount of chip damage onto this Mandibuzz, but nothing really to threaten a shield whatsoever, as Mandibuzz now goes to launch that Dark Pulse straight afterwards.
As we can see, both of these Pokemon are rather bulky, as we call it, being able to take a lot of hits, not having to use any shields left, so another Dark Pulse going through right there. Before another one is even deployed, though, we have another Body Slam coming through from Le Suédois' side.
There has been so many charge attacks that have been launched by this Lickitung. Both of these Pokemon are so incredibly bulky that it takes time, but there is a swap into the Gligar to try and take advantage, and a Dark Pulse is launched at that Gligar straight away to try and chip the Gligar down. And then what does Elon do? Because this Mandibuzz is quite low. Does he swap out? He does indeed swap out and brings in his own Lickitung to answer that softened up Gligar.
Yeah, Gligar has a lot of energy already, but down to about half health. Going ahead and throwing this more effective dig and properly getting shielded up by Elon. He wants this Lickitung as healthy as possible. It's like this tongue is sticking out saying, na 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 boo boo, you can't hurt me.
And now the Body Slam coming in just before the Gligar can reach a second dig. I don't think this Body Slam KOs, but it will certainly threaten the Gligar to be licked down afterwards. No shield on Le Suédois' side. He's happy to let the Gligar go because he is going to be able to throw that second dig. And this time Elon decides to no shield that. He's happy that he has been able to protect this Lickitung a little bit, but is now relying on the bulk to withstand that a little bit more. And now the lick down commences. Will he be able to get it in time? It's going to be close, but yes, he does manage it.
He has a lot of energy left. The Metagame on Le Suédois' side is a little bit healthier than the one on Elon's side, but there's still pretty much two Pokemon left that have a little bit of energy and a little bit of charge. We'll see who goes off first. It's going to be that Body Slam.
I think that's just perfect timing by Elon, getting that little bit of extra farm, forcing that final shield from Le Suédois' side because he really wants Metatram to do a bit more damage on the Lickitung here, and now racing to another Body Slam, but no. Le Suédois says, I want to get that Ice Punch off. I want to make sure that you use your final shield. So here it comes. The shield negates that damage, and both Pokemon live to fight another day. And now it's another race, and trying to get a catch there into the own Lickitung, and responded to by a Mandibuzz. They're both trainers are in sync and reacting so well, but the Body Slam comes through. Does this KO?
We're about to find out, Adelian. It is same type attack bonus from this Lickitung, but Mandibuzz is very bulky. It looks like it barely hangs on by a thread, able to get off this Dark Pulse. This is huge for Elon.
Absolutely incredible. The Lickitung now going to be just about eliminated thanks to the Dark Pulse, and finally, after so many charge attacks, this Lickitung goes down, and Medicham comes back in to go eliminate the Mandibuzz, and now Lickitung with that Body Slam is able to take out the Medicham. What an incredible battle from these incredible trainers. Both trainers right at the edge of their seats with some of this battling.
Are we watching Pokemon Go, or are we watching ping pong? That was so much of a back and forth matchup at the end there. Both trainers very aware of where their switch timers were at, aware of the energy that they still had on their Pokemon. It's no surprise that these trainers have made it so far in this Lille Regional Championship.
Yes, I feel this stopped becoming a battle and started becoming an art, where both of these trainers' Pokemons were dancing in a duel, neither one willing to give up an inch. This is what happens when you go higher and higher into a tournament. The level of talent, the level of finesse just increases exponentially, and you just get a culmination of just sheer joy and beauty in a battle. And this is what we want to see. We want to see talent of this quality demonstrating it on the grandest stage of it all.
And I think if you're the audience, or if you're at home, you are like us, you are on the edge of your seats, because these matches have been so incredibly close, and there is one more match to be played within these two. Whoever wins this will continue on into the tournament. This is the losers quarterfinals right now. Still plenty more games to see before we crown the new reigning champion of Lille. However, I think there's a lot on the line if you're these two players.
Yes, absolutely. Both of them French, if I recall, and both of them were looking for that home turf advantage, or to protect that home turf advantage and take that further. We have spoken about Elon and how youthful he is, and again demonstrating that age is no barrier. We have seen both of these trainers, in my view, are relatively unknown on the play Pokemon scene. So to see newcomers come in and be so dominant and get so far into top 16, but we are going to find out who is that teeny bit more dominant than the other as Lickitung faces off against Lantern.
Lantern versus Lickitung is a pretty neutral matchup, but we've seen it played out many times before. We'll have to see how these two trainers choose to play it specifically as this Spark Lantern continues to just chip away. It does need to be wary of that power whip, but also there's a potential that Lacewood completely just ends up going for the body slam bait. It is up to Elon to discover, is this truly the power whip? Do I need to be using a shield? It looks like he is not going to do that, and that power whip connects.
Ouch, and that is going to do a huge amount of damage, but Lantern able to bulk out the hardest hitting attacks here, responding with a Thunderbolt to try and chip away at this Lickitung here, and now we're going to see the Lickitung's bulk demonstrators. Both these Pokemon go into the yellow, but it's a race to see who can get to a move first, but the body slam is launched first. Is this going to KO? Because this will be significant for the Lantern.
Elon, I think, knows that it's not going to be quite enough for it, and meanwhile he's able to reach this Thunderbolt as well. Now it's a flip scenario, Adelian. Is this Thunderbolt going to be enough to take out the Lickitung? Both of these are on just a sliver of health. If so, because no shields have been deployed yet, it's going to be a Lick versus Spark down, and we might see it. No, the Lickitung ends up winning, hanging on by a thread.
And this is beautiful for the Lickitung because now Lecidua can dictate what goes up against what, and you can see that Toxapex is there, and that is coming up against the Lickitung here, a very, very bulky Pokemon against another very bulky Pokemon, but now Lickitung has to now opt for the body slams here, but not before Toxapex is going to that Sludge Wave. So let's see, how much damage does this do?
This body slam shouldn't be doing too much. As we talked about before, Toxapex has a lot of bulk to it, but I think if you're Elon, you are super happy to see this Toxapex here because there is that Metagame in the back, and the Metagame wants nothing to do with it. We'd rather have that more neutral matchup against the Lantern. Meanwhile, this Sludge Wave goes through unshielded by Elon.
Wow, what a lot of damage considering it's such a heavy hitting move, but Lickitung's bulk is just able to withstand all of that and throw more of these body slams. But Lecidua has to have make a decision here. Is it worth shielding the Toxapex at any point, or do you soak up all the damage? Going for a brine here, because I think the rationale is if you throw that move and then you can maybe farm down with poison jabs, you can come out with a bit of energy afterwards. So maybe that is the tactic here as he tries to poison jab down this Lickitung, but not before he tanks a power whip onto his Toxapex.
Oh, this is a masterclass of getting into someone's head saying, I don't need to shield this Lickitung because there's nothing in the back that I have to fear. Meanwhile, a simultaneous swap here as the Metagame and Lantern both come in. Players deciding like they're completely in sync, like they're dancing with each other.
This was a very risky move, but it had to be done because both Pokemon were so weak before that swap out occurred. This is a relatively even matchup, does slightly favor the Metagame, but not by much. It depends on who plays it in what way, who gets that dynamic punch off, who gets that Thunderbolt off, what goes shielded, and here a decision has to be made. Is Lecidua going to commit one of those shields? He does, and I think this is the right decision, protecting his Lantern against the more dangerous dynamic punch.
This is a big call, and we have to see how much damage these counters versus these Sparks are doing. We have to remember Spark recently got a buff, and you can see it as the Metagame has forcing himself to not shield this Surf that is coming through. Meanwhile, just gaining a ton of energy, wants to be able to get this Lantern as low as possible, going for another dynamic punch at charge attack priority.
And charge attack priorities means that Metagame is going to win that, and there's another shield coming out. A right decision from Lecidua as the second dynamic punch gets shielded, and a response with the Surf. Is now a shield going to be used on Elon? It is. Both trainers are not giving an inch.
They can't, because they give an inch, they might give the game, and they know it at this point that both of them desperately clicking. The switch timers are also up. Are we going to see a potential catch? We saw a wait and not even a catch, and then I would try to swap out, but this is instead giving that Toxapex a lot of energy. You can see Elon's not super happy about it because this has now been able to get to a brine.
And that is a key decision maker here. The brine is able to take out the Metagame on 1 HP and waste all that energy it's built up, and that is it. That was so close. Incredible trainers, incredible battles, truly worthy of a top 16 cut quarterfinal.
And Lecidua, a Swiss player, has managed to make it this far into the tournament. So incredible. Oh man, I think we even need a moment to take a breath here in the booth, right, Adelian? These were fantastic battles, down to the wire almost every single time.
Honestly, I can't remember the last time I saw a battle as close and closely fought as that. Both trainers had so many potential win conditions, and all it took was just those reaction times, that 0.5 seconds difference, and especially at high intensity moments when all your Pokemon are low, to maintain that control and keep your emotions in check and just stick to tactics. That is a real skill, and Lecidua wow, just that teeny bit more.
I think there was a moment in that where you saw it, where both players, it looked like maybe they hesitated, but what they were doing was they were waiting a turn. So even though Elon was at that dynamic punch, he didn't want to throw it right when he had it because he knew that his opponent was smart. He knew that his opponent was counting his fast attacks and that he was at the move, and you saw it. They both waited and they switched in the Toxapex, which means Toxapex would have caught that and negated all the energy. In the end, it didn't end up mattering as much anyway because that Toxapex was able to poison jab down the Licky Tongue to throw the brine. But wow, an incredible awareness by both players in that last endgame scenario.
Yes, waiting a turn is very common and popular tactic. We did see that in the video earlier from AlphaVive about when you want to wait a turn and make sure that your charge attack connects correctly. It is often used in GBL and maybe something worth checking out and something worth practicing for those of you watching at home who like to dabble in GBL from time to time. These are some of the Pokemon that you will see. Maybe the Toxapex is a little bit spicy, but even then you will sometimes see Toxapex in Open Great League as well. It's so bulky. It definitely has a place as one of the more popular spicy picks, I would say.
Speaking of spicy picks and the players who are picking these spicy picks, we have an interview ready with Avi and Les Suédois, so let's get right on over to it.
Welcome back, trainers. I am Count Xevious, and I am joined by the winner of the losers quarterfinal, Les Suédois. Was it correct?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
How are you feeling right now?
Amazing. I mean, it's quite crazy to be here still playing today, yeah.
Yeah, you had a very, very dominant game number 1. Game number 2, Elon adopted, and you were always on the back foot for that game. But game 3, you absolutely changed it up. What was your thinking process in game number 3?
I guess I just went like I'm playing Toxapex. He won't expect it, and I guess it worked out. So that was a bit of my plan here, yeah.
Well, this is the first time we're seeing Toxapex in the main stage. Why did you bring this Pokemon?
I mean, I was quite comfortable with my first 5 Pokemon, so I had a good base, and just try to pick something a bit spicy, you know, so something maybe some players wouldn't expect, and so I train a bit Toxapex also in GBL, and I found it quite good against a lot of meta picks, so I went for it.
And just coming back to game number 3, it was very, very close. Yeah. You had to make sure that Poison Jab down would help you win. How did you feel when the Medicham fainted with the move?
Need to recall this. I mean, yeah. I guess it was just a matter of reaction time here, so just go for the switch, and I mean, also Toxapex is quite bulky and resist counter, so I guess it was fine to switch to Toxapex here, and
it was an absolute pleasure having you, and let's hope, and we all hope that we see you again soon. Thank you so much for your time. On to the casters.
Thank you.
Wow. Like, it was sort of what you were talking about. You willed that into existence. Playing Toxapex in a Go Battle League, looks like Les Suédois was already doing that and decided, hey, this is a Pokemon I'm familiar with. This is something that I think would really do well in one of these play Pokemon tournaments.
Yeah, and it's a fun Pokemon to use. You don't often see Brine as a charge attack.
No, it's true. It's not a commonly used charge attack against a lot of Pokemon.
Yes, but in the interest of coverage and having something to deal with Pokemon that don't do well against poison type attacks, it is useful to have, and I think Toxapex is best water type move. So I think that the Poison Jab, Sludge Wave, and Brine is the way to go.
Yeah. Now, Adelian, we were talking a little bit before the interview about waiting a turn, and that is something that the more skilled players, the more you start playing, you get used to doing things like this. I know that a lot of players are learning or wanting to learn more, and so we're going to give you a little video about some perfect plays, some ways that you can kind of indulge yourself and get a little bit better in your own personal skills.
Trainers, welcome to another episode of Perfect Play. My name is Inadequance, and this time we're going to take a look at one of, if not the most successful player in Play Pokemon. It's Axon. In this battle at Portland, he's going to demonstrate the power of Shadow Swampert. In the winners final battle between its Axon and a Shady Equation at the Portland Regional, Axon faces a tremendous start, leading his Noctowl into the Trevenant. However, he doesn't have an answer to the Water Gun Lantern that Shady Equation swaps in, and ends up losing the switch advantage. Axon decides he has to approach it differently. Axon keeps both of his shields for his trusted Shadow Swampert, realizing that every single Pokemon on a Shady Equations team can be knocked out by 1 or 2 charge attacks. This is a perfect showcase of energy management. Axon makes sure that his Swampert keeps maximizing on energy and maintaining enough health. By counting the fast attacks of his opponent, Axon is always a step ahead with his Swampert and unleashes Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon. This leads Axon to a very clean victory in what ended in a 3-2 victory overall. I hope this showcase of an incredible battler gives you some insights for your own future battles. Now, let's enjoy the rest of the stream.
The winner semifinals is on the horizon. We are just about to see Le Suédois versus Gala Bolton, and it is going to be good.
I mean, it's going to be amazing, right? And it's also not the winner semifinal, Leo. It's
a loser semifinal, of course. Thank you for correcting me, though.
We just saw Le Suédois battle it out against Elon, who's pushed down into the losers bracket by none other than.
I'm completely confused after you caught me off guard.
All right, that's okay. He was pushed into the losers bracket, but unfortunately for Elon, that's where his journey ends. It's his first tournament, and he is doing amazing. And I hope he takes this as a learning experience and comes back stronger in the regionals to come. But for now, we have Gala Bolton going up against Le Suédois, and he's using that Toxapex, the first Toxapex that we are seeing in this tournament. And I just talked to him in the interview, and he told me that it's a Pokemon that he's practiced with. He knew the 5 Pokemon that he wanted to play, but he said, okay, I want the Pokemon that I know and understand very well, so he played a lot of Toxapex, and that's exactly what he bought it here for.
Let's see if it's going to knock Gala Bolton's Tox off. All right, this is going to be interesting because not a lot of players are very experienced in the Toxapex matchup. Toxapex is also one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have in the Open Great League, and this can make for interesting scenarios, as we have Lickitung and Medicham and Umbreon. Those are all kind of equally bulky. Umbreon probably on the top of that, but you don't really know how those games turn out if there is a Pokemon that you haven't faced a lot of in the past.
Yep, just looking at Le Suédois' team, it's so bulky, right? Just as you pointed out, there's so many Pokemon that don't really need shield, so you're potentially going up against a player and you're playing a shield down already. But looking at Gala Bolton's team, he does have a lot of bulk on his team, but he also has Pokemon that hit really hard back, which like Pokemon with the likes of the Sableye and also the Shadow, Alolan Sandslash. These 2 Pokemon are going to be pivotal on how this match will be played. Of course, we also know that Gala Bolton is running that spicy moveset of Leaf Tornado on his superior.
And I thought this would be a little bit worse as soon as people know about that one. However, it just got better with that because the people were absolutely confused playing against him.
Yes, I think Superior used Leaf Tornado and people got confused.
Yes, exactly. And then they hit themselves in confusion. No, but they got attack drops through shields. That was something.
Yes. I think it is a very good mind game to have when you have a move that can potentially debuff your opponent, which is not as effective as the other move that you have, which is the Frenzy Plant. So you are in a commanding position. Whenever you throw the move, the onus is up to your opponent to understand, okay, maybe this is a Leaf Tornado, maybe this is a Frenzy Plant. Either I lose 70% of my HP or I lose 25% of my HP. If I shield, I might shield a very bad move and get my attack debuff. So you really putting them, giving them a lot of things that they have to think over before they click that shield button there.
And this also opens up rooms for mistakes on your opponent's head. If they have to use so much energy in their head to decide basically, is it a Leaf Tornado, is it a Frenzy Plant, then they might forget about other stuff like counts. Do you have like the 13 licks on the Lickitung or do you have 14? And those decisions can be crucial later on.
Yes, I think the players will have to adapt and learn as the day goes on. You see Gala Bolton as well. We just saw he already finished top 8 in Malmo. This is the first tournament where Le Suédois is making a top cut as well. So it's a game where I think the last ever regional that happened in Europe, you have Gala Bolton doing well, but now the first ever regional that's happening in Europe, Le Suédois is here to compete and try to make sure Gala Bolton does not make it any further in this tournament.
Exactly, and that with a Toxapex, a pick that is very spicy right here, and it was very nice in the last round, right? It actually won the matchup against Lickitung.
Yes, Toxapex is such a good Pokemon. It does have a favorable matchup against Lickitung because you have to go Body Slam into the Toxapex, and due to his bulk, it doesn't take a lot of damage. The Body Slam did like 10, 12, 13% on it, and that's not enough. But the Licks were the ones that was MVP for Lickitung in that. But unfortunately, Poison Jab is such a good move in terms of energy generation and also damage. So Toxapex is an amazing Pokemon to bring, but unfortunately, you have to try to keep it away from Pokemon like the Alolan Sandslash, the Sableye, the Lantern, and the Gligar, which are all present in Gala Bolton's team.
Yep, that is true. I mean, Gligar is still okay. You have the super effective Brine. Brine, however, is not the best attack in terms of energy and damage, so it is a little bit iffy to play against that. However, if it is not a Shadow Gligar, which basically completely has disappeared from the play Pokemon scene in this tournament, we will have to talk about that later on as well, it does not take too much damage from a dig.
Yes, but I think Shadow Gligar, the main reason why it doesn't come in is just because of the fact that Swamperts are coming in to answer the Gligar, and you do not want one Hydro Cannon to take you out. You really need that bulk. Again, you don't want the Ice Punch from a Medicham to put you in a position where you're already deep into the red. So it's just adapting to the meta. Yes, of course, it's a great Pokemon, but in a Show 6 Pick 3 format, it's very, very difficult to pilot. And it's just how players adapt, right? So you take your time, you understand, and as the days goes on, as the meta goes on, as you keep playing, you become better players, and then also have better understanding of what Pokemon you want to use.
People oftentimes also just favor a little bit of bulk more than a little bit of damage, except for sometimes even Glass Cannon Pokemon like the Swampert, but even now players are opting for the regular one. It just has some better matchups, but we are going into the game immediately. Suédois against Gala Bolton. Gala Bolton going in for the first Grass-type charge attack.
Is this a Frenzy Plant or is this a Leaf Tornado? Charging up to excellent, it's a Leaf Tornado, and this matchup is amazing now, because with that attack fall, Lickitung does 1 less damage, but here comes the Alolan Sandslash. Lickitung staying in even though it's been attack debuff. This is going to provide Gala Bolton a lot of information of what's in the backline there.
I think the Lickitung was a safe swap already, so it is locked in there with -2 attack right here. It's going for a Body Slam, and we are already seeing this does not deal a lot of damage to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, it doesn't do any damage to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Shadow Alolan Sandslash, even with that Shadow buff there, not taking as much damage from these Body Slams coming in from the Lickitung, goes for that Driller, and unfortunately Lickitung gets to that move just one turn before.
Yep, we are over-farming a lot on Gala Bolton's side. Now he can throw the Drill Run. Would have rather not taken that Body Slam before that, because now it is really deep in the red.
Yeah, it is deep in the red, but the Lickitung still stays in this matchup. But unfortunately, this Alolan Sandslash is running that Powder Snow, able to comfortably farm this Lickitung down. But here comes the Lantern. Lantern's going to be met with this super effective Drill Run.
Yeah, and if that Drill Run was thrown before that, I think the Body Slam would have still connected after that. We're going to connect it, go for some Powder Snow. We have some energy left on the Lantern now as it farmed down the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. However, that is not the best matchup for it. In the back.
All that energy off that Lantern is going to have to go into the Serperior, but here comes the Serperior Mirror. We know Le Suédois Serperior is running Air Relay, so it has the better matchup, but Gala Bolton has that Gligar. He has it hidden away, and he's going to use it now. Punish the Serperior and getting an attack fall on top of it.
That is fantastic. The Gala Bolton Serperior is just Leaf Tornadoing everywhere, and it gets those double debuffs quite frequently.
You can see him smiling there. He knew that this is highly unlikely, but it's all working out. It's all coming together for Gala Bolton in this matchup. Going for that aerial ace, Le Suédois knows that this is not enough to take it out, so he lets it go, and let's see how this Serperior tries to play its way out of this match.
It will go for one more Frenzy Plant, and I can't even... Oh, we're actually getting fully farmed down right here.
Yeah, he knows that this match is over, and whatever he can do, there is no coming back. It's one of those scenarios where you have such an polarizing matchup, and you're locked in that matchup, and there's nothing you can do, because a Lantern into a Superior, there is no coming back from that.
And Gligar versus Superior is actually manageable, but not if you are at -2 attack. That is a harsh debuff.
Look at the crowd there. They're absolutely loving it. They're all there to play. We see a seasoned battler there as well, Andres. And we see somebody jumping at the back. Is that the previous world champion, Dancing Rob? Yes, it is.
Yes, and of course, sometimes we have Lurgan Rocket popping up from time to time, waiting behind Elephant Flasher, who is going to be in the winners' finals.
Oh, yes, he is in the winners' final. That's why
this time it's the winners' finals.
He is absolutely, I think he's very, very happy, and he's taking a few breather till, because winners' final will take some time to happen, and he has time to prepare for those. Meanwhile, these two battlers, Le Suédois had such a bad lead in game number 1, so he's going to have to kind of take a step back and prepare. Okay, this is a one-off. It was a very polarizing matchup. There was nothing I could do, but let me focus on game number 2. That's exactly what Elon did against him as well. He had a very polarizing matchup game number 1, but game number 2 he made those corrections and bought it back, but unfortunately it was not enough. But let's hope for Le Suédois' sake that he makes these corrections in game number 2 and game number 3 correctly.
Yeah, so what would you do as Le Suédois? Which Pokemon would you lead in the next matchup?
I think to be, if I was Le Suédois, I think Gligar lead makes quite a bit of sense here because of the fact that Gala Bolton really does like his Superior. He's also bringing the Lantern and also his own Shadow Alolan Sandslash. But yes, of course, it's a matchup that's really bad for Gligar, but if you lead the Gligar and you can potentially get some energy on it in the mid-game, you can threaten the Shadow Alolan Sandslashes with those drill runs, which do super effective damage. So there's a way you can kind of figure out how to play this, but I think Gligar is looking really, really good on Le Suédois' side.
You know what? I think you are right here. There are some matchups that are not favored for Gligar, but Gligar can always play. This is why it has become so good after the update of Aerial Ace and Dig as well, that with a few wing attacks advantage, a little bit of energy on the Gligar, you can flip most of those bad matchups. Of course, there are problems with certain ice types. Frostless has become super popular, but if there is a Shadow Alolan Sandslash and you can connect a Dig, that is going to be crucial.
Let's see how these two battlers decide. It could also potentially be an ABB with a Gligar safe swap, but it is an Alolan Sandslash, and let's hope he did not go for the Gligar. He goes for the Lickitung, and this is looking good.
Yes, Gala Bolton with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash with the Powder Snows, and we have discussed this previously, also in the previous event. This makes the matchup so much better.
Yeah, the matchup is now really, really favored towards the Sandslash's side, in the sense that if you connect this drill run in the Zero Shields, you can throw one more Ice Punch and farm the Lickitung all the way down and still have an Ice Punch stored at the end game with 1 or 2 HP to spare. But here comes this Body Slam. Body Slam from this Lickitung is resisted, but since this Alolan Sandslash is not as bulky, it does take a lot of damage from it. It's already in the yellow there.
Yep, that is true. And we're going to throw a drill run right here instead of the Ice Punch. Maybe Gala Bolton disagrees with it. It's also going to be shielded. Would have rather gone for an Ice Punch, even if you know it's the shield.
Yes, but this puts a Le Suédois in a position where he can dictate switch if he wants to. Yeah. At this point, he can opt to shield and then farm down this Sandslash in the 2-to-1 shielding scenario. But look at that, Gala Bolton Sandslash is gone now, and this Lickitung has managed to win switch. This could be crucial in the game to come.
That is true, and I think that you would also have to go for, wow, we are shielding the Body Slam immediately, thinking this might be a Power Whip, but this is a really easily conceded shield right here.
Yes, let's see if he keeps track of energy. Here comes the Body Slam, another Body Slam, this not being shielded. Gala Bolton, for some reason, I think he's making a prediction that his Gligar will come in very, very useful into the late game, preserving all that energy and all that HP to unleash onto whatever comes in next, and it is that Gligar.
Yep, don't want to go into the Gligar with a Toxapex that is going to go for resistant poison jabs and hitting a Brine after taking 20 digs. So we are going to see there was a lot of damage spared with that shield.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lille Regional here, he also loses charge attack priority against Gala Bolton's Gligar. So this is going to be a charge attack priority event, and here comes this Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace is still not enough to knock out this Gligar, but let's see if it puts in a position for a farm run. I don't think it does, but oh, it still has another Aerial Ace, tries to snipe it, but unfortunately Lille Regional not being able to make that catch, instead is going to get it's going to receive a dig from that Gligar.
Yes, the dig dealing about 45% of the damage. Now we're going into the Sableye, and Sableye is going to take resisted damage from those poison jabs.
Sableye takes resisted damage from those poison jabs, and the brine comes in so late into the game. But Lille Regional has to shield this because he needs, this is his last Pokemon. This is Pokemon that could be very pivotal for him winning the game. He's going for the back-to-back brine. Brine number 1 comes in, will Gala Bolton shield? I don't think there is any necessity to, because this is not a very, very strong move.
Sableye disappearing for the meta for quite a bit. This can be a reason why Toxapex is performing so well right now.
Yeah, but here comes the foul play. Will this foul play be enough? Because if it is not, it will get to another brine. Ooh, just about enough to knock out the Toxapex, and this Gligar will have to unleash a lot of energy, but unfortunately, it cannot have enough.
The shield is coming out right here. We are going to see Gala Bolton go for a foul play. This is the last Pokemon that Lille Regional has. We are going to connect the foul play, and Gligar is going to take the damage to be knocked out, and Gala Bolton advances.
Gala Bolton advances, you're absolutely right, to the losers final now. He is one step closer. He's one step closer to getting to that regional championship after being knocked down. He has made an amazing run through this lower bracket, and he knows. He's so happy right now. And the game number 1, everything is kind of working out for him, right? Because he had that, he threw 2 Leaf Tornadoes and both of them got a debuff. So it's going to be amazing. I'm really looking forward, because it's a Pokemon that, yes, everybody is using, but he decided to try and use something different to be what he wants.
Yes, and Leaf Tornado is actually, it dictated the games, right? Those attack debuffs, just sneakily throwing them before switching out, having the opponent trapped in there with harshly dropped attack stats, dictated the game. It basically won him both games. After that, he could win the matchups with a lot of energy.
Yep, he knew the matchup through and through, right? I think one of the things that we have to understand with the Leaf Tornado Superior is that once you get the Leaf Tornado debuff on the Lickitung, it does 1 less damage to you with the Licks, and that kind of flips the matchup very favorable into the Superior side. So that's also potentially one of the reasons why you want to run this move. And yes, you get all of this from playing the game a lot more and understanding the mechanics behind it, and that's exactly what Gala Bolton is showcasing right now.
Yeah, I really like that idea, because Lickitung is super prominent right now, and this happens to a lot of debuffing attacks. You know, if you're running a Mantine into a Lickitung, after you Bubble Beam, you also only receive 1 damage from the Licks, and then you can go straight Aerial Ace after that and actually win that matchup as well.
Yeah. It's all about matchup knowledge and how you leverage them onto your opponent's team. That was a very, very good display, very solid display by Gala Bolton there. Lille Regional, he had a very good run, but unfortunately this is where it stops.
I think this Toxapex is really cool, and now we can discuss again in depth the Sableye matchup, because previously there was, I mean, everything is resisted except for the Brine, and we discussed that earlier. Brine is not really the attack you want to go for.
Yeah, Brine is not a great attack, unfortunately. But you know what is great? It's Gala Bolton and his opinions on this matchup. We are going to Amanda for that interview.
Finally, a chance for us Swedes to have a chance to talk. I am Lundberger, and I'm here with Gala Bolton, who has just won yet another round. You're still in it. How do you feel right now?
Happy?
Happy. Okay, good. I know you're not a man of many, many words. You don't want to reveal too many secrets. But I have to say, those battles against Inadequates were so incredibly close. But ever since then, you've been having quite dominating matchups. How are you feeling about the rest of the tournament so far? Are you nervous that there's one more match potentially and you're done? Or are you saying, no, I know that I have what it takes?
I am terribly nervous.
Yeah?
Like, when I go up there, everything goes blank.
Oh yeah, we were having that conversation, right? You were saying, oh, the minute I go up there, I forget my counts, I forget what charge attack is on what side.
Forget everything. So I'm just lucky to have alignment, I guess.
Well, you're doing incredibly well for someone who has no idea what they're doing.
I have some idea, but then it just works out.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about it, because I know that you don't want to give away too many strategies, and I know that you haven't, like you said, been studying the matchups too much, but we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but why Leaf Tornado over Aerial Ace, which is the commonly used moveset on the Superior?
Even though Aerial Ace got a buff, it's still a bad move.
Okay.
So I don't like to run it, and I would, if I want a flying move, I would run like Tropius instead, probably.
Okay.
However, Leaf Tornado, 50% of the time, it's the best move in the game.
Yeah.
So
can I ask you, because we've seen it a lot on stage, but even the matches that you've been playing off stage, has it been about a 50% debuff, do you feel, playing against your opponents, or are you getting on the little more lucky side or a little bit less?
I have used it much more on stream than before.
Okay. Because you've been hitting it a lot on stream, it looks like.
Yeah. And I'm happy with my rate.
Yes.
And in GBL, it's much worse. So.
Okay.
It evens out.
This is where it matters, though, right? I mean, you're so close to this. If you win your next matchup as well, then you have a chance again to be up playing in the winners. How are you feeling at this moment? I know you said you're a little bit stressed, but how do you deal with these nerves when you're at this stage? This is, I believe, the highest that you've climbed in a Play Pokemon tournament.
Yes, it is. I was top 8 in Malmö, but yeah, this is much greater. I'm not dealing with the stress at all. I'm just trying to not think about the game. I will check the moves for my opponent, but then I'm not going to think anymore about the game until we sit there face to face.
I won't make you stress out too much about it anymore. We wish you the best of luck, Gala Bolton. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot more battles. We're about to crown the champion of Lille. Back to the casters.
Not quite crowning yet. We are about to see the winners finals first. This is going to decide who has secured at least the silver medal for this tournament, who is going to be in the grand finals with basically an extra life.
Yeah, yes, it's true. But we are going to see two friends going up against each other. We are going to see Inadequance going up against Elephant and Flash in this winners final. Both of these trainers have extremely different teams there. Shadow Magnezone going up against that Carbink. Shadow Magnezone is a Steel-type Pokemon, and that is going to do a great job against that Carbink.
Yes, and I just realized, came to my head. No, yeah, Pelipper is also there, but there is a Steel-type charged attack on that Magnezone, and that is what Carbink is 4 times weak to. We haven't seen that at all, because there are very few Pokemon that utilize those Steel-type charge attacks.
Yeah, is there any Pokemon in the meta outside of Magnezone that we see today that uses a Steel-type charge attack? None.
You can argue for the Flash Cannon Registeel.
Yes, but we do not see that anymore, unfortunately, after the Flash Cannon was given a nerf, that it was well-deserved nerf, but we now always see a Focus Blast and a Zap Cannon Registeel, which is, I think, for the meta, the best moveset to have.
I would absolutely agree with that one. However, is there anything else? Wormadam.
Wormadam, yeah. With Ironhead and Bug Buzz, with Confusion or Bug Bite. Yeah, it could be a Pokemon that we could see in the meta. It is a Pokemon that we do see in the Go Battle League formats as well. But yes, yeah, that's what I was going for. But I do not think in the meta it would fare very well, just because of how clunky Confusion is as a charge move.
That is true. Those 4-turn fast attacks sometimes do struggle to keep up because they lack the flexibility of the faster fast attacks. However, Shadow Magnezone works just well with Volt Switch.
All right, that's true, but we are now going to take a quick look at the winners bracket to see where we are in the tournament. Of course, we have already told you guys we are in the winners final. We see Elephant Flasher going up against Inadequance. This is an amazing matchup, as we told before, and I'm super hyped to see how these two trainers battle it out. Inadequance had a very close matchup against Gala Bolton to make it here. Elephant and Flasher, on the other hand, had a very dominant show in his winner semifinals. But these two trainers are here to win it all and one step closer away from the grand finals.
Yes, that is correct. And Gala Bolton, who was knocked out by Inadequance previously, is also still in the running. So the top 3 trainers are already decided. Bronze, silver and gold medal have to be split in between those trainers. And I cannot wait, honestly. Every single player of those guys really deserves to win it, and I'm also, of course, really excited for that winners finals. Elephant Flasher versus Inadequance. They know each other really well. They have probably played against each other 1,000 times. That was just an absolute guess. I have no idea how many times they played against.
I'm sure they would have played against each other quite a bit, but what I would also like to point out is something that I'm bringing from day number 1, and what we already saw is that the effect of Shadow Venusaur that's been having throughout the meta, it's performed really, really well, and Elephant and Flasher is running that Shadow Venusaur. Of course, Shadow Magnezone still has play into that Shadow Venusaur, but other Pokemon in Inadequence's team, even Pelipper, is going to have a lot of trouble dealing with the Shadow Venusaur and its charge attacks. Even the Umbreon takes a lot of damage from the Shadow Venusaur.
That is true. Honestly, you made a crazy good call for this event in your caster's prediction. I think if you brought a team with Shadow Venusaur, you could have made it quite far in this event.
I don't think so, Leo, but you know what they say, right? A broken clock is right 2 times a day. That was me.
All right, fair enough. Did not know that analogy. I find it really funny.
And true.
So, I want to ask you something about the Shadow matchup. You know, Shadow Magnezone versus Venusaur, because Shadow Magnezone is, in VG terms, immune to poison. In Pokemon Go, it works differently. It's double resisted. So Sludge Bomb really not the attack. Frenzy Plant, on the other hand, is just 1 times resisted, and it takes a lot of damage from everything. Shadow Magnezone is really frail. How much damage would a Frenzy Plant do?
I think it would do about 70% to a Shadow Magnezone. It will, as I said before, the matchup is still really close, but more favored towards the Pokemon that lands the move. If the Magnezone can land that Wild Charge onto the Venusaur, it can potentially flip it in the one-shield scenario. But again, it's going to come down to those shield calls, and that's always hectic, because a Pokemon like Shadow Venusaur is not very bulky. But a Pokemon like Shadow Magnezone is so attack weighted that if you miss that shield call and if that Wild Charge lands, the game is done then and there. We saw that against the Lantern as well. It one-hit KO the Lantern from, I think it was 60% HP, and you do not see a Lantern lose that much HP.
No, maybe against the Frenzy Plant, but that is super effective. That is a completely different story. It barely takes 60% from a Frenzy Plant from Superior, so it is really also that Shadow Boost from the Venusaur that is so strong. But we have seen bulky Pokemon that are really slow sometimes in terms of energy generation. Do you think this is why Magnezone is such a crazy call? Because you have this chip and dip, as we call it, mechanic, the throwing a Wild Charge, and before your opponent can profit from the debuffs, you switch out?
Yeah, and that's something that we saw Gala Bolton try as well. He tried to charge attack priority the Surf onto the Magnezone, but in Inadequence, and that game decided, all right, I'm going to call that my opponent is good enough to know this, and he will go for it. So he did not do that. That was an amazing heads-up play there as well from both trainers. So it's all about, okay, how comfortable are you playing this chip and dip strategy? If you look at Elephant and Flash's team, none of these Pokemon want to deal with that Wild Charge. Even the Venusaur, even though the grass type is helping it, it does not want that Wild Charge to land.
No, I think it is also going to deal about 70%, maybe even more, because Shadow Magnezone is just so attack weighted. But this is the beauty of Pokemon Go, because sometimes players say it's a disadvantage to run a 4-turn attack. 4-turn fast attack, and that is partially true because it gives your opponent much more time to think and much more flexibility to switch out, predict the attacks. But if you predict it falsely, then there is an extra Volt Switch coming in, and that is crucial because that is so much energy and so much damage at once.
Speaking of chip and dip, there is one Pokemon that the Magnezone cannot chip and dip with, and that is on Elephant and Flash's team, and that is that Swampert. Swampert does super effective damage with its fast move.
Oh, and the mud shots.
And also amazing damage with that Hydro Cannon, and potentially have the ability to one-hit KO 10 Shadow Magnezones in a row with that Earthquake.
Fair enough, but Abi, when are you playing against 10 Shadow Magnezones?
When you play against 3 Shadow Charizards.
Fair enough, fair enough. But I think that still, if you have big enough energy advantage, shield advantage might be difficult, but if you have an energy advantage and are in a no-shield scenario, this Wild Charge, Swampert is not that bulky. Wild Charge is still going to do a lot. It's only once resisted.
It will do a lot. You are correct, but I think what will happen is that Swampert does outpace to those Wild Charges, and even in the end game, this is not a Shadow Swampert, so you're much less worried about what these moves will do to you.
It is going to be very difficult to utilize it in this matchup, that's for sure. There would have be a lot that has to come together, right? Would be shield advantage and a huge energy advantage as well.
But if anybody can make that happen, for example, yesterday we saw Inadequence come back from that Talonflame matchup. Just looking at his team, he had one answer to the Talonflame, but he still managed to overcome this. And if anybody can do it, it's going to be Inadequence. And if anybody can stop him from doing this, it's going to be Elephant Flasher.
Exactly. With that Carbink that is not very happy if it goes up against the Magnezone. Also, the one answer to the Talonflame really was the Pelipper on his team, even though the Shadow Magnezone also does quite a good job because it has a faster fast attack than Talonflame with this 5-turn Incinerate. However, both of the games in which Martijn used the Pelipper, it went up against the Lantern.
Yep. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I mean, it did not go up against Lantern, but the opponent made it in such a way. In game number 2, he made sure that Lantern was aligned onto that Pelipper. We see the crowd here; they're all hyped as we are. Look at RCS. Come on, give us a nice clap there. Great job. We are all hyped for this winners final. Unfortunately, Lurgan is not, but that's okay.
I think he's trying to play it low. I think he's pretty hyped for this final as well, as I know him.
He's also a very, very staple battler and a very experienced veteran of the game. And unfortunately, he didn't make it through. But I know that he's going to go compete in more and more regionals and make sure that he is representing himself in the World Championship stage.
Yeah, I mean, in the first season, he won regional championships. In the second season, he got second place in Bochum in the finals against 23 EJB.
Yeah, he's, as I said, very, very, very good battler. One of the top battlers of the game right now, and unfortunate for him for today, but later on I know that he will. Yeah. We will see him on the main stage multiple times. Yes. That I can assure you.
That is true. He has also been a judge, so you have maybe seen him in featured matches sitting on the other side of the table. But now it is going to start the winners finals of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Lille. Magnezone lead against Medicham.
Yeah, that is exactly where you want to see the Magnezone as Elephant and Flash. And in comes the Pelipper. Pelipper is met with this Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is a very, very bulky Pokemon, but Pelipper does a lot of damage. Yeah. Will Elephant and Flash call this Hurricane bait? Weather ball bait.
I don't really think you want to call that bait because, yes, maybe you are preventing a lot of damage on your Mandibuzz, however, you are forfeiting shields against the Magnezone in the back.
Yeah, you're right. You're perfectly correct there. I think that this works out in a way that you want your Mandibuzz to be as low in HP as possible so that the Magnezone does not get a lot of energy with the farm down. So let's see how Elephant and Flasher plays this out. In comes the Hurricane. If unshielded, this is going to do a lot of damage to the Mandibuzz. Let's see if Elephant Flasher calls it. Oh, the Hurricane lands.
The Hurricane lands, but we are almost at 2 Aerial Aces, and at this point, Pelipper is really not that bulky. Aerial Ace will knock out the Pelipper, probably, and it is going to go unshielded. This is, oh no, it does not even knock it out. It's going for a Weather Ball. This is a Charge Attack priority event. That's huge.
Yeah, this is a Charge Attack priority event, but Elephant and Flasher will have to pull up a shield here because he does want to align that Medicham into this Magnezone, throwing that one Snarl, and that is proving to be costly. I do not know why he did that, but he will have to adapt. Inadequence frantically tapping onto that Frostlass. He really wants the Frostlass to come in, and he does, but it is met with that Carbink with super effective fast moves going into that Frostlass.
Yeah, Frostlass is going to have a hard time, hard as a rock in fact, and it is going to throw the Avalanche, one of the best attacks we have in the game, and it is going to barely tickle the Carbink.
Yeah, that is, I've never seen a Pokemon lose that little HP from an attack from Frostlass. Carbink is looking in the absolute driver's seat here. Elephant and Flasher not even opting to throw a move here. In comes his Shadow Ball, preserving that shield for the Medicham. He knows his Carbink is going to survive this and rock throw this Frostlass down.
The good thing that Inadequence has going for him is the shield advantage. You are not going to want to shield this. Okay, you are going to want to shield this Rock Slide right here in Inadequate. This is why he's sitting up there and I'm sitting here behind the caster's desk. But you're going for a Farm Down now. There is another Rock Slide. You know this is resisted. You don't necessarily need to take this damage, but you're going to get a big Farm Down. He wants to be safe from those counters. This is all or nothing on the Magnezone right here.
But Elephant Flash's switch time was barely not up here, but the Magnezone has a lot of energy. Will it be able to get to 2 Wild Charges? And here it is, the Dynamic Punch ready and loaded, but in comes this Wild Charge. I do not think this is enough to KO the Medicham. So Elephant and Flasher not shielding it, surviving with barely enough HP and going for that Dynamic Punch. What a win. Amazing play there, winning the lead, understanding what Inadequence wants to do, securing the switch there and winning this game without a sweat on his brow.
Very well played, and also getting some more information, knowing that Inadequence likes to lead with this Shadow Magnezone, this Pokemon that is so dangerous, predicting it correctly, and also seeing how much damage exactly a Wild Charge does on the Medicham.
Yeah, we've seen the damage that's been dealt by this Magnezone on Medicham, and I think he knew that the loose con would be potentially not shielding and then a double Wild Charge landing, but this was it. The game was fully won by Elephant and Flash at the moment he secured that switch against that Pelipper. Amazing gameplay by Elephant and Flash.
Yes, that one Weather Ball that came through. I mean, Elephant Flasher could have gone for a Dark Pulse as well, thinking that the Aerial Ace would knock out the Pelipper. Slight miscalculation there. This 1 HP and a Dream on Pelipper made it a little bit more close.
Yeah, it made the match a lot more exciting than what it than how it turned out to be, or how it could have been. But we saw that Carbink is being played by Elephant Flasher, always at the back for some reason. Never seen him lead so far today, and he's securing a way for Carbink to win, either by a shield advantage or making sure, getting that swap and making sure that Carbink can do those amazing super effective damage to whatever Pokemon that comes in, either the Medicham or the Rock type moves against Frostlass. Very well played there. He's in a dominant position right now, but he still needs 2 more points to go to the grand finals.
That is true. This is in fact a best of 5. And now I want to ask you something. This is a crazy uncommon matchup. This is one of the few that you might have not played so far. So, Carbink throws Rock Slide against Shadow Magnezone. How much damage does it do? Because Martijn decided, Inadequence rather, decided to shield both of those Rock Slides.
Yep, you're putting me in the hot seat. Unfortunately, I did not have a Carbink yet, but I think I would estimate about 25% of Magnezone's HP, or maybe a little bit higher, but that would just be an estimate based on damages that I know.
So do you think that if he let one Rock Slide go and did not shield both, he could have gotten to the double Wild Charge before the Medicham went for the Dynamic Punch, or even shielded the Dynamic Punch?
I think he might have gotten counted down. We saw how much damage those counters do to the Shadow Magnezone. It's not a position where you want to be in as a Shadow Magnezone. If you're against a Medicham, it's very similar to, it's a little bit better than, let's say, the superior Lantern matchup, because Wild Charge still is neutral and does a lot of damage to the to the Medicham, but it's a matchup that you do not want to see our Magnezone in, but it's going to be super interesting to see how Inadequence adapts. We just had an interview where Adelian said, asked Inadequence how he feels about best of 5s. He says that he's a player who's capable of adapting and understanding his opponent. So 5 games are better than 3 to learn and adapt, to make sure you bring it back and make yourself go to the grand finals.
That is true. Unfortunately, I don't think that Inadequence has ever won a best of 5 on stage so far.
Yeah, that is his kryptonite, unfortunately, but I know that he has the capability to do so, and I know he's gunning for it. This is the tournament. This is the first regional of this season, and he wants to win it. He will put everything it takes to try and take this seat away from Elephant Flasher.
Yeah, Mr. Top Cut has always been showing up, has putting out great performances. Even the games that were looking really bad for him were almost won. Like, this is the absolute nightmare scenario for a Magnezone, to be locked into a Medicham, because the counters just deal so much damage, especially if your defenses are dropped.
Another thing that we have to kind of understand is that Elephant Flash, this is his first time in the main stage, in the sense that this is his first time playing a best of 5 on the main stage. So it also comes down to experience. Inadequence is a veteran of this best of 5s, knowing that he's top cut multiple times. Look at him, he's still smiling. He knows that this is not over, and he still can claw back. Okay, Elephant and Flash is also smiling.
So I think they're both just having fun. That's the beauty of going to tournaments with your friends. If you end up being in a finals together, it's going to be a lot more fun than it's going to be stressful.
Yeah, I definitely want to try and play more of this. When I'm not casting, I'm definitely going to try and play more of these tournaments, just for the experience, the fun, the camaraderie, meeting people as well. So, and also learning as the tournament progresses, based on the amount of people you play, you will see different play styles, different Pokemon used to the different abilities as well. So I think as a learning experience, you should definitely go and try and participate in one of these regional championships. And who knows, if you do well, you could be in the main stage.
That is true, and you can be on the featured match right here in the winners finals. Elephant Flasher versus Inadequence is the case right here. Wow, and a Frostless lead for Inadequence versus Mandibuzz. This is a matchup that is not as good as you think it would be, as the Ice type is really fragile and does not really want to take a Dark Pulse, and you are barely outpacing your opponent.
Yes, this matchup is much better than it seems out for both parties, to be honest. Dark Pulse does a lot of damage for the Frostlass, but due to the bulk and the stats of Mandibus, it does not one-hit KO the Frostlass. At this point, Inadequance can elect to no-shield the Frostlass and still get to that next Avalanche. Let's see what he does. He no-shields the Frostlass. It still has enough HP. Does it get to the Avalanche? No, but goes for the Aerial Ace. That was a bit greedy by Inadequance, but at this point, he knows that this Frostlass has done his job and the Mandibus is out of the skies.
Yeah, Mandibus is a Pokemon that if you don't bring your Shadow Magnezone, it is going to be a bit annoying to deal with for you. And now we are going to see the Medicham outpacing the Venusaur because of the one-turn switch delay right here, going for the Ice Punch perfectly, immediately throwing it so that the Venusaur can't catch up.
Yes, Venusaur unfortunately cannot catch up, but it can catch up in the third Frenzy Plant. Here comes Venusaur. Venusaur farming up to 11 Vine Whips and throwing this first Frenzy Plant. This would be enough to almost KO the Medicham. Inadequance knows this, pulls up a shield. Let's see. Will Elephant and Flasher commit another shield here in this matchup?
I will think that he does, because he's now going to be in a charge attack priority event. No, he does not. Take this Ice Punch to the face with the Venusaur and is going to go into the Medicham mirror match. And there we have the Superior against the Medicham right now. Two very bulky Pokemon. We're going to see Aerial Ace versus Ice Punch. Not the strongest of attacks, but both super effective.
Yeah, it is super effective, but unfortunately, the shield gets pulled up by Inadequance and his Superior is still healthy. It will get to 2 Aerial Aces and 1 Ice Punch is not enough to KO, but going for the Frenzy Plant here, going for the big damage move to make Elephant Flasher, if he does not shield, to punish him, but he goes for the shield correctly, and this is going to be a very, very close game. It's going to come down to the wire. Here goes another Ice Punch into the Superior, and that was almost, was that charge attack priority? I think it was.
The Superior is patiently awaiting the Ice Punch right there, taking about another 25% of its HP, trying to go for another Frenzy Plant, not even trying to farm up to double Aerial Ace. I don't think it would have worked as well.
Yeah, but is this Frenzy Plant enough to knock out a Medicham? No, it's not. In comes the Mandibus onto the Superior, tries to go for an aggressive farm down, but does he get it? No, he does not. Here comes a Frenzy Plant. Frenzy Plant will be more than enough to knock out this Medicham, this Mandibus, and let's see how Inadequance decides to play out the end game. Medicham comes in immediately, and this Medicham is definitely not an Ice Punch train. Inadequance knows this. Here comes the Dynamic Punch. Unfortunately, it's not a Psychic. This will not be enough to KO, but we will find out shortly.
That is true. It is going to put it deep into the red, but Inadequance's Medicham is going to be at the next Ice Punch faster. He is laughing. Elephant Flasher is just writing down information that he got from this matchup, and we were tied up 1-1.
Yeah, amazing gameplay there by both parties. Inadequance did very well in understanding that, all right, I really don't want this Frostlass anymore. It's done its job. Put the Mandibus very deep into the red. Both my Pokemon at the back are weak to this Mandibus, but they're not really weak because the Mandibus has barely any HP left.
Yes, and then you can actually even take advantage of that and farm down the Mandibus to come out in the next matchup with a lot more energy. Bit less HP than planned, but sometimes sacrificing about 20% HP is worth having another charge attack.
And that's exactly what he did, right? That half a turn advantage, the 1 turn advantage that Medicham got has cemented this game for Inadequance. I think Elephant Flasher was trying to see if his Venusaur would survive that second Ice Punch. Unfortunately, it did not. Yeah. Some Venusaurs can have stat product where it can survive that Ice Punch and throw the Frenzy Plant, but it is what it is.
Yes, but it was not. It would have helped Elephant Flasher definitely to take that Ice Punch and throw a Frenzy Plant. Did not work out, but both players are just down 1 game. Now we are starting a best of 3 right now with fresh games, but new information. The information that was pulled from both of those games. And now I want to talk about a Pokemon from an Inadequance line that we haven't seen in this matchup. It is the Umbreon.
Yeah, Umbreon would have done great against the previous lineup of Elephant and Flasher, but Elephant and Flasher kind of did a very, very good thing there, showing that Carbink came #1, saying, I'm not afraid to bring this. You can have your Magnezone, but I'm not afraid with my Carbink. I will still bring it. So that kind of made Inadequance try to correct in such a way that he does not want to bring an Umbreon. But then again, this is a best of 5. We are going to see multiple team combinations, multiple adaptations and corrections to the play of the previous game. So it's now a very, very of course, every game is skill-based, but now it's a little bit more towards the mind game section.
That is true. And there is, of course, a problem with those Pokemon that have very polarizing matchups, especially. Yes, you can lose another game and you're still in it, but do you really want to risk it? Do you want to take the risk that you have an Umbreon in there, which can work wonders against Pokemon like Lickitung, against everything that's really fragile? But do you want to risk having it lined up against a Carbink and losing a matchup so hard?
And that's what happened in game number 1 as well for Inadequance, with the Frostlass getting lined up onto the Carbink. I think if there was any other Pokemon other than that other than the Carbink at the back, I think Inadequance had that game. But unfortunately, it is what it was. It was a Carbink, and the Carbink was rock throwing that Frostlass down.
That is true. And Inadequance, by the way, has one of the flying types that can actually fight back against the Carbink as well, with the Pelipper that can throw Weather Balls.
Goes in with the Magnezone again and is met with the Medicham. This is the second time this is happening. Inadequance is not happy. Going for the Pelipper again, and in comes the Mandibus again. Maybe he now thinks it is the Carbink at the back, just like game number 1, but it is not. We know it, they know it, he does not.
He is prepared for a Carbink in the back with the Frostless, but there is a bigger danger in the back. It is a Frostless, and that could... Oh, wow, immediate shield right here after a Weather Ball.
Yeah, immediate shield. He knows that as long as he shields one move, he can secure this matchup, and that's what he learned from game number 1, and is bringing his learning into game number 2. Here comes the first Dark Pulse, does quite a bit of damage, just one more move away from taking out this Pelipper, and Pelipper going for another Weather Ball here.
I don't think it was at a Hurricane just yet. So I think that we are just going to... I mean, is Elefantflasche realistically going to shield another attack? We're going for yet another Weather Ball right before we hit the Hurricane. So Elefantflasche knows this can't be the high damage attack.
Oh, he knows, and he also knows he has a Frostlass at the back that needs shields. But now this just gave so much energy to the Mandibuzz. This Aerial Ace will be enough to knock out the Pelipper. But this Mandibuzz is now with a Dark Pulse Toad. But also, more importantly, it can definitely get this move off, because it's not in a range where one Volt Switch will knock it out.
That is true. The Dark Pulse is coming off right here. It is going to deal a lot of damage to the Magnezone. We are in the yellow. And
oh, gets to the Aerial Ace. This is going to be super critical, because if this lands, the Medicham can come in and snipe the Magnezone. Will Inadequance click on that swap immediately? It's just not enough. No.
It is going to need more than one counter maybe, but I think that Inadequance is just slamming the Wild Charge right now. We are going for the Ice-type attack immediately, because the Powder Snow is not dealing that much damage. Are we going to see a shield right here? Yes, the Mirror Shot is going to be shielded. What is going to happen next? We're switching into the Superior.
Yeah, Superior comes in with 2 shield advantage. This looks like a big uphill climb for Elefantflasche. Of course, Avalanches are super effective. Frenzy Plants are neutral, but Frenzy Plant is such a nice move that it's going to do a lot of damage onto this Frostlass, already putting it deep into the yellow there and actually pushing it to the red. It gets to the first Avalanche here. This will do a lot of damage. Will it get to another Avalanche?
The question is, can you farm down this Frostless, or will you have to throw an Aerial Ace right after that? We're going for a charge attack priority, and Inadequance just realized, you can see it in his eyes, he miscounted there.
Oh, he knows what just happened. Was this a charge attack priority? Yes, it was, and oh, that is so costly, because the Medicham can now come in, and he knows, Inadequance knows that is a very, very huge mistake here. Medicham will be coming in after this Frostlass feigns, and Medicham looks like it's going to be in the driver's seat. These counters are adding up. Ice Punch is there, but he makes sure that there's not going to be any catches here. In comes the Aerial Ace, and this looks very, very dire for Inadequance.
Yeah, Aerial Ace is going to put this Medicham into the yellow, and it would be a much bigger problem for Elefantflasche if the Superior had 2 Aerial Aces. However, that is absolutely not the case. The Ice Punch is going to fly directly into the Superior. Superior is getting knocked out, and one more counter is not going to do the trick, but it's going to be 2 that make Elefantflasche lead the match.
Yeah, 2 counters, and now he's 2 wins to 1 against Inadequance. He is one game away from that Grand Finals. This will be his first ever Grand Finals appearance in the Play Pokemon circuit, and I'm very, very, very looking forward to how he's going to try and get that 1 point.
Yes, I just love seeing all of those familiar faces of the Play Pokemon circuit. There we have Tomahawk as well. We have 2 Yen. Ginger Ninja is in there as well. All of those nice people.
Everybody is waving to the crowd. They are all, they're all as nervous as we are to look at how... they're all as nervous and excited as we are to try and find out who is going to be in the grand finals. I'm sure both of them, all of them are rooting for both these trainers because they have given us very entertaining battles across 2 days of this regional championship.
They are both also very well known, so everyone in this crowd probably has interacted with them at some point, and they are some nice chaps, so I think that everyone is rooting for both of them. You're absolutely correct in that case.
It is the community aspect of it all in the end, right? I think Pokemon Go is a very community-based game, and we all help each other. If you come to one of these regionals, and if you're still trying to kickstart your Play Pokemon or PvP journey, there will be a lot of people you can meet here, people who you probably watch content from, and people who all doing very well in the Play Pokemon circuit, and you can learn from them. They will never hesitate to help a player in need.
Yes, for me, for example, you are one of those people who taught me a lot about the game, who helped me get better at casting as well and get better as playing, who helped me play some grassroots tournaments, and thank you for that.
Thank you so much for bringing me up, Leo. That's really heartwarming.
Some screen time for you as well.
Yeah, I was giving you a lot of credit today, but I guess you gave some back, so it's even now.
We're even, yeah, perfectly fine. Okay, so let's talk about the winners finals again. We have Elefantflasche leading versus Inadequance 2-1 after 3 heartbeat matches. It was really close every single time. The 2 matches that Inadequance lost, he led with Shadow Magnezone into the Medicham. Elefantflasche reading him like a book, still having close matchups.
Yes, this is going to be something that's it's mind games right now. Elefantflasche can make a choice. Will Inadequance bring the Shadow Magnezone again? Because it's been defeated twice.
Yeah.
And both these times it had to face that Medicham. So let's see if Inadequance decides to bring the Shadow Magnezone, and let's see if Elefantflasche brings that Medicham. It is a Carbink into a Pelipper. Oh, not the lead where Inadequance wants to see, but we see that there is a Mandibuzz as well. He goes immediately into the Medicham, and this is a stay-in matchup for this Carbink.
That is true. At some point you could chip the Medicham and then go into the Mandibuzz as well to just escape the Shadow Magnezone, of which he doesn't know Inadequance has it in the back. But we're going to throw the Dynamic Punch first.
Yeah, Dynamic Punch comes in. This is neutral damage just because of the part fairy type of the Carbink. Here comes a Moonblast. If unshielded, this does about 70 to 75% to this Medicham, but it's never enough to take out a Medicham because these are 2 very, very bulky Pokemon. In comes a shield and an attack fall. That is not what you want to see. Wow. All chances of flipping this switch is gone for Inadequance, but I know he will do whatever it takes to try and flip this match.
Yes, those counters, even though they are at -1 attack, still do add up, and we're going to go for 4 counters into the Ice Punch. Perfect misalignment there on the fast attacks.
Yeah, perfect alignment as well. Here comes Mandibuzz. The Ice Punch is again not doing enough. It never did enough against a Mandibuzz, even though. Oh! But what a catch there! Oh, what a catch by Inadequance. Magnezone comes in. This is resisted, but again, it's such a frail Pokemon. It's still going to do quite a bit of damage there.
And I want to say that this was a very late switch into the Mandibuzz from Elefantflasche, so there is quite a bit of time on the switch timer as well. So there is the possibility for Inadequance to farm this one down and go for 2.
There isn't. It's going to get to this area lace before the Magnezone can farm it down, and that is costly. Inadequance, if he wants to keep this Magnezone, will have to go all shields down, and he does not. The Magnezone is done and dusted, and whatever is at the back needs to pull him a win. Will it be Pelipper against the world? I think it's going to be.
Yeah, Pelipper against the world sounds kind of nice to me if there wasn't this shield disadvantage right now and the Pokemon discrepancy right here, because he has 2 Pokemon left, while Elefantflasche also gets to that Dark Pulse again to further chip onto Pelipper, and every damage is going to be really important as the Carbink Rock throws deal damage.
Yes, every chip damage counts here. The Carbink comes in, the first Weather Ball. Again, Elefantflasche recognizing that it's important to preserve HP on this Carbink because he knows what's at the back. He knows that the Medicham is looming. Here comes these Rock Throws. Rock Throws are doing a lot of damage. Medicham comes in, an immediate swap from Elefantflasche to his own Medicham.
Yes, and now we're going to see an Ice Punch, but the Medicham of Elefantflasche is, of course, at full HP. The Medicham that has the energy lead is Inadequance. However, it is already at half. And now we are going to see another Ice Punch or a Dynamic Punch connect from Elefantflasche soon. We are going to see an Ice Punch first from Inadequance. He's taking his time.
Yeah, Ice Punch comes in, and I think it's going to come down to how these 2 trainers manage the shields. Both of them have 1 shields. Both of them have a lot of energy. Inadequance, for example, has a lot of energy on that Pelipper. It's going to come down to shield management. He knows he needs that shield. In comes his Ice Punch. He immediately opts to not shield this, but the Pelipper will have to either tank that Ice Punch. Oh, and here it is. He will have to commit this shield. One game away, a few fast moves away from the grand finals. Elephant and Flasher, let's see what he does.
The question is, can you farm this Metagame down before it reaches the next attack? No, it is one counter, one wing attack away from victory for Inadequance. Elefantflasche manages to throw the Ice Punch, which is going to deal a lot of damage, and it is going to eventually knock out the Pelipper. Elefantflasche reaches the grand finals!
We have our first grand final contestant here with Elephant and Flasher, but Inadequance still has an opportunity to go to the lower bracket and meet in Elephant and Flasher again to try and win some of the lost points that he had.
Yes, and we are going to see, of course, another familiar matchup already in the losers finals as well. Inadequance is not out of the tournament just yet. Those matches were so incredibly close. There was bad alignment for Inadequance. Elefantflasche always reading the team for Martijn perfectly.
Yeah, I think Elephant and Flasher was on Inadequance's head there. That's the saying. But of course, we are going to see more of Inadequance. We're also going to see a redemption match, as I was talking about. I think we were also casting this as well. We're going to see Gala Bolton go up against Inadequance.
Yeah, but let's focus on Elefantflasche's performance in this winners finals for a little bit more, because you said it completely correctly in the first game. Elefantflasche showed, hey, I'm not afraid to use this carbing. This is something you have to prepare for. This is not completely out of this matchup. And in the final match, in the fourth game, he just brought it back again, and it was so good. Just there in the lead, I think, right? The first time he brought it in the lead.
Yeah, I was talking about, we were talking about this earlier as well. The first time ever he used the carbing in the lead. Never, he's always used it at the back. What an amazing read, and he's like, I'm not very afraid of your Magnezone. You used it 2 times in 3 games, and both the times I've managed to beat you, so you are not going to lead it for a 3rd time. That's why I said it. Game number 4 was going to be a battle of mind games. It was like 2 times I beat your Magnezone. Will you still run it? Elephant and Flasher made the decision that Inadequance was not going to. Inadequance made the decision that he was too afraid to do so.
Yeah, and Inadequance was also thinking that Elefantflasche would go for the Metagame lead against the Magnezone once again, but no, he read that perfectly. That was really heads up.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? You have skills, and then you have strategy, and you have mind games. And for now, it worked out perfectly for Elephant and Flasher, only dropping 1 game, going 3-1 into the grand finals.
Yes, that is true. So far undefeated Elefantflasche with a great run. We have seen him in previous tournaments. He has been always performing in almost every tournament we have seen him in featured matches. He has reached so many top cuts so far, and this might be his first win. He is already definitely first or second, and he's going to have an extra life, so it's really going to be hard to reverse sweep him.
Yeah, I think it's very, very right in what you said, but we are going to hear straight from the winner, Elephant and Flasher. Amanda is with him. Over to you, Amanda.
What an incredible matchup we had that last round to see who is crowned the new king or perhaps new emperor of this winners round so far. I'm here with Elephant Flasher. Congratulations. I joked around earlier because we didn't get a chance to do an interview after your first round win, and you said, that's okay, I'll just see you in the finals. You're so close.
I guess I'm in the finals now, right?
Yeah, you are in the finals. You are like 1 step closer on the road to Honolulu. How are you feeling about your capabilities? Are you feeling confident that you're going to take it all the way?
Of course, now I have to be confident, right? Being in the upper bracket is a huge advantage. Yeah, but of course I know I got super lucky in these matches again. It's been the same the entire day. It's really incredible. And yeah, credit to Martijn. I feel he played a lot better than I did, but if you got the right alignment, there's sometimes nothing you can do, right?
That's true, but I mean, you said it's a little bit of luck, but it's also clearly a little bit of skill as well, being able to make it this far. We were talking earlier, and you said, yeah, this was the first time that you made it to day 2, being completely in the winner's bracket. You have to say it's a little bit of an easier route, right?
Yeah, it really is. You have to play so few matches in comparison to the lower bracket, and always it's on the back of my mind that I have a second life, so to say. If I was failed, I got to try again, so it's much more comfortable, I have to say.
Yeah, I can imagine. I have to ask, we all know that you and Martijn are good friends. I'm sure you played against a lot of really good friends today. What is your mindset going into matches like that, knowing that one of you does have to come out victorious? Does your past battling experience against each other come into play at all?
Yeah, for sure. And I have to say I don't have a positive record against Inadequates. But at the same time, I think it's easier to play versus good friends, because if you would end up losing, it's not that heartbreaking because you know a good friend won.
For those of people who maybe don't know so much about you, I mean, you've been a competitor for a very long time. We've known you from the grassroots circuits as well. Maybe give a little intro to who is Elephant Flasche for those newer to the channels.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Elephant Flasche. It's probably the most hard name to pronounce here.
Am I doing a poor job?
Yeah, you're doing a really good job, and
okay.
Also better than all the other casters, I have to say.
Take that, Leo.
Yeah, maybe. But I've heard all sounds of pronunciation over the years, so
I'm sure.
I'm really used to it. Yeah, as you can hear, I'm from Germany, and yeah, I've been playing PvP ever since it launched. And yeah, apparently this is my best tournament so far, and now I'm looking forward to finish it.
We've really been enjoying your matches. I won't keep you too long on the couch because I know you want to kind of mentally prepare for it, but congratulations on the run so far. It's been incredible to watch.
Thank you.
All right, don't go anywhere, everyone. We're going to have, it looks like a rematch between Inadequates and Gala Bolton as they fight it out in the losers finals, and then we'll see who's going to be facing Elephant Flasche in the grand finals. Back to the casters.
Thank you, Amanda and Elephant Flasche. We are back here at the caster's desk right now, and we're waiting for the winners finals. Inadequates has the chance to redeem himself, to finally get into a grand finals of a Pokemon Regional Championship Series, and Gala Bolton also has the chance to take revenge on Inadequates, the player who kicked him into the lower bracket.
And we know how close the games were against Inadequates for Gala Bolton, and Inadequates did give a lot of compliments for Gala Bolton as well. And it was one of the closest games he played today. Of course, he did, Inadequates goes down, he has a little bit more, let's say, strain mentally, because he's just down from the winners final, so he will have to kind of contain whatever happened in the winners final, focus on what is in front of him. And what is in front of him is Gala Bolton, and which he needs to overcome to get back into the grand finals.
Yeah, he overcame him once in an incredibly close manner. We could see it come down to one Vine Whip, one Shadow Claw, in fact, that did not take out the Superior. So that was really, really close. I'm looking forward to more heartbeat games in another best of 5, and I hope that every one of them is going to end up like that.
Yep, and both these trainers are getting ready. You see Gala Bolton in the zone, Martin having a conversation as well, but these two trainers are absolutely mentally prepared here to try and win a place in the grand finals. Inadequates, as you know, is on the left, and we have Gala Bolton on the right.
Yes, of course, and at this point I want to also mention our fantastic judges who are doing a great job at keeping this tournament running. You can see Leandro and Ilya right there. Nice to have you people.
Yeah, they're doing a great job in running these tournaments, and without them, this would not be as smooth as what it is. So thank you a lot to the judges and all the staff as well. But coming back to the matchup, we already discussed this, right? So what will Gala Bolton do? Will he go for 3 Pokemon strong against Magnezone, which is what he did in game number 2, and that came really, really close to beating that Magnezone. So I think that as a strategy is something that I would presume Gala Bolton will employ throughout these best of 5.
That is true. Would you reckon that Gligar is a really strong answer to Magnezone? Because, of course, if you are locked into the Gligar, that is going to be a problem. But I don't think if your opponent safe swaps basically a Gligar into you, not respecting the Frostless at all, you can still easily go for a chip and dip, right? Because those wing attacks really do not add up, and it takes quite a while to get to the dig.
Yep, I think Medicham as a lead is why Inadequates is playing Medicham as a lead a lot is just because of the potential of him being able to chip and dip there. Whatever be the Pokemon, one Wild Charge is going to do a lot of damage. Gligar, for example, being part flying, it will take a lot of damage from the Wild Charge, especially coming from a Pokemon with the caliber attack stat of Shadow Magnezone. And in none of the other Pokemon in Gala Bolton's team wants to tank this Wild Charge. The only other contender for this is the Serperior, and even the Serperior will lose about 40% of its HP. Considering the bulk of the Serperior, that is a lot to take in.
Yes, we have seen that before. Wild Charge is just such a good attack if you can switch out afterwards, because if you are staying in after just farming up to 1 Wild Charge, you are going to probably get Vine Whip down even.
Look at Inadequence's rep there. He has 2022 European International Championship top 8. He is Lille Regionals, the last Lille Regionals top 8, Stuttgart Regionals top 4, and European International top 16. What an amazing rapport to have as a player.
Yes, and Stuttgart Regionals, he actually was top 3, I believe, because that one gave him the Cascading World Championships invite, because there was Emmy Weedle who won it, and he was already, of course, qualified because he was the reigning senior world champion.
On the other hand, we have Gala Bolton here, the Malmo Regionals top 8, here to make a name for himself. Again, putting another badge on to his list of achievements. He is ready, he's focused, and he wants to take on Inadequence and get that redemption game.
Yeah, and you can also already add a Lille Regionals top 3 to that list, which is impressive enough, and you cannot forget about the top 10 World Championship appearance of Inadequence.
Yeah, top 10 championship appearance in the Worlds is a very, very, very big achievement to have. This is where all the top competitors go to cement a name for themselves in Pokemon Go history. These two trainers are having fun as well. That's also another concept of this tournament, is that you're having fun. Of course you're stressed, but well, you're always having fun.
Yes, the stress comes with those kinds of situations, big finals that you really want to win. Of course you are nervous, but this nervousness can also turn into focus and excitement.
Yes, nervousness gives you a lot of energy, right? Yes. It builds up to that moment where you shine, break through that, and win games and become the champions that you are.
Yes. Nervousness is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm nervous before each of these tournaments, but I always end up loving it after that.
Yep. I had a friend who always used to say that if you're nervous, it means you really care.
Yeah, that is something I would sign. Yes, that sounds good.
All right, let's see how these two trainers decide to play out this matchup. I think Medicham as a Pokemon looks really good against most teams, but Gala Bolton does bring that Sableye, which has such a good matchup against a Medicham. So it's always never great to try and safe swap a Medicham right now. But Frostlass, on the other hand, does look like a very good Pokemon that you could pivot to as Inadequence. Trying to get a shield of any of these Pokemon is possible for Frostlass, and if you get a shield, the Magnezone will do a lot of work there.
It's because you can always try to farm up to 2 wild charges and then unleash them on your opponent if there's only one shield stopping you. You're kind of very certain that you're going to get a knockout right there. But let's talk about those Umbreons again, or that Umbreon, in fact, on Inadequence's side, because this has been on the absolute rise, and now that people have started playing Dynamic Punch on the Medicham, it is not as great anymore. So what do you think about Umbreon in that matchup?
Well, we know that it's all about building a team that can succeed. So you need to balance your team in such a way that you have Pokemon that, like if you have a Pokemon like Magnezone, Frostlass that do a lot of damage with shields, you need Pokemon that can absorb a lot of damage without shields. And that's where Umbreon, Serperior, and Medicham come in. So you use these Pokemon to either be tanks and shields for you, and then you use the other 2 Pokemon, the 3 Pokemon actually, even Pelipper, to bring you that end game where you can close out with the high damage moves that they throw.
That is true. Pelipper is in fact really good at closing out games. You can either go for a spammy approach with a Weather Ball, or you can go for that hard-hitting, super strong Hurricane that is of course boosted because it is a flying type. And now we're going to see the first game of the losers finals, Medicham versus Serperior, a rather neutral matchup.
Yeah, Medicham versus Serperior is very neutral, but Serperior does have access to super effective aerial aids, but this Serperior we know does not run this. Going for the Leaf Tornado here at charge attack priority. Will Martin call it? He did it game number 1 against Gala Bolton last time. Does he call it? Yes, he does. And it is a Leaf Tornado. Does he get an attack fall? Yes, he does.
The attack fall is connecting, of course, and this Ice Punch is going to deal significantly less damage. Gala Bolton is laughing, and everyone is just thinking, hey, why haven't we been running Serperior for the most time?
Yep, I think Serperior with Leaf Tornado is going a long way for Gala Bolton. Goes for the Frenzy Plant. Does Inadequence call this? Yes, this time around he calls and pulls up the shield correctly, because Frenzy Plant would have been enough to knock out that Medicham.
I find that really interesting because the Serperior is already kind of low, and Inadequence is really trying to keep that alignment, giving up a shield.
Yeah, giving up a shield, but Gala Bolton pulls the shield back up as well. Let's see if Inadequence is going to try and catch his energy on another Pokemon. Here comes a Frenzy Plant from the Serperior, and this is going to be enough to take out this Medicham. I really, really love how Gala Bolton swipes these bubbles.
Absolutely, and I like that Inadequence just went for the approach that he traded a shield and got the Serperior a little bit lower, because now he can go for a huge farm down on the Pelipper.
Yeah, a huge farm down on the Pelipper, and that is met with that Lantern, and as Umbreon swap in met with the Medicham. This is not looking great for Inadequence. He knows that this is looking very, very dire, and he will have to play his heart out to try and win this matchup.
Now we are going to see a Dynamic Punch connecting. Now the win condition is chipping down this Medicham a little bit with Umbreon and trying to farm up as much as possible. Oh, we are not even chipping it down. We want the full farm down with the Pelipper, or are we conceding this game?
I think Inadequence knows that this is too much of an uphill climb. Yes, of course, Pelipper with energy is a huge, huge asset to have towards the end game, but not when it's up against a Pokemon like Lantern, which resists everything that the Pelipper can throw at it. He knows, Gala Bolton knows, going for that Dynamic Punch does a lot of damage, and going for another Dynamic Punch. Inadequence opting not to shield, and he is now already thinking about what he's going to do in game number 2.
That is the danger of running Pelipper, and this is also something that makes Lantern so strong. This Spark change has really put it in a different... It has really elevated the Pokemon as well, because you can just now easily spark down a Pelipper. It's a dangerous Pokemon to run.
Yeah, Pelipper, I think whenever I see a Lantern, right, just looking at Gala Bolton's team, Pelipper does have a lot of play, but Pelipper also takes a lot of damage. That's always what's been Pelipper's function there. Doing a lot of damage, but in turn takes a lot of damage. Again, it's how Inadequence balances his team, but Gala Bolton, recognizing how good his Lantern is, he made sure that he will align it on that Pelipper, and that's how it's gone. Game number 1, very good alignment on Gala Bolton's side. I think Inadequence was unfortunate with the debuff, but it is what it is, right? 50% chance, why not?
That is true. Happens half of the time, actually, with a 50% chance. I also liked how he traded a shield and then went for a full Pelipper farm down. However, full Pelipper farm down, sometimes if the alignment is just so bad that you have a Lantern on your Pelipper, 50 energy or something like that doesn't really help you anymore.
Yep, I think what Inadequence was thinking was exactly what I told you, that Gala Bolton is going to bring 3 Pokemon strong against Magnezone, and 3 Pokemon that are going to be strong against Magnezone, Pelipper can deal with. We saw one, it's a Viper at the lead, and he was hoping that it was going to be a Alolan Sandslash and a Sableye, but unfortunately for him, Gala Bolton pulled one over.
Yeah, we can see the crowd celebrating this again. Of course, the Scandinavian region sticks together, I think. Arceus Aurelia is really happy about Gala Bolton.
He's cheering for Martin, unfortunately, and not for Gala Bolton.
That is also a possibility. And then we can also see Adelian right there, scratching Arceus Aurelia's head.
Anyways, we are coming back straight to this game to see how Inadequence can try and adapt to this. I am going to try and ignore all these happy faces while trying to discuss this matchup, but it's too hard to ignore. Look at them all happy and hyped for this grand losers finals.
I mean, this is what we have been talking about the entire time, right? Everyone is just having so much fun. This is a really serious situation for both of those players, but still they are also having fun with each other, and everyone is just toying around. Everyone is having a great time.
All right, let's play this game. What do you think Inadequence is going to lead?
So as the matchups with the Magnezone are kind of polarizing, this is a 50-50 scenario. Either you bring it with backup of Pelipper or something that stops the Pokemon that can deal with the Magnezone, which are just very few, basically. You bring something like Frostus and Pelipper, that's a bit fragile, really.
Oh, we will already know what these 2 players are going for. Both of them locked in. Here we go. It's a Sableye against a Frostlass. This is not a matchup, again, that you want to see as Inadequence. This is a very, very good matchup for Sableye, but Frostlass can definitely hit back. In comes the Umbreon, and Gala Bolton does not have an answer to this.
Wow, we are staying in with the Sableye, trying to go for that big return damage. And this is also something where you could throw a shield if you're Inadequence.
Yeah, that return would do so much damage. So preserving that HP on this Umbreon could come in handy, but Gala Bolton not throwing a move and going into this Gligar. Gligar versus Umbreon is a favorable matchup for Umbreon as well, especially now that it has that energy advantage that it definitely needs.
That's true. If you don't use a shield on the Umbreon, as the switch timers are misaligned, at some point you could come in with the Frostless, farm down the Gligar, and then the matchup against the Sableye would not be half as bad anymore if you have 3 or 4 Powder Snows in.
Yeah, maybe that's why Gala Bolton made that heads-up play of farming up to a foul play.
Yeah.
But here comes another foul play from Umbreon, and this, again, does not do a lot because these two Pokemon have a lot of bulk to them, so they can take these charge moves a little bit better than their counterparts.
Do you go for a dig here? Yes, Gala Bolton decides that he really wants to go for this hard-hitting charge attack. Instead of 2 aerial aces, maybe is going to put it deep into the red. We are going for the Frostless. Frostless is farming up, and there's the aerial ace of Gligar to connect for some meaningful damage here.
Yeah, aerial ace of Gligar connects, but what's important is this Frostless does not have enough energy to get to an Avalanche, and the Sableye is definitely going to outpace it to this foul play. Let's see what Inadequence does. In comes the Sableye and goes for that foul play immediately. If unshielded, this will take out the Frostless. Inadequence immediately goes for the shield.
Yes, so what is Inadequence's goal now with shielding this one out? He has the Superior in the back, which is immediately after that going to be aligned to a Sandslash.
Yeah,
Golden one.
Gala Bolton knows how important Switch is in this matchup. He's definitely shielding up this Sableye, keeping it healthy, throwing all those Shadow Claws into this Frostlass, and Frostlass is in such a bad position, and a catch as well. What an amazing catch by Gala Bolton.
Very right you are. Counts over the Avalanche Connect still deals a sizable chunk for being double resisted, and now we're going into...
Yeah, he knows. Inadequence knows here. Superior into Sandslash is not going to end well for him. Here comes the first Ice Punch. He is now already thinking about game number 3 maybe,
yeah.
And that does a lot of damage to Superior. Goes for those Vine Whips one after another. He knows, but he goes for that Frenzy Plant, maybe trying to find a win con somewhere to make sure that he can try to come back into this game. Frenzy Plant gets shielded, but this Alolan Sandslash is potentially going to farm the Superior down.
Yep, coming out with a lot of energy there. Powder Snow really putting in some work. We are going to go for an Ice Punch, and the Umbreon is not going to shield that, knowing that it would outpace or farm down the Umbreon after that. And just speeding up this process a little bit. Gala Bolton leads 2-0 versus Inadequence.
This is looking very, very dire for Inadequence there. He needs to adapt. He needs to change his gameplay. Maybe bring in that Shadow Magnezone, because right now, the game number 2 is where he needed that Shadow Magnezone. Unfortunately, that game against Elephant and Flasher maybe gave him idea that the Magnezone is not doing enough and that it's a liability, but it's not a liability, Inadequence. He has to understand that it's what got him here and he has to play it.
Yep, he has told us before that this Pokemon was so good in his journey to the top 3 right here, and it did not really work versus Elephant Flasher. He always knew how to counter it perfectly, but now you have to resort to it again. It was so good for you previously, but now if you're a Gala Bolton in this situation, now you really do expect it, right?
Yep, you have to expect it, but again, Gala Bolton is in a position where he just needs to win one game.
That's true.
Martin has to reverse sweep his opponent, not dropping a single game. This is where experience and all that battles you have played comes in, where you have to keep the calm and make sure that you do what you have to do to pull a match and to pull this round away from Gala Bolton.
Yes, but Gala Bolton is sitting there comfortably, gaining more and more confidence in himself. He won 2-0 basically, if that was the last matchup that they had earlier in the winners semifinals, I believe. So now you just got to win one more game. In terms of all games that they played against each other, this would be 3-2 for Gala Bolton so far.
Yeah, this is why it's a best of 5 as well, giving players enough time to adapt, learn, and get better as the match goes on. That's why best of 5s are a very, very, very strenuous affair. And Inadequence coming down from a best of 5 already is a very big strain on him as well. As a player, I understand, but now it's time for him to grit his teeth and go for it. Make sure every match counts from now on.
Yep, that is true. Now that I'm looking at those teams again, the Sableye of Gala Bolton really looks very, very good. It has play against everything, even against the Umbreon. If you connect 2 of those returns, it is going to be really important. Now we're going to look at the lead. Both games were basically decided by alignment. Now we have Sableye versus the Superior.
Sableye versus Superior, this is neutral matchup for both these Pokemon, but we see that backline, and that backline will come down to switch here. Frenzy Plant comes in from this Superior and immediately being shielded by Gala Bolton.
That is a really important shield for Gala Bolton because he needs this Sableye to answer the Frostless in the back for Inadequance, because this is looking really strong against Medicham and the Superior.
Yeah, we have to understand that last time this match played up, he immediately went for a return, but this time around he goes for this foul play, and Inadequance pulling up a shield and gets baited by this foul play. This is going to be super critical on how this match ends. This Frenzy Plant comes in hot and heavy from Inadequance.
Listen, this is exactly how you want to play this matchup as a Sableye. You want to get as many of those Shadow Claws in to the point where one foul play is going to knock out the Superior. You are switching out immediately. We're farming up a little bit more, and now the Frostless comes in to answer the Superior.
Yeah, the Frostless comes in, but it also does have a shield. But this is an amazing place to be for Gala Bolton, because he does have 2 foul plays turned, and in comes that Frenzy Plan, and that is going to be super costly for Martin, because the Frostless is forced to throw this energy, and now potentially the Sableye can come in and farm all the way down.
Yeah, understanding for Martin that he does not want to take any further damages right before the Leaf Tornado right here. And now, is this going to be enough to get to an Avalanche right here? But there's 2 foul plays on the Sableye. You are able to farm this down even. That is huge. Galaxic Bolt at 100 energy with the Sableye going for a charge attack priority. Now this foul play is going to connect. It is not. There is a Protect Shield, and the Frenzy Plant is also queued up.
Protect Shield comes in, and he does have another foul play, but the Frenzy Plant has already been queued up, and this is going to be enough to take out this Sableye. It's all going to come down to what's at the back. We know what's at the back. Inadequance, will he be happy to see what is at the back? Let's find out. In comes his Medicham. Medicham is not in a great place because the Superior is going to get to another Frenzy Plant before getting KO'd. Frenzy Plant comes in, and this is going to do a lot of damage to this Medicham.
Yes, this is going to put it in a range where his own Medicham is very comfortable in the matchup. We are 1 Ice Punch behind, but 1 Ice Punch is not going to be enough to cut it, except for Martin. He has a lot of energy on the Medicham, and look at him smiling. He knows, I pulled 1 game away from Galaxic Bolton. I can pull away another one. Galaxic Bolton still really remaining calm in his seat, though.
Galaxic Bolton knows he took a risk there by trying to catch, and it did not pay off. Inadequance pulls off a win, and he's 2 wins away from going to the grand finals. Galaxic Bolton 1 win away. He is still in the driver's seat. We will see how these 2 players try and adapt again. Inadequance did an amazing job adapting to this game, and let's see how Galaxic Bolton plays further.
Well, if you are Galaxic Bolton, what is your plan for the next game? Because there is always, of course, this Shadow Magnezone in your head. You have been kind of ignoring it in the last game. You have been bringing Pokemon that might lose to it. You don't really want to take a Wild Charge. How are you approaching the next game? Do you ignore it, or do you prepare for it?
You have to prepare for it. You always have to prepare for a Pokemon in all these games. Inadequance, this is if there was a good time to use the Shadow Magnezone, this would be it. And you saw that he was always prepared for it. He went for the same Pokemon, as I said before, 3 Pokemon that did well against that Shadow Magnezone, not like when he previously played. He's learned from that matchup, and he's not bought the Lantern even a single time. Yep. So that's how it's going. I think this game would have been a lot closer if Galaxic Bolton did not go for that catch as well, especially after having the energy to throw a foul play at that Superior.
Yep, that is true. There was 100 energy on that Sableye, but it was just answered by 1 Frenzy Plant and a Shield, which is actually a lot, to be fair. A Frenzy Plant and a Shield is a lot of investment, but he took away so much energy from that Sableye.
Yeah, that came very critical as well. Inadequance knew that having that shield meant a lot for him towards the later game, and that's how he got that switch back, how he got another Frenzy Plant onto that Medicham to make sure that his Medicham has nothing but clear skies.
Very good. So we are going to see the game number for us. Inadequance going to lose 3-1 again in a best of 5 in this one. And we're seeing Frostless against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. However, this is not a Shadow Claw Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
It is a Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash going up against his Powder Snow Frostless. And he catches a move, he catches a Dig on that Umbreon. This might change the outcome of this game. That is an amazing catch there.
Yes, and this is basically the first time today we're not seeing a Medicham in the game. There is no good answer to this Umbreon, and Inadequance has been hiding this Umbreon so far. And now we're going into the Lantern. Lantern is maybe able to change the switch, because that is already a lot of damage on the Umbreon, but we're going to connect the foul play. There's a lot of energy as well.
And there's a lot of energy on the Umbreon, but as I said before, just like Gligar, just like Umbreon, just like all other bulky Pokemon, Lantern is so bulky that these foul plays don't do enough. Look at that Lantern, taking a move from this Umbreon, taking taking the second move from this Umbreon and still is healthy, but it is charging up a lot of energy there. One Thunderbolt, will it be enough? No, he's going for the Surf here, giving Inadequance the option. If you want me not to get in more energy, you will have to shield.
Yes, I also don't think that one Thunderbolt would have taken out. I think we're getting into a range where another Surf will knock out the Umbreon. So clever choice of Gala Bolton, not trying to go for an unnecessary farm down there, possibly investing another shield because that Magnezone is sitting in the back and it's looking dangerous.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to how much energy can be maximized into this Lantern. Lantern does absolutely perfect charging there. Goes for this Surf, and this Surf will be enough to take out the Umbreon. What will come in? In comes the Frostlass. Will you get to a move here? He's frantically tapping the Surf, but Inadequance keeping absolute perfect track of energy, going for that Avalanche to take out this Lantern.
Yes, resisted attack, but it is going to be enough eventually. And I'm surprised that this is not going to be a Volspit farm down. Now we are in the matchup again, where the Drill Run can be thrown. Wow, we are actually not shielding that. Does Inadequance think that the Frostless has enough stamina to take this? We are going for a Shadow Ball right here.
Yeah, Frostlass has more than enough stamina to take this, but here comes a shield from this Sandslash. After this shield, we will be expecting an immediate switch into the Magnezone, and that is what is going on. In comes this Magnezone, but this Shadow Alolan Sandslash has so much energy. Is this enough? Is 2 shields enough to win this matchup for Martin?
Oh, we are expecting an excellent Drill Run right here. There are multiple Volt Switches coming in here. We are going to see so much damage on the Sableye, and we're going to see the first Wild Charge. This is going to severely lower the defense stats of the Magnezone.
Yes, it definitely is going to severely lower the defense stat of the Magnezone, and he pulls up a shield. Will he throw the foul play? Yes, he does. This is going to be very critical. Magnezone has the shield, but can it get to another Wild Charge and have another Wild Charge stored for that Shadow Alolan Sandslash that's at the back?
Oh, we are going to immediately throw this Wild Charge right here. We still have the Frostless in the back. The Powder Snows are not going to deal too much damage. Do we win the race? There is a lot of energy on the Alolan Sandslash, and it gets the Ice Punch first.
Oh my! That Ice Punch is going to be enough to take out this Magnezone, but can it Powder Snow down that Frostlass? Frostlass is so deep into the red. Here comes the Frostlass. 1 Powder Snow, 2 Powder Snow, 3 Powder Snows, and it's gone. Gala Bolton goes to the grand final.
The Swedish Pokemon trainer Gala Bolton overcomes the powerhouse Inadequance, and he is advancing to the grand finals against Elefantflasche.
What a game that was. It went absolutely down to the wire. Gala Bolton pulling one over Inadequance and stopping him from winning that elusive regional championships. And I'm sure this is going to motivate both these players to do well in the next round. Gala Bolton is going to give it his all against Elefantflasche, and Inadequance is going to give it his all to any regionals that he plays.
Yes, absolutely. And we are going to see a new matchup in Gala Bolton versus Elefantflasche. I don't think that we've had this tournament so far.
Yeah, they've never played each other before in this tournament, so it's going. Yeah, of course. But I think that it will be a very, very interesting matchup to see, because Gala Bolton has the Pokemon that can very effectively deal with that Carbink that Elefantflasche has, and he's also had the time to watch Elefantflasche to see how he plays, and maybe that will help him learn in a way to kind of counter this. But remember, Elefantflasche has that one lifeline. He needs that. Gala Bolton needs to reset the bracket, win a best of 5, and then again win another best of 5 against the Elefantflasche, who's not lost a single round till now.
That is true, and I want to see which of these players qualifies for the World Championship in Honolulu, Hawaii, at the end of the next year or mid next year. This is going to be really exciting. This is the goal for every Pokemon Go player who is competitive in PvP. We are all wanting to go to Worlds.
Yeah, we wouldn't be surprised to see all these 3 players in the Worlds, because they did earn a lot of championship points by this top 3 finish already, and they just need a few more tournaments and a few more good performances to get over the threshold of 400 points that's needed for Europe. And I am looking forward to this whole series, where we're going to see a lot more players. We saw new players today making a name for themselves, new players coming on today too, and as the championship series grows, more and more players are going to play and earn and compete for those championship points.
Yeah, I always love to see those rising stars, those new players coming up. Also, all of those young players like Elon are very, very good at this game, being very able to play against those veterans, those titans of the game. We have seen multiple big names in the tournament in the day one, of course, and so many of them didn't make it to day two.
Yeah, Elon, who's a very, very new contender, as you pointed out, did manage to beat an old god, which was Nessa Beaton, who was a finalist as well recently. So I think new Pokemon trainers coming in is an amazing thing to have for this game, and also the amount of players signed up. For example, we have over 170 players, and in this tournament, that's what gave you this top 16 bracket, which means that we have more matches to shoutcast, more opportunities to learn, and more fun to have.
Yes, and we also have one more interview, so we are going to kick it right over to Adalian.
I am joined with the 2 finalists for the Lille Regional Championship, Elephant Flasher and Gala Bolton. How are you both doing, gentlemen? Have the nerves settled down? Are you ready for this?
Incredibly nervous.
Oh, you? And you weren't all that nervous, were you?
Yeah, there's no energy left to be nervous.
You've got no energy left? Yeah. Oh, you need to summon some now. There's one more match to go. So, both of you have had incredible and amazing journeys to get here. So, I'll ask you first, what would it mean to you if you went one step further and won? What would you do?
Like, it means everything. It's my peak in my Pokemon career. And wow. I've been basically playing every day since it came out, and this would be my peak.
That to me sounds like a very worthy reason to win. What's your reason? You need to top that. What's your reason?
Yeah, I can really relate to that, right? I've also been playing for a super long time, never won anything major, so yeah, this really would be it.
Now, both of you do know of each other, because with Pokemon Go, I feel a lot of trainers know that and know each other's talents and skills. You've had the opportunity to watch each other on stream. How have you felt about each other's gameplay and style? Do you think you have the measure of each other, or do you think this is still going to be a relative step into the unknown for either of you? I'll start with you, Gala Bolton.
Yeah, this is a step into the unknown. It's the first Carbink that I face. You bring Carbink, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 10 times. Or maybe 5 times.
And we've barely played each other ever before. Like maybe once or twice. We have each other in the friend list, so at some point we must have faced each other. But other than that, I don't know much about Elephant Flashy.
Ah, okay. Well, you've seen some of the move sets and some of the unusual move sets that Gala Bolton has. Does that cause you any concern? Are you not worried? Are you think, nah, this will be fine, I can handle it? What do you think?
Yeah, it will be fine. I'm not concerned about anything at this point.
Bold words.
Especially not about a Leaf Tornado Saperia. Come on.
Oh, he's giving you shade there already. He's not.
We'll see.
If something happens and he's able to pull off a Leaf Tornado.
We'll see how it goes, right? Just some friendly banter here.
Yes. For yourself, you have a lot of friends who have been cheering and supporting, and same for you as well. Who do you reckon is the biggest fan that you have right now in that crowd? Who's your biggest fan?
Arceus Aurelius.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no surprises there. What about yourself? Who's really rooting for you?
Has to be my girlfriend, Tuyen. And Mario, who drove us here.
Oh, lovely stuff, lovely stuff. Do any of you have any words of sort of support or gratitude for the people that have been with you throughout your Pokemon journey? If you want to say something to them, now's a good time to say something to the camera.
Yeah, thank you, everyone that has supported me and helped me with practice games and to build my team.
And yourself?
Yeah, thank you to Yen for the support the entire weekend. Thank you to Mario for all the tactics we came up with and for driving us here. And as always, shout out to my faction, especially to Zo Tactical, who helped me a lot to prepare for this event.
For sure. Thank you, gentlemen. You are both, in my eyes, very much worthy champions. I can't wait to see which one of you can make it all the way to the top. But good luck to both of you. Let's see some magic, which I know both of you can do. And let's go back to the casters.
Thank you, Adalian. Mario must have superpowers because he drove Elephant Flash all the way to the finals. This was a fantastic game again. We have seen so many matches throughout the weekend. Most of these players have already lost at some point twice. We only have 2 players left who are still in competition. Abi, which Pokemon surprised you the most this weekend?
Shadow Venusaur, it's still in the finals.
It didn't surprise you, it was your prediction.
Yeah, of course, but Carbink did surprise me. I think it's a Pokemon that we were also discussing before as well, why it's not bought in as much. It is a it's highly rated in GBL, for example, as a Pokemon that has amazing stats and amazing coverage moves and amazing resistances. So I'm surprised that it didn't show up so far, but Elephant and Flasher is doing an amazing job piloting it. It's proved an absolute nuisance to so many players. I've seen players get demotivated the moment they see that Carbink swap in to the Mandibus, Carbink swapping in into the Frostlass, Carbink into the Pelipper. That's not what you want to see.
No, that is true. Even though a Pelipper can fight back with some Weather Balls, it is still not the best matchup at all, because you can just either shield or rock throw it down. So, as we are preparing for the grand finals of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Lille, we are going to show you one more video about iconic moments in Pokemon Go.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion, as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and dragon, steel, fire, and ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Guess who's back? It's the A-Team.
I love it. We are here. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, aside my good friend Adelian here, and we are ready to announce the grand finals, the moment that we have all been waiting for in this Lille Regional Championship.
It all comes down to this. We have seen some brilliant, brilliant battlers catch, undercharge, do all manner of fantastic tactics, but this is it. The pinnacle, the top. Only one trainer can claim the title of champion of Lille. Who will it be? Elephant Flasher or Gala Bolton?
Both of these trainers have been fighting their way through heavy matchups. If you are just tuning in now, we are at the grand final stage. Elephant Flasher defeating Inadequance, knocking Inadequance down to the loser's bracket where he played against Gala Bolton, a matchup that he had won previously in the day. Unfortunately, this time for him, Gala Bolton proving a bit too strong, and Gala Bolton fighting his way back up to the top. This is where you love to see it. This is the action. This is where it all comes down to.
So this is what happens now at a grand finals. It is a best of 5, just like the winners final and the losers final. However, for Elephant Flasher, he has not lost a game yet, so he is coming to this grand final from the winners bracket. As a result, if Gala Bolton is able to win this first set of 5, there will be what's referred to as a bracket reset, allowing Elephant Flasher to take one loss and still have a chance to claim eventual victory with a second best of 5.
And you know what, Adelian? I'm really torn because I love to see like a winner just completely sweep a bracket. You know, someone that decisively has won every single matchup that they have played. However, I love casting this. I love seeing all of these battles. I'm slightly hoping for a bracket reset.
I think you and I both. Bracket resets may not be fun for the player in the winners final who's coming from a dominant position, as it were. But however, it is a lot more fun, gives a lot more battles for us to see, for myself and for Amanda indeed to cast. But more importantly, for those of you watching at home to enjoy 2 of the finest battlers here in Lille, put it all on the line for glory, for joy, and the honor of being called champion.
Yeah, it might seem like a Lille thing, but it is indeed big tournaments because this is the grand finals. A little bit about the team compositions again. We've seen Gala Bolton time and time again prove that, you know, Frostlass is not a challenge for his team. He's beat teams with his Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash, with a Gligar, and also Superior in the back. We've seen it multiple times. Elephant Flasher does have that Frostlass on his team, but I wonder if he's wary of how Gala Bolton has been playing out these matches so well.
Yes, he will be. He said he wasn't too nervous, and that's a good place to be. But just because one is nervous doesn't mean one isn't going to respect their opponents and the prowess that they have. Gala Bolton was saying that he has limited experience facing against the Carbink, having not played one in this tournament yet, according to him. So, Elephant Flasher may have an advantage, that the matchups against Carbink may be to his advantage. So maybe we will see that come in more often. It does have the luxury and the rare honor of shutting down Gala Bolton's Sableye. So maybe that is an asset to be exploited by Elephant Flasher.
That's a good point, Adelian, because we've seen before that Sableye being able to shut down those fighters that go well against like his Metagame or his Alolan Sandslash. But with the Mandibuzz on the other side, with the Carbink on the other side, that Sableye might not have a lot of wiggle room. But we're going to head and go get into this first, ladies and gentlemen. We had talked about it a little bit earlier. These two are lucky friends, and they're going to do their special trade here on stage for everyone. Let's get the louder the applause, I think the higher chances of what we call hundos, the 15-15-15. So cheer for them. Let's get them rolling. Let's get them special trading now.
And don't forget that Zacian is a top-tier contender for Master League in the Go Battle League. So a perfect Zacian would be amazing for either of these trainers. What do we reckon will be the IVs on either of those? And let's see.
Oh my goodness! We got it!
You can hear the crowd cheering a hundo live on stream at Play Pokemon Regional for Gala Bolton. Is that a sign? Is that a sign that luck is on this gentleman's side?
I think it's a sign that even if he doesn't end up winning this, he has already come out a winner, because that 15-15-15 appraisal Zacian is going to be wonderful use for his Master League edition.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you've seen it here, folks. I don't know if you've ever seen a lucky trade or a hundo demonstrated on a stream, but a little bit of an addition. These two trainers at the top of their game, they've been lucky friends for ages. This is a luxury, being able to meet up in person, conduct that lucky trade, and look how well that's worked out for Gala Bolton. But now the friendship may be strong, the friendship may no longer be lucky. We are now left with two battlers intent on taking each other right to the very tip, on the pinnacle, and one person can be on top.
That's right, there's a tipping point at this point. Only one person can stand at the top of this mountain in Lille, and who is it going to be? Is it going to be the person who has come from the winner side of the bracket, Elephant Flasher, who has not dropped a single round yet, or is it going to be Gala Bolton, who has fought his way back through the losers bracket, able to defeat the person who knocked him down there to begin with, and going to be the one who is now going to be reigning champion?
Oh yes, I can just feel the energy coming from the audience. You can hear the pops, the cheers in the background. They are excited. I'm excited. I'm welling up with excitement.
Well, I am excited as well, Adelian, to see how this is going to be played out. Now, I mean, this is the advantage that they both had of being on screen of multiple times. They know each other's movesets at this point. Hello, hype up in the crowd. I think the crowd deserves a lot of credit as well, because they were the people who gave that Gala Bolton that shundo, or that hundo. Unfortunately, not a shundo, Zacian.
Those cheering, you can hear the fans. You can see, oh, there's that beautiful Leonard Koenig. I'm sure I've seen him before in a stream somewhere.
Guys, at some point you should ask Leonard Koenig to do this new dance that he's been learning how to do. It's very good. He's getting very, very good at it.
It's really insightful. I didn't know such a dance existed until I met Leo. But there we have it. These two trainers are now calculating. They're in thinking mode. The luck is out. Now it's thinking mode. We're writing down a few notes, thinking, what should I run? Well, I've seen what my opponent has done in the past. I've seen some tactics. How can I take advantage of styles of play? So really, it boils down to every minute preparation now.
And even though you can tell we're all having a lot of fun here, we're all doing a lot, but it is now a very serious moment as well. We're not toning down the energy, but we are bringing to light how incredible this moment will be for either one of these trainers to be able to become that new champion, to be able to punch their ticket to Honolulu. It's going to be one heck of a match, and we are getting started right now.
Game one of the grand finals. Here we go. Swampert leads in against a Sableye here, so this is a relatively even matchup, and Swampert is able to outpace the Sableye, and we're looking at the Hydro Cannon rushing through here, and it's launching at the similar times, but Swampert is able to launch the first Hydro Cannon, which goes unshielded by Gala Bolton.
Yeah, one Hydro Cannon will not be enough to knock out that Sableye. Meanwhile, the Sableye also out of foul play. Not quite enough to knock out the Swampert either. Like you said, it's a pretty even matchup, though Swampert is able to outpace. Looks like neither one of these opponents wanting to spend their shield right away in this first portion of the match.
I think this is a logical step. Both Pokemon can take a move out, but they're over-farming a little bit on the
Swampert, and now throwing out a perfect time there by Elephant Fasher. We've seen this, he knows his timings, and the first shield is used by Galaxa Bolton, who wishes to keep Sableye in this fight.
He may wish to keep Sableye in this fight, but as we see this Mandibuzz aggressively swap in, it's going to be met with one of its worst nemesis here, that Shadow Claw, or the Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, being able to take this Dark Pulse now, but you can already see, as Mandibuzz is a tanky bird, it's still, like, those Powder Snows are already adding up.
Oh, yes, they are, and now we are close to an Ice Punch, and it's launched straight away. No hesitation there by Galaxa Bolton. Mandibuzz is very bulky and can handle this, but this is a shadow-boosted Ice Punch, and this is going to do a fair amount of damage, and now it's a race to see who can get to the next charge attack here, and I think Mandibuzz is able to launch that Dark Pulse, which is going to force Galaxa Bolton to use that second shield. So now, very early on, the Galaxa Bolton is out of shields.
Out of shields, but a lot of energy on that Sableye and a lot of energy on that Sandslash as well, as continuing to just Powder Snow away right before able to get to the next one, throwing this Ice Punch, and Elephant Flasher looks like he's going to go ahead and let that Mandibuzz go down. Still 2 shields now, 2-0.
Yeah, so we've seen this before. We have the Swampert, which potentially could be used as a third shield, but the Venusaur coming in here, that's really the only option. So now a shield must come out in order to protect the Venusaur, which is also a shadow as well and will not appreciate super effective damage.
And now doesn't want to take those Ice Punches at all. In comes that Gligar to get a little bit of a better matchup, but Elephant Flasher is ahead on energy, throwing this Frenzy Plant even before the Aerial Ace comes through. There are no protections left on Galaxa Bolton's side. Even though this might not be enough to knock it out, it's going to get it very low.
And this is going to do huge amounts of damage, and Gligar really needs to throw this off, and does indeed get the Aerial Ace off, consuming that final shield from Elephant Flasher, and now both sides are without shields. Now we're going to see some really heavy damage been launched out from either of these Pokemon, and it is a race, and it's a catch here. That is absolutely brilliant. Swampert being used as that third shield. I thought this was going to happen, and indeed it did with perfect timing.
Wonderful execution by Elephant Flasher there, being able to use that as a sacrificial swap, and continuing, even though these wing attacks are doing heavy damage, now all this Vine Whip, the Venusaur has so much energy to be deployed at whatever Pokemon that comes in.
Yeah, so what is going to happen? What is going to come out first? What wants to take a Frenzy Plant? The first one is being launched. This is going to annihilate the Alolan Sunslash.
We have to remember there is a Foul Play stored on this Sableye. Will it be able to win Charge Attack priority? That is the question. Not even necessary. The Frenzy Plant is not even there. Galaxa Bolton takes game number 1 against Elephant Flasher.
What a meaningful win here to gain some momentum early on, coming from the losers bracket, but going, doesn't matter, I am still a force to be reckoned with. 1-0, and you can see the Swedes, the Nordic fans going absolutely crazy over this. You can, well, you only have to see for yourself, right?
Oh man, this has been an incredible matchup so far. What do you do if you're in Elephant Flasher's position right now? You know that it's a best of 5. Knowing losing round 1 doesn't mean that you've lost the game, right? I mean, essentially, this is a whole nother matchup. He has plenty of time to do experimental things at this point, and even if he ends up losing this best of 5, there's still another one that he is able to play afterwards. What we're hoping for, right, Adelian?
Oh yes, oh yes. But yes, with Elephant Flasher, I think there is no cause for concern. I think he's demonstrated that he's been able to adapt and react to taking the odd loss here and there. He does have that luxury, as you say, of being in the winner's bracket, and this is a best of 5. He could, in theory, win the next 3 matches, and then this is all over. It could be a lot more closer fought than that. However, he has the skills, he has the knowledge, and he does have the team, and he has, don't forget, that advantage that Galaxa Bolton did say that Carbink is a little bit tricky for me. I'm not sure how my team can handle it. That hasn't been seen in game 1 yet. Will it come in out in game 2 to be a surprise?
Now a part of me is thinking maybe he's just playing a little bit of a mind game with Elephant Flasher. They're saying he doesn't know how to handle this Carbink. What is so weak to it? It's going to be that Sableye, and yet he still brings it into the game. An aggressive play by Galaxa Bolton, but it really paid off for him in this first matchup.
Yes, absolutely. I'm surprised that Sableye did make an appearance there, because I would have thought that Carbink would have indeed pushed that out of the way. However, you got to sometimes take a little bit of a risk with your team composition. Unfortunately, at this level, there's always going to be a bit of a flaw. You've seen some great trainers. You've seen Inadequance versus Galaxa Bolton, where the first time it favored Inadequance with that Shadow Magnetone, and then now Galaxa Bolton's able to completely turn that around, just going to show how much talent there is on stage at the moment. And if anyone knows how to make a comeback, it is Galaxa Bolton right here.
Both of these trainers have top cut in previous tournaments, but this is the farthest that either trainer has gone so far. It's really come down to these moments in the grand finals, this best of 5 matchup. Galaxa Bolton's ahead by 1, but like we said, that at this stage it's really too early to tell. The tables could completely turn by this game number 2.
Yes, for sure. So now what trainers are doing here is they're taking time, calming their nerves, relaxing and going, right, what do I want to change? If anything, are my tactics sound? Do I make a mild adjustment? This is the calm before the storm, I would say. This is where you really bring yourself together mentally, and then you begin this next battle going into game number 2. Is it going to be another win? And here comes that Carbink.
Carbink against a Lowland Sandslash. We have to see if Gala Bolton is being serious and not quite sure how these matchups go. Looks like he is going to stay in that, as those drill runs are going to be super effective. Meanwhile, the Rock Slide and the Moonblast, well, I mean, they'll be doing heavy damage. It is a Shadow, but not as much damage as I think Elephant Flasher was hoping for.
No, but you have to bear in mind that this Shadow Alolan Sandslash, is it running? I believe it's running Powder Snow, and that's not going to do resisted damage. Oh no, sorry, no, it doesn't. But the Rock Slide is definitely going to do neutral damage to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash here, and with it being so squishy, I think so the shield does have to come out here, and so this is the right call, racing to another drill run potentially. And when is that drill run going to be launched? Timing it really, really well, trying to get a catch on the Medicham. This isn't successful. Superior comes back in to counteract that Medicham.
Wow, I think this is really where Gala Bolton actually wants that Superior as well, because if you notice that it was on Leaf Tornado and Frenzy Plant, no Sky Attack in sight or no Aerial Ace in sight for that Venusaur, so putting it in this position is better. Now it's a potential baiting game. Do I go straight for the Frenzy Plant or the Leaf Tornado? Let's see if Elephant Flasher can call this.
And it's a 50-50 call here. Elephant Flasher has to think. He just think fast, chooses to let it go, and the Frenzy Plant does do damage, but Superior, relatively bulky Pokemon, doesn't hit as hard as some grass types with Frenzy Plant, but still just able to get another move off here. So now another debate for Elephant Flasher. Do we consume a Shield? It is just a Leaf Tornado, but it's just about enough to KO.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be also very good for Elephant Flasher, because I think that the Venusaur can come in and get a lot of energy should choose to, because all of the attacks are just grass ones. Not going to be able to do too much back to this Venusaur. Meanwhile, Venusaur just getting a ton of energy, going for the heavier hitting Frenzy Plant. Let's see if Elephant Flasher chooses to use his shield. I think at this point you probably don't.
No, I think with the double resistance here that Venusaur enjoys, even though it's a Shadow, did a respect, and then something else, another throw in and a snipe, and the Powder and the Weather Ball goes onto the Venusaur. This was what Gala Bolton was trying to do, soften up the Venusaur so it can be taken out. The shield has to be used now, and another one.
Not only one shield, both shields from Elephant Flasher has now been deployed, as there is not a lot of energy left on that Lowland Sandslash, but my goodness, there is so much energy on the Venusaur, swapping back into the Carbink, able to take it out before that third Ice Punch goes off.
That was so close, very well calculated by there to get the Carbink in, and now Gligar can try and put some work on this Carbink, doing resisted damage here, but the Moonblast goes unshielded. This is going to have a chance of a debuff, and that might be crucial as well. Is there a debuff? A lot of damage, no debuff though. Gligar lives to fight another day.
I think that at this point, Gala Bolton is more like Relaska Bolton, because he knows that he's going to be able to do something with the shield. He'll be able to throw it first. No!
Oh my goodness, a shield has to come out. Venusaur is able to throw the charge attack first. That Frenzy Plant would definitely KO at this range, so now the shield comes in, and now Aerial Ace is launched to try and take out this Shadow Venusaur. At this range, surely Shadow Venusaur will not be able to withstand this super effective attack.
And down goes the Venusaur. Gala Bolton has taken game number 2 as well. This was the position that he was in with Inadequance the round before. I think he's feeling very confident.
This is incredible work from Gala Bolton. The constantly coming from a position from behind in the losers brackets. He's done it once already, and he's now on the cusp of forcing a bracket reset, and we know how excited I get over those.
We're ready for it. We are here for it indeed. But if you're Elephant Flasher, I definitely wouldn't count him down and out. He has been undefeated in this tournament so far. He's been in the position where he's lost that first game and able to come back from it. So I think that he has got what it takes to completely flip this, should he choose to. But we'll really have to see. These players are locked and loaded. They're ready and determined to be able to get to be the new champion of Lille.
This, I cannot, in their shoes, I would be so nervous. I'd be quivering. But I was speaking to these two trainers just before and just after our interview, and the calmness that they had, it was almost infectious. It relaxed me speaking to them, and I feel therefore that this is the mentality that you want to have when you are used to this level of stress and performance at this despite the pressure. This is what separates the truly great trainers at this point.
And we have to also remember, best of fives are a completely different animal than best of threes. A lot of times best of threes, people feel that they have to play it kind of safe. There's maybe a certain risk that'll be taken in game number 3, but best of fives, that's when a lot of times people kind of, what we say, throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks, right? Like, okay, I know that my opponent has been really doing X for this whole tournament, so I need to do Y to counter it. Maybe it's going to be completely unexpected. I think if you're in Elephant Flash's position, you have a lot of leeway with this. I mean, you can really experiment and try new things because, as we said, even if he ends up losing this, even if there is a bracket reset, he still has a whole nother best of 5 to play around with to find that composition that it takes to take out Gala Bolton and secure that spot as the complete winner for this tournament.
Yes, so now what all these trainers are thinking, I think Elephant Flasher doesn't want to have this bracket reset for sure, so he's going to bring out something magical. Let's see, leads with the Frost Slash into an Alolan Sand Slash, but as we know, this is a Powder Snow Alolan Sand Slash, but we have seen this before where Gala Bolton leads with that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash and keeps something weak to Frost Slash in the back. So what's going to happen here? A first drill run. Is Elephant Flasher going to shield this first and foremost?
Looks like he is going to go ahead and let that go down, knowing that it's not quite enough to knock him out, but we've seen this position from Gala Bolton many times before, so I'm anxious to see how they want to play this. We know that he's willing to at least use one shield in this scenario, most likely two if he wants that Frost Blast out of the way.
Yes, and I think it makes sense to try and get that Frost Blast out of the way with the Gligar being there in the back. But now another Ice Punch to try and get a shield back on the Frost Blast. Does Elephant Flasher, is he okay to lose the Frost Blast early on or not? It seems he is, and there goes the Frost Blast, and now the opportunity to bring that Swampert in and try and get some farm in with those super effective mud shots.
Effective mud shots going through, almost at that Hydro Cannon, but the Ice Punch is going to go up first. I think if Elephant Flash is counting, he knows that it's not going to be enough to take it out. Going ahead and tanking that, and meanwhile keeping that Venusaur a little bit of a secret in the back. Going up to 2 Hydro Cannons, releasing the first one. Is Gala Bolton going to let it go? He is!
Yes, so he feels the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash has done its job, eliminated the Frost Slash, and did a respectable amount of chip damage to the Swampert. An instant swap into the Venusaur into Gligar. The Venusaur taking super effective damage from those aerial aces, but it is a charge attack priority event which Venusaur wins, and that Frenzy Plant, as we've seen before, is going to do a huge amount of damage, but not today. Gala Bolton uses that shield.
He's in that shield because he is indeed at that aerial ace, going ahead and letting that go through. Meanwhile, Elephant Flasher says, oh yeah, there's that shield button. I have 2 of them. I'm going to go ahead and use that first one here, as this will be doing super effective damage. And meanwhile, both of them, it's a race for the next charge attack.
Yes, and I think it's a race that Gligar is going to outpace to, and indeed that is indeed what happens. The aerial ace comes through, and Venusaur uses that second shield to try and overcome this Gligar. At this range, I wonder if Frenzy Plant can now be a threat that will KO this Gligar. So let's see what happens as that Frenzy Plant is launched. Is this going to be a KO? Because this could be really significant.
Frenzy Plant does connect with the Gligar. Down it goes, and in comes that Sableye, which had an immediate appearance and an immediate disappearance. But the Frenzy Plant is already there. And do you know what to tell you? I believe there's also a Hydro Cannon sword. Let's see how this plays out. Frenzy Plant going through onto the Sableye here.
And are we going to see that combo play? There's the instant swap, and there comes that Hydro Cannon. This is a perfect example of a combo play as Venusaur and Swampert work together to take out the Sableye, and Elephant Flasher pulls one back to keep this best of 5 going.
All right, this is what we like to see with a comeback of a century here. Coming down from one more victory for Gala Bolton would have flipped the bracket. Elephant Flasher says, not yet. I'm playing this game as well as you. I want to be in it to win it.
Yes, absolutely. So now Gala Bolton's thinking, maybe that tactic didn't work. Do I adapt? Do I change? Or do I second guess my opponent? Maybe my opponent's not going to plan for this tactic twice in a row, and therefore try that again. So do we reckon the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash is still led? Because it did a lot of work early on, didn't it?
I think if we've been watching a lot of Gala Bolton's matches, he does like to lead that Alolan Sand Slash often. Even though there is that risk of Metagame, I think he has a good plan in mind, and that is something that you can also do as a player yourself. When you're picking your team of 3 out of a show 6 pick 3 format, think if I lead this and my opponent leads that, what do I do in that scenario? So I think obviously Gala Bolton has a good plan in mind that if there's a Metagame in the lead, he knows how he wants to play out those remaining parts of the matchup.
You make a very good point. It just made me think that whenever I'm in a tournament, the first thing I would do is, what's my lead Pokemon? What's the worst thing that I want to see from my opponent, and what's my plan? If so, that is a very simple thing to consider in those tournaments. What's the worst thing I'll see? And what how can I mitigate or react to that quickly? So this is how you saw many trainers in the past in very negative matchups that instant swap into something safe and then try and potentially win switch advantage or win some kind of shield advantage in order to play out the end game in that same lead matchup, maybe where you have a bit more of an advantage. So here we are thinking about what to do in game number 4 of this grand finals. One more win would secure a bracket reset for Gala Bolton, and one more win for Elephant Flasher would tie this to 2 apiece, making game 5 incredibly decisive. So for those of you just tuning in now, the pressure, the hype, the excitement is really ramping up as we go into game 4.
It's going to be a wonderful opportunity to see what they're doing, and it's like we willed it into existence, and we see that Metagame against the Alolan Sandslash, and we'll see exactly what that backup plan is going to be for Gala Bolton as he goes into that superior. Ooh, only to be met by the Mandibuzz.
So this is going for one hard counter to another, and it seems that Aerial Ace is launched first by the Mandibuzz here, which is going to do super effective damage to Superior, but Superior is very bulky indeed and is able to withstand at least one of them, potentially 2. Now launching back with a Frenzy Plant, even though this is resisted. Frenzy Plant is a very strong move and will do a respectable amount of damage, but the bulk of Mandibuzz is surely demonstrated here.
Yes, because it is a flying type, these grass type charge attacks are not going to be doing as much damage as, say, it would be to a water type. Meanwhile, chip damage, as we say, chip damage is chip damage. Sometimes, oh yep, they're doing a little bit less as not all the bubbles were swiped in that specific scenario. Meanwhile, Mandibuzz just getting up a ton of energy, but not before even the next Frenzy Plant goes off.
And this is actually, despite this being chip damage, it is actually lowered the Mandibuzz to quite a low amount of health. But look at the amount of energy on Elephant Flash's Mandibuzz. It's reached the maximum of 100. Now you surely have to throw an Aerial Ace.
Yeah, throwing an Aerial Ace, and it looks like a slight undercharge too, because he wants to make sure he's still at 100 energy. He knows that the Alolan Sandslash is at the beginning and doesn't want to give it a lot of farm with those Powder Snows, being able to reach 2 Dark Pulses at this point. The first one being deployed now, which will bring that Alolan Sandslash around about half health.
Yes, and I think this is an example of talented play by Elephant Flasher. Undercharging is such a hard skill to measure and do correctly, but he's pulled it off perfectly and is now able, as a result, to get 2 Dark Pulses off on this Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Gala Bolton is happy to let this go because the Medicham is going to be a problem. And a counter switch straight away. Gala Bolton realizing that Medicham was going to come back in and now switching to the Gligar. This is a relatively even matchup because of the Ice Punches from Medicham, but Gligar does have a type advantage, flying, being super effective on fighting types.
That's right, and the wing attacks and those Aerial Aces will be adding up more than those counters will against the Gligar. Meanwhile, it's really just those charge attacks, those Ice Punches that are going to be doing the heavy damage back. The first Aerial Ace going through. Elephant Flasher does have 2 shields, choosing not to use it on that first one.
Wow, so he's happy to let Medicham go as long as it can eliminate both those shields off the Gligar. And surely Gala Bolton needs to shield this because this is going to do huge. Oh, he chooses not to, and that does a huge amount of damage onto the Gligar here. And now it's a race to try and get to as much energy, and instead just farms down the Medicham completely. But here comes the Carbink.
The Carbink, you can see Gala Bolton also nodding as he realizes what is coming in. Properly shielding up now this super effective dig. But I mean, at this range, Carbink is so healthy. There's rock throw after another. Even this dig won't be enough to take it out at this point.
No, definitely not. And Elephant Flasher sensibly using both shields to show to not reveal how much damage that dig would do to the Carbink, because that could still be useful information to Gala Bolton in the future. And so there we have it. Gligar just on 1 HP and is now taken out by the rock throw.
We are going into a decisive game number 5 in these grand final matchups. A potential what we call reverse sweep when Elephant Flasher was down 0-2. Managing to get a score tied up to 2-2. Who will be the winner of this last round? Will it be Elephant Flasher creating the complete winner of the circuit, not dropping a single match? Or will it be Gala Bolton going through the loser's bracket, doing the reverse sweep, and doing the grand finals once again?
This is a story for both trainers. Both of these trainers can write something in the history books. It would be amazing for either trainer to take that one extra win. It all comes down to this. Now they're thinking in their head, this is my time. This is my chance to seize glory. Neither of these 2 trainers have been a regional champion before. Don't forget though, that t-shirt and that pose you get in game for being a region. Sorry, the t-shirt that you get in game, not the pose, for being a regional champion. This is on the line, not to mention the medal, not to mention the trophy, not to mention the accolades, but also the honor of being able to go to Honolulu in Hawaii in August 2024.
all of this is on the line, but history has to be made by one of these trainers, and this match might determine it all.
This is going to be a very, very decisive overall. We have to remember that because Gala Bolton did come from the losers bracket, if he wins this, we will have yet another grand finals to see who will become the winner. If Elephant Flash wins this, he becomes the grand champion just on its own right.
Yes, absolutely, and a decisive way to do it. You can see both these trainers now, they're really thinking. You can see hands on foreheads. Focus is immense. I can feel their nerves channeling from the battle arena over to the caster's booth. I'm sure the fans are watching are like, oh my goodness, how are they going to pull this off? What is going to happen? The excitement is building.
And I think I really like how Elephant Flash has been doing this as well. Remaining calm and collected. Sometimes if you're down, especially in a best of 3, if you've lost that first round, especially for trainers like myself, you get a little bit nervous saying, oh no, I cannot lose this next one. Neither one of these players can lose this next one as they get into this decisive matchup. Whoever wins this will be determining who will be the Lille Regional Champion.
And we have Lantern into Swampert, and Swampert's going to really enjoy seeing this, being able to resist the fast attacks from the Lantern, but that Swampert is not carrying Earthquake, and that is key to win a matchup against Lantern. So maybe Gala Bolton knows this Lantern is a lot more safe right now.
Elephant Flash has not really revealed it in matchup, but yes, if he has been watching before, it's been on screen many, many times, still going for that Hydro Cannon, building up to Earthquake energy, but getting no shield from Gala Bolton, which could be proven that he does know indeed that it's not carrying Earthquake.
Yes, I think you are absolutely right, Amanda. Now going for a charge attack priority event, but this time it is the Sludge Wave, but Gala Bolton recognizes that that's what Elephant Flash is trying to do, a crucial shield as the Sludge Wave does no damage.
Yeah, well, it does 1 HP damage because it was a shield, and now there was a Surf going through, getting a shield from Swampert as well, using this, and now it's going to be another race to energy, right? I mean, the Surf will at this point should be enough to knock it out. Is either one going to want to use their last shield? A Hydro Cannon goes through from Elephant Flash's side, and Gala Bolton choosing to let that go on his Lantern.
I think this is sensible here. Lantern can withstand the Hydro Cannon, but has to be careful of any swaps afterwards and farming up a little bit more, and now that Surf is coming through. This Surf will certainly KO the Swampert, so now Elephant Flash has a choice. Does he use that second shield? No, choosing not to. He's going to try and farm down with the Frostlass. Really excellent play here, using the resisted Powder Stones, but not before Lantern can get a Surf off, and that might be problematic in the long run for Elephant Flasher.
It might be problematic indeed, because we already know what's coming into it. It's definitely not going to be that Gligar. It's going to be that Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash, but that Drill Run now at this range will be enough to knock it out. But I mean, there's so much energy on this Frostlass, deploying this Shadow Ball and getting that shield from Gala Bolton.
Yes, absolutely. I wonder if there's even play to maybe get the Frostlass low enough that an Ice Punch might start being a threatening move. But let's see what happens here, and what does Gala Bolton go for? He does indeed go for the Ice Punch, and just teases out that final shield from Elephant Flash. I think this is sensible, because Frostlass really needs to stay in this matchup.
Indeed, already at the Shadow Ball, we're going to see how much damage this is going to do. Eldelian Whip, remember, it is a Shadow. Will this be enough to knock it out?
This is going to be a devastating amount of damage, but just not enough, and Sandslash lives to fight another day, and now it's farming up even more, and now this Weather Ball is going to take out the Frostlass, and now we are left with that final Pokemon from Elephant Flash's side.
This is very dangerous indeed, because even though there's not a lot of health left on this Alolan Sandslash, it's able to reach this Ice Punch, connecting with the Mandibuzz. This is going to do a lot of damage.
And this is so significant for Gala Bolton. That chip damage on Mandibuzz might be the difference to allow Gligar to overcome a very, very bulky Pokemon as Elephant Flasher launches that Dark Pulse to try and chip away at this Gligar. Is this going to be enough to weaken Gligar so that we can get another Dark Pulse in? Let's see what happens. This is so close.
This is going to be close. Aerial Ace after Aerial Ace is going to be coming in here. We have to remember that Snarl doesn't do a lot of damage, but it generates energy very quickly. The question is, will he be able to get to enough charge attacks to be able to take it out? It's going to be a race at this point, already up past another one. You see another Aerial Ace coming through. Mandibuzz is so incredibly low at this point.
Is it even going to survive? Mandibuzz is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Great League Meta. Just about survives. Is able to throw, and is getting to 2 Aerial Aces potentially. The first one is being launched. This is definitely not going to KO. The big question is, will the second one be able to be launched?
Or did that wing attack take it out? No, he's able to do it!
And oh goodness, maybe Gligar will not be able to survive this. This is going to be so close. Gala Bolton is praying for Gligar's bulk to withstand this aerial ace, and it does!
Prayer answered as Gala Bolton has managed to take this grand finals, able to flip the bracket, and now we're going into a bracket reset here, and we're going to see a new best of 5 to determine who will actually be the champion of the Lille Regionals.
I just love the fire in his eyes as he's looking over at the crowd. Look at that, he's like, oh, I can't believe I've done this, but he's managed it in the closest margins. 2-3. Very, very good play from Elephant Flasher. How close was that?
Oh my goodness, I loved every second of it. I feel a little bit guilty. I feel like we willed that into existence, Adelian, saying that we would love to see a bracket reset. But hey, we asked for it, we got it. We are so incredibly happy. Meanwhile, Elephant Flasher, still cool as a cucumber, managed to really come back from that as well. When you were down 0-2, being able to get back up to that 2-2 position is a vital thing to do as a competitive PvP player.
Yes, I am really in full of admiration for Elephant Flasher. That strength of character. I think this is his first shot. You can see that, okay, maybe the nerves are getting to him very slightly and he's like puffing his chest out, but this is a fresh start. It's not over. There are 5 more battles to go potentially. It could be as close as this. It could be as decisive as the 3-0s that we've seen in grand finals before. Anything is possible, anything is on the line, but now the real focus is on. If you thought it was scary, if you thought it was hype back then, now it's another level.
And we're gonna have to dial up the hype even another notch indeed, because look at these 2 trainers. I mean, one of them is gonna be crowned champion, Adelian.
Yes, and if I was there, I would be quivering in that chair. I would be like Ditto. I'd just be like, no, I just want to sink under the table because I could not handle the pressure and nerves, especially battling against either of these 2 talented trainers. But both of them, they're, to use your phrase, cool as a cucumber, just focused. There is nothing else in the world right now. It's just him, it's just the player, their opponent, and the 6 Pokemon that they both have. Nothing else matters.
I think that is also a different skill set that you have to learn as well, becoming a competitive battler. We've talked with them over time. A lot of people saying, oh, I was very nervous to play on stream the first time I played on stream. It's a different hurdle that you have to get over as well. Knowing that everyone is watching you, knowing that everyone can see the screen, see the potential plays that you're trying to make. I mean, it's a skill set that I think once you have mastered that, then you can keep that calm and cool collectedness that they're showing us on screen right now.
Yes, for sure. It's very similar to, like, you know, these professional athletes and how they're so focused on their craft, and it's no difference with this esport. It is so it's all about focusing your attention on what is in front of you, making sure your mathematics, making sure your attack counts, making sure all of these little things are perfect. We've seen so many videos from a lot of the commentators about move timing and other tactics like that. All of this come into play at the same time, and therein is the challenge, putting it all together and applying it all.
And if you're just tuning in now, this is indeed the bracket reset. This is the grand finals. Elephant Flasher, who is on the winner's side of the bracket, has not lost a round until this last round against Gala Bolton. They're going ahead and getting immediately into this round 1 of this best of 5.
Alrighty, round 1 in this bracket reset. We have Medicham going in against Superior.
And we have seen this before, whether he wants to go for that Leaf Tornado bait or the Frenzy Plant, which is the heavier hitting charge attack. We'll have to see for sure. These Ice Punches are super effective, but not doing enough to knock it out at this point. Going for that charge attack priority, and you can see that I believe the Leaf Tornado was being clipped.
That was indeed correct, and I think a sensible play here, because if he is able to get that debuff, which he is able to get that debuff, the Ice Punches are no longer going to be as threatening on the Superior. Gala Bolton suddenly likes his matchup a lot better than he did at the start.
He said earlier in our interview that he's been having a lot better luck in the competition today than he does in GBL with the Leaf Tornado, but I have to say this is where it really counts. Elephant Flasher trying to catch on that Mandibuzz, which would have been in a great position, only down to be met again with that Powder Snow Alolan Sand Slash.
And this is very problematic for Mandibuzz. The Powder Snows are going to do some respectable, super effective chip damage, not to mention the Weather Balls, which are now going to be coming thick and fast. Alolan Sand Slash able to get Weather Balls off very quickly, but Mandibuzz is going to retaliate with that Dark Pulse.
Yes.
Dark Pulse is going to do a very respectable amount of damage onto the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash.
Yeah, already almost at another one. Meanwhile, almost at this Ice Punch as well, going for that Dark Pulse first as it's going to reach it just a little bit before. Is Gala Bolton going to try to keep a little bit of health and energy left on the Sand Slash or let it go down? Looks like he does a very last second shield as he knows that his Ice Punch will be enough. Now it's just gathering a little bit more energy before throwing the Ice Punch right before that aerial ace is available.
I think that's perfect timing, and again we see at this top level these trainers do not miss a beat. They do not miss it by 0.5 seconds. That Mandibuzz goes down, and now the Medicham comes in. Alolan Sandslash just looking to get some damage out on this Mandibuzz before it gets taken out by the counters. So now a debate is whether you shield or not. No shield, and Medicham is now in the red, but has some energy. So where is this energy going to go? Do you bring the Superior? And it's a charge attack priority event, and it's the Leaf Tornado as well. And now Elephant Flash is thinking, I don't think I want to shield this, but he does!
Does, because he is at that Ice Punch already, knows that he will be able to at least get that off. A little bit of chip damage like you were saying before. This Ice Punch is going through. Will it connect? Will Gala Bolton let it go through? Looks like he's going to let it go, letting that Superior go completely down, and we're going to go ahead and see that Medicham in the back against that Carbink. But we have to remember, we both know it's a dynamic punch, Medicham.
And I think that's going to be so useful now with the dynamic punch being there, just being able to do solid neutral damage onto the Carbink, and having that shield as well is going to protect Medicham from the threat of the Moonblast, which is the only real move that Carbink can use to threaten Medicham. Going for it straight away, which I think is a very sensible play here, just to see if you can get that 30% attack debuff chance. But here it comes. Is there going to be a debuff? And it doesn't seem like there is, and so Medicham is able to churn through those counters, chipping away at the rock-hard defenses of Carbink here, and another dynamic punch is launched now.
Another dynamic punch going through. Elephant Flash deciding, is it going to be an Ice Punch? Is it going to be a dynamic punch? Wonderful call here, but one counter away from another dynamic punch. Will it be enough? Will he be able to get to it before this Moonblast goes through?
And absolutely not. Dynamic punch is able to outpace, and at this range, I think even the bulkiest of Carbinks cannot survive another dynamic punch. Down it goes, and now you're in a Medicham mirror as it's a race to the Ice Punch, but Medicham does get countered down by Gala Bolton, and he is on another win with a momentum very much in his favor over the last two games.
Yes, Gala Bolton, as we saw earlier today, came in from the winner's side of the bracket as well, beating Sandudu, and then able to knock down to the loser's bracket by Inadequance, where he continued his fantastic run. That's why we've seen him here so far. He has made his way back up to the top. He has beat San Hudigo, and then he got to beat Le Suedil, and then once again battling it up against Inadequance, this time taking the match 3-1 to be in the position where he's at against Elephant Flasha.
But this Elephant Flasher has demonstrated his dominance so often, coming from the winner's side of the bracket. Now in the bracket reset, he's only taken this one loss right at this very level, and it's still all to play for here. We saw earlier in the first grand final, he went 2 down and was able to recover to bring it to 2 apiece. This could still happen. It is still any trainer's game. So if you are watching, do not count either of these players out. They're thinking hard, and we can't wait to see what magic is concocted in this next battle.
A lot of the battle, I think, is being played in these trainers' minds as well, especially like we talked about, best of 5s being completely different than the best of 3s that people have seen before, different team compositions being brought in, and also sometimes if you've lost a couple matches and the momentum has swung out of your favor, you can feel it in the body, right? So it's like, I think Elephant Flash is taking this moment as well to be like, okay, let's gain back a little bit of this momentum. Let's keep ourselves as calm as we were before. As he said before, it's so much easier on the winner's side. I just need to get back to the winner's side, I think is what he should be thinking.
Yes, absolutely. So we've seen Carbink sometimes be quite useful here, but it has been caught out of alignment against Medichams or in shielded scenarios where it cannot utilize the Moonblast effectively to deal with some of its counters. So the question is going to be whether you bring that Carbink somewhere else, whether it's better as a safe swap in some cases. It really does depend on that alignment and second guessing your opponent. So let's see what second guessing occurs as we go into game 2 of this bracket resetted grand finals as Mandibuzz takes to the skies against Sableye. So this is advantage Elephant Flasher.
Yeah, you can see it on Gala Bolton's face. Not super happy about the way that turned out. Coming into a Gligar, which is a pretty neutral matchup, probably also an indication to Elephant Flasha that there's something maybe strong against the Mandibuzz in the back. He doesn't want to bring that in right away because Elephant Flasha can immediately swap out.
Yes, so there we go now, the aerial ace being launched on the Gligar, now a swap, which makes a lot of sense here because now Gligar might be closer to Hydro Cannon KO range, but not before Gligar is able to get a dig off. Will this go shielded? I think not.
Yeah, super effective dig, but I mean, not able to take it out at this point. Meanwhile, Swampert just getting up a lot of energy, a little bit more. Now at the aerial ace, will put the Swampert very, very low should Elfin Flash choose not to shield this. Yes, the shield is going to be deployed because there's a lot of energy on this Swampert. I think we're about to see back-to-back Hydro Cannons potentially go off against this Gligar.
Yes, and I think farming up a little bit extra here to ensure that they has plenty of energy on the Swampert if it is able to take out the Gligar in one remaining hit. And down goes the Gligar here. And now it's a question of what comes in. Neither Pokemon is particularly keen to see the Swampert, and you have two Hydro Cannons banked on the Swampert here. The first one is certainly going to drop Sableye to below 50%.
And Elephant Flash is in a very commanding position at this point because if he lets that Swampert go down, he can still keep that Mandibuzz aligned with the Sableye. Meanwhile, the Medicham is perfectly aligned in the back for that Alolan Sandslash. This second Hydro Cannon going through looks like a Galactic Bolton just going ahead and letting that Sableye go.
Yes, and now the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and now the Medicham comes in, and Galactic Bolton nods. He recognizes there is no way out. He has all the shields that he needs, but he does not have anything to deal with the fast move pressure from Medicham. A case of alignment determining players. Elephant Flasher makes the right call, the right lead, and the right closer to end this game with Medicham against his opponent's Alolan Sandslash.
I think it's a case and scenario, Adelian. Sometimes, you know, where you say just because you lose the lead doesn't mean that you lose the game. But I think through that whole thing, there was a rock, paper, scissors scenario. Elephant Flasher had him at every single turn. He said, okay, even if you bring in this, I have this for it. And I think that really played to his advantage, being able to get into his opponent's mind a little bit. Maybe Elephant Flasher says, okay, I'm reading this guy. I know how he plays nowadays. I'm going to put this win on the board.
Yes, and I think very well executed there. Good read on the Sableye. We thought, I think Elephant Flash noticed that Galactic Bolton isn't too fearful to bring Sableye lead because it's very rare that Elephant Flasher himself leads with Carbink.
Right.
So it immediately promotes a more sort of rock, paper, scissors style alignment-based play. So, by that logic, he's thinking, okay, Galactic Bolton feels confident, let me put in the Mandibuzz, and then suddenly that causes a few more problems, but Mandibuzz has a little bit more flexibility than Carbink.
I think, yeah, you're absolutely right in that scenario, and I wonder if Elephant Flash is realizing that as well. Maybe the Carbink, though it looks really good on paper, is maybe not the best thing. Every time he has brought it, it seems like Galactic Bolton has kind of had the upper hand in those scenarios. However, it could also just be the trick that he needs to end up pulling out a win, thinking, okay, my opponent thinks I've benched the Carbink, maybe he's going to bring some stuff that's weak to it. That would be a really great position for Elephant Flasher to be in.
Yes, although we've noticed we've not seen the Sableye trapped against the Carbink at any point so far. So Galactic Bolton has been very good to pilot his Sableye in a good way to avoid that matchup, which would be catastrophic. But unfortunately, we have also seen that Shadow Alolan Sandslash be caught in the back against the Medicham, and there's really no wiggle room here. So you have to be very careful when you've got Pokemon that really need to avoid a certain other Pokemon on your opponent's team.
Yeah, I would say that the Carbink is definitely not, there's not a lot of flexibility to that Pokemon because it takes quite a long time to get to those charge attacks, and I think at this point everyone knows the counts for that as well. So being able to just either predict a catch or be able to block it up is going to be something that's vital. Meanwhile, going into game number 3, we have that Superior against a Frostlass from Elephant Flash's side. I don't know what they want to do.
Yeah, so I think Frostlass is going to stay in here because it's an ice type against a grass type. This works out very nicely, and Frostlass is able to throw the Avalanche first, and which forces a charge attack priority event, which Galactic Bolton shields. But it looks as though Galactic Bolton did launch the Leaf Tornado.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this is playing to his advantage once again. As we know, it's a 50% chance of dropping the attack of his opponent. No shield from Elephant Flash's side. Will this Leaf Tornado connect? Will it get the attack drop? It does! Once again, Galactic Bolton, more like 100% chance of the Leaf Tornado getting that debuff, but catching on the Mandibuzz.
That's brilliant, that was such a good read there to get that Leaf Tornado on the Mandibuzz. The only concern is if there is another debuff on this Mandibuzz before the switch, and it looks like there is.
Oh my goodness!
Elephant Flash's face there, he was like, oh goodness, what have I done here? And attempted another catch, and it's not successful, but Shadow Alolan Sandslash is perfectly fine here. It has the advantage that Mandibuzz has lowered attack, so maybe it can tank another Dark Pulse at this rate.
It can definitely tank at least one Dark Pulse. We'll have have to see how much damage as it does. This goes unshielded. Oh my goodness, Chop. That attack debuff did a lot for it, unfortunately. Even another Dark Pulse at this range I don't think will be enough to take it out. Meanwhile, this Ice Punch is going to hurt.
Oh, yes, it is. And so Shadow alone and Sanchez can farm up, shed loads more energy here, safe in the knowledge it can tank another Dark Pulse with ease. So the question is, how much does Gala Bolton want to risk? How much does he want to farm extra here? But there's not too much room because we are up to an aerial ace already and timing it pitch perfect to get that final Ice Punch off. Perfect play by Gala Bolton.
Yes, counting and knowing that Dark Pulse, throwing that Ice Punch and getting a little bit of energy advantage. Let's see how Elephant Flash chooses to respond to this. Remember, when a Pokemon faints or is taken out, the debuff resets, so the Frostlass, when it comes in, will have full attack once again. Meanwhile, this Ice Punch going through on that Swampert.
Yes, I think Gala Bolton will be happy to get a bit of chip damage, right? Quite a lot of chip damage on the Swampert, but Swampert is now able to farm down, but we saw that Serperius there, which is a hard answer to Swampert, but don't forget, this Swampert is running Sludge Wave. Grass types do not want to see that at all.
In comes the Gligar, which is an interesting pick overall, trying to swap out to the Frostlass to get a lot of energy. This aerial ace is coming through, not quite enough probably to take out the Frostlass, but Elephant Flash doesn't want to take any chances. He's got a lot of energy left on this Frostlass, going ahead and just charging up a little bit more, but we see a swap!
Oh, brilliant play there. Now another grass attack has launched, and now both shields being used on the Frostlass. The Elephant Flash recognizing Frostlass is the key. It beats the Serperia, it beats the Gligar. So now it's a race and it's a charge attack priority event, but there is a shield on Serperia's side. Is this going to be enough to take out the Frostlass?
This is going to be the question because, like you said, it is another Leaf Tornado. We'll have to see. Oh my goodness, it's going through. What do you think, Adelian? Leaf Tornado is not a heavy hitting move, and we have to remember this is a grass type Pokemon against an ice.
Yes, but Frostlass is so fragile. Down goes the Frostlass, and now we can see Serperia using its Fine Whips to really chip away. But now a Hydro Cannon comes in to eliminate this Serperia. Perhaps at this range, Serperia is bulky, but I don't know if it can survive a Hydro Cannon at such low health. And now the Gligar comes in, and now it's a race to get to 2 Hydro Cannons. Is this going to be enough?
Oh, the first one is going through, but I know that he has another one, but the wing attack is enough to take out the Swampert. We're going to have to find out.
It's going to be so close, just about so, and Swampert is KO'd. Gligar wins, and Gala Bolton makes another victory here. This has happened before. Am I getting deja vu?
We have to remember, this is not a typical best-of-3 format. This is indeed a best-of-5. There's plenty more opportunity for Elephant Flash to come back, but I have to admit, the score does look pretty similar to the previous round, Adelian.
Oh yes, and so now we are at it again. Gala Bolton is 1 win away from being Lille Regional Champion. For Elephant Flasher, he is 2 wins away. So there's not a lot in it. There really isn't.
Yeah, and both of these players have been, it's almost like a ping pong match, going back and forth. Who is going to win this one? Who is going to win that one? A lot of like quick charge attacks, a lot of good counting by both sides, a lot of switches. I mean, these are the matches that everyone should be tuning in for.
Oh yes, it does not get better than this. The 2 talents on show right now, these 2 fantastic trainers, both in my eyes, as I said in the interview, both worthy champions, but only one can take that coveted title. Our championships cannot be shared. This is a duel.
While we're on the audience, I want to hear some noise if you think Elephant Flasha is going to win the tournament.
Make some noise, crowd. Make some noise if you...
All right, and I want to hear some noise if you think Gala Bolton is going to win the tournament. My goodness, I think the crowd is a resounding favor for Gala Bolton, but I'm not sure. Elephant Flash still has a lot of fans that maybe weren't featured on the screen.
Yeah, there is a possibility. Both of these trainers have very popular followings in the community, in PvP, in Europe, and also elsewhere in the world. Bear in mind, viewers from all over the world are watching this stream to see who is going to make their mark here in France, and therefore take that momentum, take that energy, take that success over to Honolulu, Hawaii, for the Pokemon World Championships in August.
We have to also remember, this is just a reminder, this is the largest play Pokemon tournament for Pokemon Go this 2024 season. Our top cut was 16 players for day 2. There was over 170 competitors registered for this tournament, and these 2 trainers have made it to the very top. No matter who wins this, that is a win in itself, but we are here to crown that champion like you talked about, Adelian.
And I cannot wait to see who tops this huge tournament. Lille has had a history, a tradition, and it has the honor of being such a huge regional for Europe. People know that Lille will be one of the toughest regionals to top. And here we are with two trainers who are able to go, yep, I am at the pinnacle of one of the largest regionals to date in this season. As we go into the next game, who's it going to be? Is Gala Bolton going to be able to pull off one more?
What a lead!
Oh yes, this is what he wants to see. Superior into Swampert, instant swap out into the Frost Slash for Elephant Flasher, counteracted by a swap out into the Shadow, a Alolan Sunslash.
Yes, with the Powder Snow we've seen, it's not doing as much damage to the Frost Slash, but we know Gala Bolton has been easily double shielding this and coming out ahead. He knows what his matchups are going to be. He knows how he wants to play this. Though he had the line at the beginning, this is Shadow Alolan Sunslash just chunking away the drill run now. Do you think Elephant Flash is going to shield?
I think he has to shield, surely, because he needs to somehow win switch advantage here. Choosing not to, and now is going to try and get a shield advantage. If he can reach in time, it's going to be close, and it is a charge attack. No, it isn't a charge attack priority event. Shadow Ball is launched freely. A double shield, surely, coming out from Gala Bolton's side. And yes, now that Shadow Alolan Sunslash can farm down this Frost Slash, coming out with a lot of energy, but no shields to protect itself. And then here comes the Medicham, so that's going to be very, very painful for the Shadow Alolan Sunslash.
Gala Bolton going for a bit of a bait, and Elephant Flash ends up falling for this as well, as this is just an Ice Punch. It is not a drill run, won't be doing as much damage. Staying in it, just getting a lot more energy before throwing this drill run now.
I think that makes a lot of sense. You want to try and do as much chip damage with your fast attacks before launching your heavy hitting drill run, and that takes Medicham to about half of its health, and then finally Shadow Alolan Sunslash goes down, but Medicham has a lot of energy here. Going into the mirror match now, as both Medicham square off against each other, countering each other's fast attacks, and now Elephant Flasher launching the Ice Punches to start using that energy that he got from that Shadow Alolan Sunslash matchup.
He is keeping one shield in mind because he knows that Swampert in the back trying to catch something, and comes the Superior. We have to remember this Swampert is carrying Sludge Wave, but meanwhile this Leaf Tornado is going through, forcing Elephant Flasher to use that last shield and perhaps getting an attack debuff worse for the wear.
And if this attack debuff happens, Sludge Wave may not KO. There is no attack debuff. Is the Sludge Wave going to be reached in time? Just about reaches it. Is this going to be enough? Is this going to do enough damage? Sludge Wave is a huge hitting move, but Superior is one of the bulkiest grass types out there. It survives!
Not quite enough, and the Leaf Tornado is enough to go through. This will be enough to knock out a Swampert, even though it is not as heavy hitting move. And again, Gala Bolton just crazily the Leaf Tornado's knocking out the Swampert. The Superior ends up going down. There's a lot of energy, but unfortunately, one Medicham is a little bit healthier than the other.
And this is going to be the decisive matchup. Medicham versus Medicham here, but one is on less health. The Ice Punches are coming in, but we are getting closer to the end game. The Dynamic Punch is being launched. Will this be enough to KO Elephant Flash's Medicham? Will this be enough?
Make some noise for the new Lille Regional Champion, Gala Bolton!
Congratulations, Gala Bolton is your Lille Regional Champion indeed. Absolutely amazing, fighting his way through the losers bracket, fighting his way through a bracket reset. You can hear the roar of the crowd, the applause, the amazement. How close were those best of fives from these two talented and amazing trainers?
Incredible, incredible matches, Adelia, and I couldn't ask for better ones, and I couldn't ask for a better crowd as well. You guys got an opportunity to see it. It is electric here in Lille. There are so many people watching. Everyone is here to cheer on their champions, and that's what we love to see in the Go community.
Absolutely. I am on the edge of my seat right now. I'm just like, oh my God, this was amazing. Both of these trainers have been so fantastic. It could have gone any way, but it's all about tactics, it's all about alignment, it's about a champion's foresight, which clearly Gala Bolton just had the edge on there to put his name in the history books as Lille Regional Champion for the 2024 season.
Yes, punching that ticket to Honolulu already, but I mean, everyone else that has been participating up to a certain point, we're getting championship points as well. So a lot of trainers, even though they didn't take home the title, they will be taking home some points that they can hopefully collect over the season and perhaps get their ticket to Honolulu Honolulu as well.
Yes, so bear in mind, folks, 400 points is what you need to get to Europe, and being second place in one of the largest regionals like this is going to really help with that tally. So Elephant Flasher, very successful, talented player. He is very well respected by a lot of the Pokemon Go PvP community. He will, of course, have his second place medal. He will, of course, have his prizes and that chance to go to Worlds with a few more regional successes, or maybe even another championship. You never know, you might turn up and go one better.
We have a lot of championships still coming up. If you've been tuning in over the times, we've been kind of joking around with Adelian because he has got the schedule memorized for this season. So Adelian, I'm going to quickly just ask you, what are some of the other chances that people have to compete in Europe for these regional championships? I don't want to put you on the spot, so if you don't know, just give me a wink.
It's all good. So, our next regional, if you want to be the next champion or have a shot at it at an absolute minimum, go to Gdansk in November. I will also mention LAIC. A little bit of a trip, but it's pretty cool. It's in Sao Paulo. That will also be in November as well.
I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to point out that as well, international championships award even more championship points. I believe it's like double the points that you can get at a regular regional. So if you're looking to quickly gain points, you think that I have what it takes to be a good battler, go ahead and do that.
Yes, absolutely. So we have had Lille, we have Sao Paulo for the LAIC, the International Championships for Latin America, and then we have Gdansk in late November in northern Poland, lovely city, and then 2 weeks after that we're going to go to Germany, to Stuttgart to enjoy yet another regional. Once we've gone through to the new year in 2024, it's going to be Liverpool in late January, and then just 2 weeks after that we're going to head back to Germany to Dortmund, and then we head to the Netherlands for a special event, if memory serves, in Utrecht, and then coming to my home city of London for the European International Championships, another fantastic opportunity to gain even more points, as Amanda has said, to further your cause for Honolulu. But if you can't make a UIC, or maybe you're fancying something in May, Stockholm was announced only yesterday as the next European regional destination happening in May. Again, another lovely city and the capital of Sweden. And then NAIC in New Orleans in June. If you want to go stateside and see what the best of NA can offer, that is the place to go. And it all adds up to that final destination in August, Honolulu, Hawaii, for the Pokemon World Championships.
And we have another champion to add to that list. Before we showed that photo of Zweilous, right? Zweilous was our special event champion of Barcelona. We can now add Gala Bolton to the list, as he is the Lille regional champion, fighting his way through the losers bracket to become the new champion. Bracket reset. Couldn't ask for a better Cinderella story.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure he's going to be pinching himself and going, have I actually done this? Have I somehow managed it? I'm sure those thoughts, I think now that tension is just going to go, oh my God, I've done it. But we're all, don't go any further. The winner ceremony is going to happen very soon. The stage is being prepared. So it's giving also a bit of time for Gala Bolton to kind of settle in and calm his nerves. I'm sure you can appreciate, if you were in his position, you would be very, very nervous still, wouldn't you?
I completely agree. I want to ask you a little bit too. What do you think about that Leaf Tornado? The fact that a Leaf Tornado Superior, we knew Superior was on the rise. Like, we've seen it climb the charts of the meta usage. Did you ever expect it would not be running Aerial Ace? I mean, I think we even had this champion master of choice question earlier. You said you were going to go with the Leaf Tornado. It looks like you have what it takes to be a regional champion, Adelian.
Maybe I do. Maybe I should compete and see what happens. But definitely, Leaf Tornado, it's an often forgotten move, because we always do think of the Aerial Ace, especially with it getting a buff in this latest season of the Go Battle League. But Leaf Tornado is a very nifty move, and also I think one of the new moves that was released when the Snivy and Superior line were released in Pokemon. So Leaf Tornado is actually kind of a bit like a signature move almost for Superior, although now some other Pokemon can learn it as well. So I think it's a great little shout. If you want to add a little bit more RNG, a little bit more pandemonium.
A little bit more, maybe, since we're in Lille.
Aha! So yes, a little bit more pandemonium into your gameplay, then this is the way to go. Try out Leaf Tornado, try it in GBL, practice with your local Pokemon Go communities. If you're in NA, you will also have local Go challenges. They will also be coming into Europe and other places, I'm sure, at some point in the future. These are opportunities to meet up, practice, get better, and then go, you know what, I am ready for a regional. I want to test myself on the greatest stage
stage of them all in the Play Pokemon circuit.
I would love if we get a chance to just talk about the players who participated in this tournament, and especially our Day 2 competitors, right? Because, like we said, because there was over 170, because there was over 128 participants registered for this tournament, our top cut went from the regular top 8 to a top 16. It was incredible.
Yes, and it just goes to show the amount of talent needed to even get that high in the top 16. All of those trainers should be very, very proud of themselves in terms of getting that far in such stacked competition, because I know many trainers who I had thought would make it all the way to to be champions. They did get knocked out before the top 16, and they're fantastic trainers in their own right.
I mean, I think that there's some big names, some people that a lot of trainers around the world kind of know as players to watch. Trainers like Tho Technical, who became the second place in Lille last year, was knocked out by Colin 6, the champion, the previous year's champion, before it was even Day 2. Like you were talking about, some really big names, not quite being able to make it onto day number 2, but being able to get some of those championship points.
Yes, for sure, and championship points is another great motivator to come and check out a regional. I do believe we have the brackets ready to show you what were the final results here. So we can see the winners bracket. We can see how close that matchup was, as we see Elephant Flasher is able to, Galaxa Bolton was able to win in the end in those grand finals. Such a close matchup there. And then, of course, that reset happened as well. And Galaxa Bolton was able to, again, win in the closest of margins.
But let's go ahead and give some credit to some of the trainers that we've seen throughout these 2 days of competition. We had Elon, which was his first competition that he competed in, being able to go winners round 1 against Mini Benoir, also being able to make it a little bit farther on. He played against Elephant Flasher there, where he was knocked down to the losers bracket. Triando, also a competitor from the Netherlands, facing off against Elephant Flasher, also dropping down to the losers after that. Meanwhile, below we had Secris. It was his first time on screen, and he was also able to. These are the final standings for Pokemon Go. This is the final standings of Lille, our top 8 competitors. We have Galaxa Bolton at the top, Elephant Flasher, Inadequance, Le Suedil,
and then Elon, and then Sanudigo. Again, apologies if I'd not got that right. Colin 6, who was the defending Lille champion from last year, still having a very respectable result to come 7th. Consistency's got to be respected there, so big shout out to him. And of course, Music Michael, who's travelled from Eindhoven, so not too far as well. And I know he's a very passionate community leader in that city.
I think the Dutch have really come out to play, Adelian. We have 3 Dutch people in the top 8 with Inadequance, Colin 6, and Music Michael all being able to take that role.
So maybe that debate that people are having on who's the better Dutch player might need to include a few other names aside from Inadequance and Tho Technical. Maybe we should put a few of these names in. Maybe we should mention Statustan as well. Who knows? He was very consistent in last season. There's so much potential, and there's so many talented countries in Europe, all with their own exquisite flavor of player, and all of them come to these tournaments to showcase just how good they are.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and just, while we're on this screen, take a little bit of a look at the different Pokemon that were used, because, I mean, we have to talk about the fact that there was that Shadow Magnezone, right, that Inadequance brought. That was something that was a spicy pick. Le Suédois also brought that Toxapex, right? I mean, some of these people are bringing Pokemon that you don't see very often in these Play Pokemon standings. Was there anything that really stood out to you, Adelian, as something that was like, whoa, this is an interesting pick that I would love to see more of?
Well, I actually selected Shadow Charizard as one of my Pokemon my caster predictions. I saw Music Michael did bring it and did get to 8th position with that Shadow Charizard there, so I'm very happy to see that. But yes, the Shadow Magnezone is my pick for the most unusual selection. I think Sableye on Galaxa Bolton's team was also rather unusual, because I was expecting a drop with Umbreon, with Carbink being so prevalent, but it seems like Galaxa Bolton has been able to pilot that Sableye to win the championship. So Sableye's place in the meta, I think, has been secured a little bit with this success by Galaxa Bolton.
I think so as well. You know what I really like about that team is that Galaxa Bolton was carrying was, on paper, it looks like a pretty standard team. Like you said, like Sableye maybe dropped a little bit out of the meta, but however, the fact that that Superior, again, was running Leaf Tornado just changes the whole concept of it being a meta Pokemon. It is definitely not something that I think any other player out of the whole 175 who registered for this tournament brought.
Yes, absolutely. And it just goes to show that even with all these teams, there's something different, something unusual about them. Elephant Flasher had the carbink, which we haven't seen. We don't actually see any other carbink in the top 8. So he must have done something exquisitely talented to maneuver that carbink to go to second place. And it would have, was very close to first place, to be fair. Inadequate with the Shadow Magnezone, we have the Toxapex on Le Suédois' side as well. All of these teams, if you notice, they do have something unusual about them, be it a moveset or be it a rather unusual Pokemon.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are trying to crack the code for what is the best team, especially after we saw Elite do such a fantastic job with a team that we've seen so many times, even in this Play Pokemon tournament in Lille. A lot of times when the competitors see there's a specific team that has a nice synergy, they want to take that team as well and see if they can use it themselves. I'm interested to see if we will see more Leaf Tornado Superiors coming from other competitors in the future ones. I believe we have Toronto coming up next weekend, so that could be a pretty interesting thing to see if we will see any of them there.
Yes, absolutely. Definitely check out the Toronto Regional Championships next weekend. This will be on this particular channel on Twitch TV/Pokemon Go, and indeed the YouTube channels as well. We have our social media handles that it's highly encouraged that you follow to stay up to date with all the amazing things that come out of the Play Pokemon Go circuit. You can follow us on Twitter, follow us on X, and follow us on Twitch, YouTube, all of that. You need to get on there. You need to stay in touch with what's happening in the Pokemon Go battling world.
Now, I have to say, though the matches were incredibly hype, what also really made me excited was the fact that there was a trade, a special trade, a lucky trade before, and we were joking around that the louder the crowd got, that the higher the chances that they would get a 15-15-15 Zacian, and it happened.
Oh, yeah.
What are the odds of this happening on stage?
Yes, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Another special moment between two trainers who have a lot of respect for each other. Clearly, they've got to best friends. They know each other's talents because all these good players like to add each other and become best friends and then lucky friends with each other. It's all about that community feel, and then the championship, and then I'm sure Gala Bolton is going to be celebrating tonight.
Yeah. What's even more special about this sort of thing is at these play tournaments, you are allowed more than one special trade.
Indeed.
So a lot of times players are taking advantage of this. If they know a certain player is going to be at these events, they're trying to arrange these lucky trades. Maybe they're opening gifts from these particular opponents more often to see if they're going to hit lucky before they see each other at the next event.
Yes, and so all the more reason to come. There's so much here. There's the battles, there are the side events, meeting up with your friends, the lucky trades, the merchandise stands, being in an environment where you are surrounded by potential friends, all united by our love for Pokemon, for the games. It doesn't even have to be Pokemon Go. We have VGC and TCG as well. Both of them really fun formats.
But we know ours is the most fun, but we'll keep it a secret from them, don't worry.
But to be fair, I've also enjoyed the video games. I have a Nintendo Switch and I have played Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. All of this fits in to our love for the game, for Pokemon as a whole, and I can't wait to have you here to share that with you, either from the commentary desk or indeed from the crowds.
And if you're someone who's watching Elephant Flasher play and say, you know what, I don't even have a good carbink yet, but I would love to play that. These events from the lure spawns, we're getting Licky Tongues, we're getting Metachams, we're getting Lanterns, we're getting carbinks as well. So even if you're someone who's like maybe not ready to compete yourself, it's easy to come and spectate these types of events and to also meet new people and go ahead and take advantage of the Pokemon that are spawning here.
Yes, I think I got quite a few carbinks here, and I'm looking forward to trading them with my friends to get those XL candy, because carbink does need a fair amount of investment. So this is a great opportunity to do so, and I'm sure there's going to, with hundreds and if not thousands of trainers here who play Pokemon Go, you will have no shortage of trainers to trade with to get those XL candy.
What are some Pokemon that you're still looking for? If we were special friends, if we were well, we already are special friends. A-team. But if we were lucky friends, what are some things that you're still looking for?
So this is going to sound really silly, but I have not managed, despite all my efforts, to get a Giratina origin form as a perfect Hundo.
Okay.
And so I'd quite like to get one of those, personally. I don't know, what about you?
I am in the same boat. I also do not have a Giratina. Wait, That's the one without legs.
That's the one without legs. Yes, there's the one with legs and the one without legs. That's a nice way of putting it.
So the one without legs, I'm also looking for the perfect one of that as well. So maybe we can start saving them for each other if we ever hit Lucky Friends.
Yes, absolutely. Another Pokemon that I think will be fun to get a really good one of is Volcarona.
Okay.
I don't have that one.
Yes, me neither. Okay, but we just have to start making a list, Adelian. I think we have to just keep opening gifts every day.
I'm well ahead of you. I've already got the list.
Okay, other things that I think I would look for, if you're looking for the Great League specifically, some things that max out underneath would be a Pachirisu.
Yes, that's a good one. Very, very rare because it is a regional, and I believe that's unique to Canada, certain pockets of Canada. But there are some special events that do happen where you can get Pachirisu. I went to the Go Fest in London earlier this year. This is an in-person event run by Niantic, the manufacturers of Pokemon Go, and they have took over an entire park, made it a haven for Pokemon Go players, and there were some very rare spawns there, including many, many Pachirisu. And I went wild chasing after all of them. So I highly encourage coming for those events as well.
Speaking of rare Pokemon, you and I were actually both recently in Barcelona, not only for the special event that we were able to cast for Play Pokemon, but also for what we called a city safari event. Would you mind explaining a little bit about that as well while you're discussing in-game events?
Yeah, so a city safari is a new concept. There has a bit of a parallel to the safari zones of the past if you have played the original games. It's a certain area that you go to in order to catch some particularly rare Pokemon you wouldn't be able to see anywhere else. In this case, that safari zone was the entire city of Barcelona, and it was absolutely amazing. The weather was beautiful, and I caught a very, very rare Pokemon called Skidoo. Never been seen before in Pokemon Go until those city safaris came out. So now I have many Skidoo, including a shiny one and a Go-Goat that I've evolved as well.
I haven't even evolved my Go-Goat yet because I think that they're so cute as a Skidoo, and I kind of want to keep it in this form until it's at least viable for PvP. But it's one of those Pokemon that I like to keep for trainers in case someone needs it, they would like to have a new Dex entry. We know how important that is for a lot of people. So a lot of people are Dex completionists, right? They want to complete their Pokédex. They don't want to see any of those silhouettes, and well, I'm here to help.
Yes, absolutely. I've stocked up on so many, and I took them back to my local community, met up with some of my local players and friends. And I was like, hey, I've got a couple of spare moves. I had about 30. You caught loads, didn't you?
I caught over 100.
So basically, what we're trying to say is that you've got 3 times more chance of getting a Skidoo off Amanda than you have off me.
And almost 3 times nicer. So, I mean, that's mathematically, you have
charming.
A much, much bigger chance of getting a Skidoo.
Yeah, she's very humble and honest, our Amanda.
Let's talk about Malmo a little bit, because we had an opportunity to cast that one together where Gala Bolton, who is now the Lille Regional Champion, was competing. He was a top cut competitor there as well, but maybe not as well noticed because he didn't end up getting into that at least top 4 position.
Yeah, I think he managed top 8, but he was one of the local Swedish battlers there, and so I remember speaking to Arceus Aurelius about how he was saying only earlier that I think Gala Bolton is very underrated. He flies under the radar and then comes in and does something magical, and we've just seen that demonstrated perfectly at this championship.
One of my favorite things about the Gala Bolton's playstyle is, I don't know if you guys noticed during the videos, but whenever he did a charge attack, especially was one of the grass ones, he had a very unique way of swiping the bubbles. It was almost like in a Z pattern. I just want to be like zzz every time that I saw him doing it.
Yeah, I looked at that and I was like, what on earth is going on? At first I thought, is there something amiss with the phone or something? And I realized, no, that's just him. That's just how he does it. I like a very romantic swiping.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very like relaxed, because it's the only time I get any sort of mental peace in the battle, because otherwise I'm panicking about what's going on.
I wonder if it's an old habit, even because a lot of times when you're playing against a competitor and there's not a barrier in between, chances are they can see what type of attack you're doing by the way that you're moving your hand on your phone.
Yeah.
And maybe if you're just kind of doing this, they're like, I'm not quite sure what attack that is going to be.
That is actually a very good point. Of course, at these Play Pokemon regionals, you do have barriers to protect what is happening on your phone, so no one can look and see your hand gestures to see what charge attack you might be launching. So another thing that is thought about, everything is covered here, everything is planned for by the amazing Pokemon professors that help to run these events and make them the success that they are.
So we did the Master of Choice earlier, Adelian, about whether we wanted to have the Leaf Tornado or the Aerial Ace. I also have a question for you.
Right.
We realize now, when I've been watching other people play Pokemon, catching Pokemon on screen, that there are 2 different ways to throw your curveball.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
Which way do you throw yours? Do you throw and it ends up swooping from the right, or do you throw and it ends up swooping from the left? And I would love to know the reasoning behind it. Is it just because one is more comfortable to you than the other, or are you just a straight ball man?
So I reckon it's to the right most of the time, but on one rare exception, when the Pokemon drifts to my right on the phone, I sometimes go for the left because I feel I can't get a curve on the right.
Wow, ambidextrous. I don't even think I could do that. I just patiently wait until it goes back to the center. And speaking of patiently waiting, thank you all for patiently waiting with us while we get this award ceremony set up. We are ready. We are ready to crown our champions, to give them all the accolades and the glory that they deserve. We're going to go ahead and kick it over to the stage. Thank you for being with us for this entire time.
75 players have registered for the Pokémon Go Regional Championships here in Lille in France, making it the biggest Pokémon Go tournament we have had in this 2024 season. We have seen alluring baits, we have seen thrilling catches, we have seen breathtaking knockouts and crushing turn weights. So, after the first day, 16 players advanced to day 2. And 4 of those players have come out with the most points to go to the World Championships in this season. So, Les Suédois in the 4th place had already had to go home. So, safe travels and congratulations, what an amazing tournament. We're now going to crown the top 3 players of this tournament. Starting with the 3rd place, we have Inadequance, Mr. Top Cut himself. Inadequance, I think by now you are the most consistent player in the entire room right now. How do you do this every single time?
I don't know. I just get the experience from going to many of these tournaments, and it paid off this time as well. I'm 1/3 on the way to Honolulu, right, the World Championships. So I guess that's how.
Yes, thank you very much. So one more time, give it up for Inadequance. In 2nd place, with an amazing run, going into the grand final undefeated and then losing, it was Elefantflasche. Elefantflasche, that was a fantastic tournament by you. How proud are you right now?
I don't know. Right now, I'm not feeling that happy, but I'm sure when I get some time to look back at the tournament, I will appreciate what I've achieved.
Yes, with a little bit of distance, you will be just more than happy to gain so many of the championship points and this amazing tournament experience. So give it up one more time for Elefantflasche. And now the moment we have all been waiting for. The winner, reversing the bracket in the grand finals. It's Gala Bolton! Congratulations, Galax. What is going through your mind right now?
Basically nothing. I'm just lightheaded.
I feel you there. So, did you expect to be able to reverse sweep the grand finals in such a class manner?
I don't know. I never go into a matchup with the intent to lose. So I just tried my best and it worked out.
Fair enough. So, you were in it to win it. I appreciate that. Guys, give it up one last time for the winner of the regional championships in Lille, Gala Bolton! Guys, we are not quite done yet. We also have a little chill round in the interview area in just a minute. So stay tuned. We're going to show you one more video. There we are again. What an amazing tournament. It has been such a powerful weekend, so many different experiences. Abi, what was your favorite moment?
For me, it was day number 1 where Sandudu did not throw that frenzy plant. And again, day number 2 where we followed Gala Bolton through the lower brackets and him managing to win and flip that winner's final as well.
For me, I think I have to agree with Avi. That bracket reset, and we were talking about it. Is it possible? Is it going to happen? Amanda and I were like, oh, maybe. But Elephant Flasher was such a tough competitor. You always have doubts if someone can overcome coming from that loser's bracket. But it happened, and I was so amazed to see that.
I hate to be unoriginal, but who doesn't love a bracket reset? So I think that is also going to be my favorite thing. Another thing that I would say is just the fact that so many competitors who have not competed yet so far, that this is their very first tournament ever, was able to make it so far. Gotta love it.
Yeah, my favorite moment was actually, of course, crowning the regional champion Gala Bolton. That was, of course, such a hype moment. I always love it when this happens. So, talking about the crowned champion, we have not only one regional champion, I mean, we have one regional champion in the 2024 season, but we also have another Play Pokemon champion in the 2024 season, which will be Zweilous, or which is Zweilous. So, that is already nice. He won the event in Barcelona. And for this event, we're going to look at the meta breakdown real quick. So, Abi, what do you think about the meta this weekend?
I think the meta was meta, right? In the sense that it's been what's being used in other tournaments, but the Pokemon that made their impression later on were Pokemon like Carbink. Carbink went all the way to the grand finals, and so did Shadow Venusaur. And we saw specific Pokemon like Serperior, which was amazing in the meta. But in the end, what it did is the Leaf Tornado won. I think there was even a game in the finals that Mandibus got that attack fall, and that absolutely flipped that game, and that is amazing.
Yeah, that Serperior with Leaf Tornado really crushed it here, and it was the first time in the history that Serperior is actually over 50%. What do you think, Amanda?
I think it's slithering its way to the top for sure, but like Abhi said, I think that Leaf Tornado is a potentially new thing. We were joking around that it could be a new Master of Choice question after Gala Bolton really put on a masterclass of how to use this. Do we prefer Leaf Tornado now, or do we prefer that Aerial Ace? Also, using that Sableye, which has completely dropped off the meta for the top 12 Pokemon. I think there was so many original Pokemon for day 2, though, that these top 12 aren't a good indication of the spice level that they brought to this very tournament.
Yeah, there was a lot of spice for sure. But Adelian, what do we expect for the next events after looking at this meta breakdown?
I think trainers are going to have a look at Sableye again. I think they're going to consider, of course, Serperior and whether they want to take the chance with Leaf Tornado and having a bit more pandemonium, for lack of a better term. I do think Carbink is still going to be a threat, but we've seen only one Carbink make it all the way to top 8. So whether Carbink's place in the meta, despite it being so statistically strong in Open Great League, whether you will see more of it is still a little bit up in the air. And I think we need to see a few more regionals and a few more trainers try it out before it really settles into a specific place in the meta.
Yes, talking about more regionals, can you fill us in which regionals are coming next?
It's muscle memory at this point. But yes, folks, for those of you now looking for the next regional to go to here in Europe, well, not to mention LAIC next month, the next one will be Gdansk in late November, followed by Stuttgart in the second week of December. After that, we're going to go into the new year and kick that off with Liverpool in late January. And just 2 weeks after that will be Dortmund in February as well. Following that up, we're going to have Utrecht in March. And then we come to the European International Championships in London. So that's going to be super exciting with a far greater opportunity to get some championship points. And then, of course, newly announced Stockholm in Sweden is going to be in May. And then for those of you fancying a trip across the pond, as they would say, to the United States, to New Orleans, will be the North American International Championships there in June. But, of course, the jewel in the crown is going to be the Pokemon World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii, in August.
Yes, Hawaii will be the goal for every competitive Pokemon player eventually, right? So, what's next on the Twitch channel, by the way? We have a schedule for the next week, and we're expecting some pretty cool events. There's going to be already like a spooky day where you can watch old episodes from the anime that are Halloween related or that are spooky related. Pokemon Thrills and Chills. Then on Wednesday, we have the Winter Regional Championships in VG, a historic event from 2015. On Thursday, we have the season 22 of Pokemon Sun and Moon. And then on Saturday and Sunday, of course, we have the regional championships in Toronto, which you guys should not miss out on. It is the next upcoming event, and we are all looking forward to it. After that, we're going to have the new international event, which is going to be the LAIC. You already talked about this, Italian. And after that, we're going to be seen again in Europe in Gdansk, which is also coming in the next month. So, guys, make sure to check out our socials, make sure to check out Twitch, YouTube. Stay tuned for more tournaments. And if you tweet about this tournament, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. So, see you guys soon.